Zoom heads we've all been used to. I'm pleased to say that, those of you who don't know this, we at FinTech Global are a research organisation, and we run an awful lot of events, probably over 50 a year, in various sectors of FinTech. My name is Richard Thatcher. I'm the Director of FinTech Global. It's my pleasure to welcome you today. We are great. It's great to be back to bring the world back to life. We've got 600 people registered today. I think half of them will be attending in person, so people are getting back to it. And around half of all our attendees are financial institutions. So I'd like to thank them. I'd like to thank all of you for participating today to make this happen. And those that couldn't make it or are still in their pyjamas are actually, hopefully, online, so we'll be able to participate as well. Hopefully, our tech is now working. That claim that nearly 50% of people have done a Zoom meeting, one or more Zoom meetings, in their underwear from the waist down. I mean, that just needs to stop. So it's important that we go back. I'm a bit old school, I must admit, but it's important that we get back to face-to-face business. There's lots of upsides, obviously, of bringing you back together. You're not distracted by animals or children. Your partner won't give you silly little jobs to do around the house. You're less likely to get divorced. And of course, there are lots of positives. Let's think about positives. The real prize is doing business, connecting with people that you can do business with, reconnecting with people that you've actually perhaps neglected a little bit over the last year, winning business leads, making your company more successful. These are things that are going to be happening today. So it's great that you're here to help us do that. And to help you do that, we have an app. Everybody has an app, but we've upgraded to an app that will make things a lot easier. So please don't forget to download it. It's from the App Store or Google Play. Obviously, it's called the Umbrella app. It's got the very catchy code 8J Cara, which will get you onto this event. There are already hundreds, literally hundreds of meetings being scheduled. Please do check your meeting requests, because there may be people looking to meet you. Already many have been accepted, so there's an awful lot going on today. So please make sure you're part of that. And we haven't forgotten you at home. You can actually use the same app to connect to people, whether you're digital or real face. It's designed to work as a hybrid system. The app also obviously lets you do all the things you want to do, like, for example, understand what sessions are on, joining the Q&As, find out about the speakers' backgrounds and bios, visit the virtual booths, and get involved in the interactive surveys and polls we may have later today. So please do make the most of that. Obviously, I've said the prize is business, but just to get some of you back into the flow of things, I think there are some other prizes. There are prizes if you actually connect with people who go to see them at the booths. I think there's a prize for the person who gets the most meetings. I think I was going to say iPods, but that would be a rubbish prize, wouldn't it? I think AirPod Pro, I've been told, apparently that's a great prize, according to my teenage daughter. So just to give you a little added incentive to get back into the swing of things. And for those of you at home, we have switched off the umbrella underwear function, so we can't tell. It'll be as though you're just as well dressed as all the wonderful people here if you do participate. And obviously, I've said the first thing we're doing to get RegTech back to business is connecting you, bringing you back to the real world. But there are other things that we do 24/7. As an organisation, we produce more research and news across all fintech sectors, and certainly in RegTech, and that's available either through our websites, fintech.global, or regtechanalyst.com, or through our newsletters, which provide all the latest updates on what's happening in the industry. We've got plenty of search and analytical tools on the databases. We produce customized research for many clients, and we profile basically every company in the industry. So if you're in the industry and you're not taking advantage of that, you're probably creating more work for yourself, and you are missing out. So please do make the most of the RegTech intelligence that we make available. The third way that we're helping get RegTech back to business is through 24/7 global engagement online. We have now the largest senior level fintech network, we believe. So we have over 300,000 professionals in our network across all of our channels who work in fintech. And around 10% of those are actually involved in RegTech buying decisions, either directly or as influencers or supporters. And so for many of you that are RegTech companies, we do actually help lots of RegTech clients connect with prospective clients, raise awareness with financial institutions. That's obviously part of what today's about, but that can also be done online through other channels, through impact marketing solutions. And if you're not familiar with those, please do talk to the FinTech Global team today. The results are quite extraordinary in terms of raising the profile of RegTechs in the right places. And for some of them, the results coming back are more than 100% increase in unsolicited inbound leads. So that can't be bad. And then we've recently added a fourth way of making RegTech happen, and that's through training. About 3 months ago, at the request of our network, we actually set up the Professional RegTech Training Certificate. It's designed to deal with the critical issues of RegTech, to provide that forward thinking that organisations need. And we're delighted to have so many world-leading instructors and experts who've contributed their insights to that. It's priced at about a tenth of the price of the stuff you can get from academic institutions, because it's very much industry focused. And it's already being used by hundreds of individuals from financial institutions and regulators, but it's also actually very useful for RegTech companies. I mean, it meets the challenge that financial institutions have. In fact, I think all four of the strands of our strategy meet that challenge. You know, that's the challenge of understanding what's available in the RegTech market, understanding industry developments, the latest innovations, knowing what your competitors might be doing. But it also deals with the problem that RegTechs have, and having spent a lot of time doing the research and speaking to a lot of RegTechs and financial institutions, the barriers to RegTechs are quite high in many ways, and we're trying to lower them. But obviously, you'll all know, firstly, the sales cycle is very long. But are you aware that RegTechs and financial institutions perceive the value cost metrics of RegTech solutions very, very differently? RegTechs will often struggle to convey their value proposition, and that might come as a bit of a surprise, given that that's the whole point of business development. And quite a number of RegTechs underestimate the implementation costs and challenges that are very much at the forefront of financial institutions. So the training course does deal with that, along with hopefully a lot of the presentations and discussions we'll have today. So if you're interested in that, please do let us know. I think we're giving a 30% discount to those that have made it today to today's event. So we're doing our bit. I'm delighted you're all doing your bit. So just to set the background before we start, some of our research, I'm only going to show you one piece, but it is quite extraordinary. RegTech funding is actually going through the roof, reaching new heights. I suppose it undermines what I said about needing to get back to business, because during the Zoom era, people were still investing. But it just shows we can't stop. It's too important to stop. This year, first 3 quarters, $13.5 billion was invested in third-party RegTech companies. And that's 69% higher than the whole of last year. So clearly, momentum is continuing. We expect it to accelerate when people come back. We know that there are deals in the pipeline that haven't yet been announced. So the industry will continue in the way that we expect. So it's great to be helping make those connections, to make those new deals happen. And hopefully some of what will be on these charts will actually be instigated today in the discussions that you have. Before we get into the real business, just to let you know about our next event in a couple of weeks. We've actually done quite a few events. We did Cyber a couple of weeks ago. We did RegTech today. We're doing Wealth Tech in a couple of weeks, because we are trying to do our bit to get you back to business. Those of you at home, I know some of you couldn't make it, but the rest of you, if you're snoozing, you're losing. We are actually at a turning point where people are getting back to business, whilst laggards really are a little bit slower to do that. But the world is changing, and we want to do our part in that. So today is our next step in that, and today that means we've got an action-packed agenda addressing the RegTech issues that matter to all the participants in the industry. And I'm delighted to say we've got an amazing selection of speakers, panelists, and presenters today. And a fantastic way to start off that day today is the first panel, where we'll be looking at the compliance leader's perspective. And I'd like to welcome to chair today's panel Peter Hahn, who is Emeritus Professor of Banking and Finance at the London Institute of Banking and Finance. And then Peter has an extraordinary level of experience. He's on the board of directors of the Isle of Man Financial Services Authority, on the board of a RegTech company, and on the board of the Association of Corporate Treasurers. So I couldn't think of anyone better to give us a 360-degree perspective and to start off the day. So Peter, I'd love to hand over to you, and if you could introduce your panelists and your topic. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope this is on. So just before I introduce everyone, I hope everyone's read the CV, so I don't spend time reviewing them with you. But it's I guess I just want to relate one quick experience that sort of puts me in perspective of, I think, you. About 20 years ago, I changed careers. I was a senior investment banker, and I became an academic. I did a PhD. I sat through classes and evaluated people teaching me often subjects in business school that I knew more about. And I realized how little they actually didn't think of me in the audience as students. It was really easy to be critical, but after I finished my PhD, I was assigned to teach first-year undergraduates. I stood up in front of a room of 300 19-year-olds, looking the way I do now, right? And as I looked out, I said, why are they going to listen to me at all? Like, why do they care? And I said, oh, I could tell them that, gee, I know a lot about what they're studying. But actually, as I looked out, the moment dawned on me, and I said, you know what? It's nice to meet you all. I have 2 teenagers at home who are applying for university right now, and they're going through all the crap that you just did. So I really understand what you must feel like showing up here on the first day for my class. And it was great. After that, I got the Teacher of the Year award. So what they really cared about wasn't that I knew anything about finance. It was actually that I knew something about them. Okay, so it's kind of an interesting sort of perspective. So you've got a panel here. We all have quite diverse backgrounds. In my case, as mentioned, we look at things really differently. So I'm on all these boards. I'm on the board of a RegTech and this, that, and the perspectives are really, really different from each one. So I hope we'll be able to cover all these things. I look forward to questions. So you'll find on your Brella app, if you have a question, if you go to the bottom of the toolbar, click where you've got the 3 dots, and then it's Q&A, and you can put them on. So we'll do a round of questions. We'll all try and give you different perspectives, I think, on it. Maybe we don't have to try. I'm sure we all have them. And then we'll take questions, and I'm sure we'll have a fascinating time. So with that, our first questions, you've got a hint of them and on the program, but we want to start with really what are the issues at the top of the agenda for compliance and RegTech leaders, and specifically at all institutions rather than just major institutions. So I was going to pass that question to Claire. Welcome.
I think for me, over the last couple of years, we've seen an increase in regulation, and particularly focused around, I work in insurance intermediation, so we're solo regulated by the FCA, and the biggest focus from them, I feel, has been culture. And how do we demonstrate our culture? How do we ensure that we have a culture that promotes speaking up, that promotes good behavior and values, and included within that umbrella is the diversity and inclusion work, which we're starting to see much more of from the FCA and other regulators with the recent discussion paper with the Bank of England and the PRA. And how we're expecting to see much more questioning from the regulators in proactive engagement meetings about how we're operating in the D&I space. Other things that take up an awful lot of my time, liquidity, obviously as a result of the pandemic, FCA and PRA are concerned about firms' liquidity. We're being asked to hold more cash, regulatory cash, than actually our modelling tells us to because of their concerns, not particularly with our firm, in fact not with our firm, but just the sector in general. And then operational resilience, I think, is impacting all firms, so all enhanced firms. That's taking up an awful lot of our time.
Thank you. You can do it.
Yes, certainly. So I think, firstly, I'm very pleased to be here because it's not often that one is sat physically on a stage in any context in the COVID era, but also next to people who are in that ecosystem. So from the vendor side, the whole idea is to align the value we deliver with what drives value for our clients. And to hear Claire say this, right next to me is very meaningful. And on my right, we've got Angus from the Bank of England. So key player in the regulatory space. And so I think in terms of what Claire's just said, I think culture, it's a very interesting concept to mention first. You wouldn't expect it. You would think, oh, it's the volume and pace of reg change, more on that in a second, right? And how do we interpret the rules and everything and map them onto our internal policies? But I think the culture aspect is key because for RegTech to really work and be implemented correctly, if at all, there needs to be a cultural kind of mindset, behavioral shift, because it changes the way that compliance, legal, risk professionals operate, right? And so that's an organizational behavioral shift, it's a communication shift, it's a workload shift. And so I think culture is going to come up quite often today as a keyword, and I thank Claire for mentioning it up front.
Yeah, sure. So, hi, I'm Angus. I lead data collection and transformation at the Bank of England. So, firstly, I work for the Bank of England, not the PRA. So, I can't talk for the PRA, and I have to apologise for that. And secondly, my opinions are my own. They're not the Bank of England's or the PRA. So, I just got a caveat before I start saying things that I'm going to get in trouble for. So, I think there's a couple of really interesting ideas and points that have been brought up here so far. So, one way I think of looking at RegTech is that RegTech is almost simply automation of kind of manual processes. You know, Claire and I were chatting earlier about the number of times that people take regulatory documents, PDFs, HTML documents, etc., the rulebook, the handbook, and they copy sections of that rulebook and they paste it into Excel. And I used to do that. I was a risk analyst. I used to do that. And you know, one way of viewing RegTech is it's just making those manual tasks simpler and faster. And there's other bits and bobs which you can do better. You know, once you've got that Excel spreadsheet, and that's actually the start of your workflow. I used to be a risk analyst. We used to monitor compliance and check compliance. And you know, all of my work then became updating data in that Excel, which started off with that piece of text. And now you can get systems that I'm sure many of you supply here, which rather than having an Excel spreadsheet, you have all that data captured in a system that makes it accessible for posterity, and you can analyze it and you get management information, and it's just a much better Excel document. So that's one way of viewing RegTech. I think the other one, and it really speaks to Claire's point and to Ian's point, is, you know, is RegTech more than that, right? Is it a cultural change? And I think this is, particularly for the regulators, this is really interesting. Because if you think about the way that we write rules and regulations, we haven't really changed that much from, you know, probably kind of, well, 300, 400, 500 years ago, right? We're still almost the equivalent of writing pieces of paper, printing those pieces of paper and then reading those pieces of paper, and then copying information out and putting it into Excel. And if you think of a world actually where not just we're regulating machines, but a lot of machines are really intermediating our interactions with the financial sector, then you think of a world of actually opportunity for regulators and for authorities like the Bank of England. And you think, well, how potentially could we change the way that we regulate? How could we make the most of this sector that's growing up, etc., to achieve our regulatory outcomes better? Can we save money in the regulatory compliance process? Can we make regulatory change faster? And I think that's what's really exciting for me, certainly, thinking about RegTech and thinking about sort of the long-term vision of RegTech.
Thank you. So if I could put my own views, but if I start with a really kind of funny one. I just attended a session recently with somebody named Matt Parker. I don't know if anybody's heard of him. He's a math teacher, math professor that's also a stand-up comedian. And he uses all kinds of technical facts to make you aware of things. And one of the things that he brought up was there is actually an international organization that looks at leaked corporate spreadsheets for their accuracy. They just take the spreadsheets and look at see if there's errors in them. The percentage of errors in the spreadsheets they've looked at is 94% of spreadsheets have errors. Okay, so you know when you hear this about pasting and cutting, it's just frightening. So thinking about we're at this point where we've got massive amounts of data. We want to use it. We'll talk about regulation in a minute, but one of the critical things, I think, if you're a regulator, is trying to figure out today how you divide your time between actual supervision, personal meetings, and data that you collect and how the data comes in. And it's always been a question of reliability. I have to say, in my regulatory past, you did wonder every once in a while if someone was lying to you, but you kind of thought you could rely on the numbers. But today, I wonder if it's the reverse, right? So when you start thinking about what I think leaders want is you want information, you want better information, you want accurate information, and we should be able to get it with all the data that we've got and make lives easier. So I think it's about improvement is really the critical issue for everyone involved with RegTech is how does the industry improve and make us all more efficient at decision making. So I think it's a good lead into sort of regulation. I was working at both the FSA, FCA, and the Bank of England when the crisis after the last financial crisis, and started to see the wave of regulation that came in. You can't blame it all on the regulators themselves. It came from different directions and politicians at the same time. But the question we wanted to sort of throw around was, is this weight of all this new regulation becoming unmanageable? It's a discussion point, not a view. And how do we cope with all these increasing regulatory frameworks? Obviously, prudential conduct are the big ones, but there are others on operating sides as well. So, Yin, can you start us off with that?
Absolutely. I actually think about this topic all the time, 25/7, given my role at Cube. Just for further context, Cube is a regulatory intelligence platform. We translate that raw, often not quite structured data from regulator and legislation websites into insight and intelligence for our clients. And that's all the way from the rules in them all the way to mapping the rules onto internal policies. And so when it comes to Pete's question, I mean, becoming unmanageable, the answer is no, it's been unmanageable, right, for at least a decade, if not more. And I think let's frame the question a bit differently. So it's unmanageable by humans alone. I think Angus has illuminated that for me with his Excel anecdote. But it is manageable if we have the combination of humans and machines. I hate the word AI, it's massively overused, but humans and semantic AI is the particular category to focus on, right? To understand the meaning of these things. And so you have to get that balance right to make it manageable. But what has made it so unmanageable? So on one side, it is the '08 crisis, but it's also the fact that, of course, we live in this era of rapidly evolving technologies. Many of you guys in this room represent that. Innovation is at an all-time high in finance. And so obviously it's great, but then you need to balance that. There are security concerns, stability concerns that come from rapid innovation that's unchecked, right? So that's kind of the broader ecosystem you're playing with. Does that answer your question?
So there's no doubt that the volume of regulation has been increasing massively over the last 10 years. And not just the volume, but it's the deadlines that you have to adhere to this regulation. So in our space, we've had some new general insurance pricing regulation that's coming in. And it came in with some really punchy deadlines. We're also seeing that with the IFPR work that they're doing in the investment space. So it's not just the volume of stuff, it's just the challenging bit is how quickly you have to implement these things. And they're not simple things to implement, they involve wholesale changes. I think I'm also fortunate. I sit in the wholesale space. I'm not in the retail business dealing with consumers, where I think the focus has been much greater over the last few years and will continue to be, given the vulnerable customers that the FCA is concerned about post-pandemic. And then the other thing I'd say is that it's not just the volume, it's also the scope. So we've already spoken about diversity and inclusion. When I speak to my American colleagues, they're flabbergasted that the FCA is concerned about, non-financial misconduct, diversity, inclusion, climate change. They can't believe it, and they think it's, the regulator's massively overstepping the mark, which I will remain silent on. But so I think it's not just volume; it's scope and deadlines.
Can I just add quickly to that? Yes, so another dimension of it, of course, is the fact that most of the people in this room, of course, operate globally. So it's scope, but multinational scope, over 100 countries, right? And so sometimes you have regulation about a similar topic, but the regulators have, I guess, different perspectives in different countries due to, let's say, even cultural perceptions on privacy, for example, cybersecurity, right? So how do you comply with seemingly contradictory, on the surface level at least, requirements? That's up for grabs. How do you even translate from these obscure languages and rely upon the quality of that? It's that multinational, multi-jurisdictional dimension that makes the volume and velocity and complexity even more of an issue. And I think also these regs are living documents, right? So the deadlines, of course, it's deadlines, but forever evolving texts, narratives, and you can't interpret them in silos. So you have to think about how do you understand something when it cross-references other regulations. And so it's not as simple. So the deadline meeting is difficult also because the interpretation is difficult. I'll stop there.
That's fine. Angus, I don't know if you find it okay or conflict or.
I mean, I think I don't work for the PRA, so this is my opinion. I think if we go back to and Pete, you referred to it, if we go back to why do we have regulation, right? It's important, and as Claire talks about, it's about protecting people. It's about stopping things like that happened in 2009 to preventing financial crises. So it is important. I think one of the things that hasn't really happened so far, and I think hasn't necessarily happened as much as perhaps the Bank of England and the PRA would like, is firms investing in regulation and treating regulation as something which is part of the way the financial system works, and understanding that and saying, well, actually, therefore, we need to invest in this as part of our business. And so there was a recent PRA letter talking about regulatory reporting, and one of the key messages of that reporting was, firms don't take regulatory reporting as seriously as they take, for instance, financial accounting when they publish their accounts to their investors, and they don't invest in their systems, and they don't invest in regulatory management in the way they invest in other parts of their business. And without that investment, then, quite frankly, yes, I think over time it's going to be very hard for industry to continue to meet their regulatory compliance requirements and to respond to regulation which changes to the needs of a changing world, quite frankly. And so I do think there needs to be a bit of a mentality change on behalf of industry to recognise that and to invest more.
I think one thing I'd add is, particularly, well, for the UK, we're still waiting to see what the regulatory landscape will look like post-Brexit, now that the UK is somewhat able to, plough its own regulatory course. So I think we're waiting to see whether that will mean, a relaxation, whether we'll go back to regulation of the past, or what we'll see. So I think that will have an impact on the volume of regulation that we're seeing.
I think when we start to think about regulation, I know early on in my career, I remember being stopped from doing some banking business. And I was told the regulations didn't allow it, which for 99% of my colleagues ended the conversation. And I started to say, well, why? I want to understand the regulation. I spent a lot of time with the bank's lawyers and external counsel. And it led to rapid career advancement into strategic issues for the bank I worked for. And I slowly realized that to run a bank, you actually, at other financial services industries, you need, it's like two brains. It's really quite, there are very few industries that actually deal with this, where you've got to make a decision and think about what's the economics first, and you've got to think about the regulatory. So just in a really simple way, if you haven't trained in actually financial services, there's one of the most easiest financial decisions for a financial institution is actually dramatically increases your economic capital and destroys your regulatory capital with one easy decision. Actually, that's called just taking a little more risk. And it's really true, because that's what happens is your regulator says, well, you've reduced regulatory capital, but your shareholders say you're going to make more money, right? And it's just that, basic, and it gets beyond that to an enormous degree. So you've got this kind of two-brained concept that you have to run a financial institution, which I think is often a challenge for the RegTech industry pitching, because you might be pitching to one of those brains in the bank, but not the other brain. And it's really quite interesting how the decisions are made. Now, if you put that in a slightly additional perspective of how priorities work. So if you're working in the private sector company, which everyone else, most of us here are, okay, and so I do both. But ultimately, when you have something new coming on, if the businesses I ran, if we decided to do a new activity, the first question from people who worked for me was, what are we not going to do now? Because it wasn't like they had an extra 3 hours in the day that they could just add on, right? Okay. In public sector, you tend to do something new, but you actually never get rid of what you're already responsible for. It's just the way it works. And regulation is certainly like that. So one of the critical things that probably this industry will get more involved with is looking at a lot of the regulatory burden, and this is also financial institutions, that really doesn't add much value anymore. And I wonder, in this volume, how the industry and regulators can actually start to trust each other and actually say, there's a lot of this stuff that doesn't really matter anymore. And why do we spend all this time and money on it, which is really consumers are paying for it. So I think it's there, but I think it's probably a future role of this industry to show how you can actually get rid of some of this stuff and go to the things that really matter anymore. So we're in this, I think it's a transitional period that's starting. I'd say, so if we kind of, it's another way to shift into, so we think about what is the role of the regulator today? And these technology changes, developments are really changing how regulation and supervision and stuff is for financial institutions. So what should RegTech, I've kind of jumped the gun a little bit, but Angus, I was going to ask you, what should RegTech be doing?
Yeah, so it's I guess an interesting question. So my role, as I said, is focused on transforming data collection. So Pete, you talked a bit about, ultimately for you to do regulation, you need data. That's your core ingredients, and I talked about a lack of investment from industry in regulation, in the data collection in particular, and in serving our reporting needs. And I think to a certain extent, I can put my hand up here and say I think we, the Bank of England and the PRA, also potentially, I think we have been a bit guilty at times, Pete, of kind of layering regulated data collections on top of data collections without really looking at the holistic picture, without necessarily always thinking about, what legacy collections do we have that we potentially don't need, or we can optimize it in a different way. So I think it's something which we do need to think about, and I think we can do better. So for us in particular, for data collection, there's a couple of things that we're doing, all part of this program that I lead called Transforming Data Collection, which is all about saying, let's take a long-term strategic look at reporting and data collection and try to think, in 10 years' time, what does our world look like, and how do we get ourselves there? And I think we're going to have 3 roles that we need to think about when we're looking to deliver that transformation. The first one, I think, is, and it speaks to this point about, we deliver our content in Excel, which is saying, okay, how can we deliver our content in future? And we talk about modernizing reporting instructions in particular when it comes to data collection. So how can we deliver our content in a way that speaks to the world of machines, which increasingly are consuming that content? The second thing is, I think is really important, is about facilitating collaboration. And so when we look at some of the problems we have with data collection, a lot of them really speak to the way that firms manage their data. And if firms can't get hold of their data, and you're a big worldwide global banking entity and you've got 60 entities and 10,000 systems across your whole estate, if you can't get hold of your data quickly across that estate, then you can't give it to us quickly. And we kind of have that problem, but a macro problem across the whole of the financial sector. We need to ultimately, our data is sourced from hundreds of thousands of systems across hundreds of entities or thousands of entities, and how do we get all that data really quickly? And our role here isn't necessarily doing a lot of work. I think our role here is facilitating work, and facilitating and helping industry come together to create the standards that I think are needed to tackle some of these data management problems. And I think the third thing is something I alluded to earlier, which is speaking to us about really taking a step back and thinking about, okay, well, if we have this RegTech landscape, if we're interacting with machines, if machines are doing finance, how does that change about the way that we deliver regulation? And speaking to Claire's point, what opportunities does that present for much faster implementation? So I can't promise you, Claire, that there won't be tight deadlines in the future, but hopefully those tight deadlines will be a bit shorter for everyone and a bit less painful, and we feel like that process is a bit more efficient. And specifically, how are we doing that in data collections? How are we thinking about, changing the way that we ask firms with data and manage our data collection requests? How are we creating standards and organising collaborating standards, the creation of standards, for the financial sector? And how are we really thinking how to transform data collection? We have a program up and running. It's called the Transforming Data Collection Joint Transformation Program. It's been up and running since July. It's about 100 people from 45 different organisations, all regulated firms. It's joint with the FCA, but we're also really keen to, and we do have methods for RegTech firms and other third-party suppliers to get involved. If you do want to get involved, you can go on our website, you can check me up on LinkedIn and give me a shout, and I'll tell you how to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, do you want to?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the point that you made, Angus, about that machine-readable content data in terms of textual data is absolutely key, right? Speaking back to our earlier discussion about the volume and velocity, unless this regulation and related content to it is written in that structured way that can be processed at scale in pretty much almost real time and translated as well, and it has to be searchable. It needs to be quite easy to kind of extract certain rules and sections from that. And it comes down to how it's written in the first place and kind of modernizing from the centuries-old practices that are still happening today. Like that to me is one of the key elements. But also this collaboration point you mentioned, I think RegTechs can play a pretty good role, an important role in that, because we are in between the financial organizations that are trying to comply and struggling to meet these deadlines and interpret the regulations, and of course the regulators and legislators and issuing bodies at large. And so in a way we can kind of, through again data analysis and behavioral data, both explicit and implicit, identify the particular regulations that might be more risky or there's a lot of kind of action around them. There's kind of a two-way kind of communication loop that can be facilitated by the central players, the vendors in the RegTech space.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I've got a question really, I guess mostly probably directed at Yin. So we've definitely, the FCA has talked in their most recent business plan about how it wants to be a data-driven regulator.
Yes.
It's definitely doing a lot more. They had Project Innovate, then they had the call for input, and then they've been doing these tech sprint events.
Yep.
How joined up is the FCA, or regulators generally, with the RegTech sector as a whole, the way they've done in the past with fintech? And do you think the regulators have the right people with the right skills to look at this? Angus excluded.
Oh my goodness, I have to answer this question as diplomatically as possible. So I think at a high level, there's a lot so yes, but there's a lot that can be done for both of your questions, Claire, and this is my first time being asked a question on a panel by different panelists. I love that kind of spontaneous collaboration. It's great energy. So I do think, I can't speak for every RegTech vendor, but we are trying to maintain and establish connections with as many regulators as possible, including the FCA. It's kind of early stages, but the key thing is you need to have that dialogue and show that we can add value both sides, to the regulator and to the regulated entities. The skill set side of things, again, I don't want to comment too. I think Angus is a great example of the fact that yes, the skills are there. I mean, look at what he's saying, the data transformation initiatives. Obviously, the skills gap in terms of those technical skills required to understand and make the most of advances in AI. I think every sector, so the private sector, the public sector, regulators, RegTech vendors as well, and certainly banks and financial services organizations, I think we all face a similar issue in terms of the skills gap, right? It's hard to really make any concrete observations without potentially offending somebody. So I'll stop there and say that it's a common issue, but I think the minimum is being met.
Thank you.
Can I just, a couple of quick points in response? I think, I actually won't comment about the skills. Obviously, I think everyone that works at the bank and the PRA and the FCA are great, so I won't say too much about that. What I will say is I think for really to kind of drive this push forward from the for the regulator, I think there's a couple of things which are barriers. One is people I think struggle to understand the responsibility the regulators have when they're regulating the financial sector, and I guess the worry that they have about how, if they're publishing regulations in new ways or we're doing new things, what impact that might have on our ability to regulate and on legal and policy impacts and FSMA and all the rest of the acronyms and legal framework, etc. So we need to think really hard and we need to be really confident before we make any radical changes to the way that we regulate, and that takes time to build that confidence. The second thing I think is kind of holding us back is all this stuff is so new, and we haven't got anywhere. I haven't really seen anything around the world looking at the space where we can point to and say, yes, right, we've saved X amount of £1 million and Y amount of time in regulatory change by doing it in this new way. And until we start to get those kind of business cases, until we kind of get that data, it's very hard for us to go to senior regulators and senior people in banks, etc., and say, look, we need money to invest in this, because it's going to save us this time, etc. So I think that will come, but it will take a bit of time.
I think the institutions have to play a big part in this role. And I'd say the perspective in the room is a little bit more towards the UK. But if we put it another way, when I joined UK regulation, I had to go to a number of European meetings. And one of the first things that I got thrown into accidentally was actually pay regulation. It's a fascinating world of everybody's interested in what everyone else gets paid and why. But no one would want those questions asked to themselves generally. But I go to a meeting on the continent, and it was very much European government driven. The UK was interested at the time. And I met with a regulator from one of the European countries, and he said, well, I've just only had the documents today, and I'll get to them tomorrow. And he said, I have my other priorities. I said, what else do you do? He said, well, I do capital and liquidity, and now I'm doing pay. And I said, oh, do you do those between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, or 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock? And he kind of laughed, and he said, well, you should hear about the other responsibilities I have, right? So when you start thinking about well-resourced regulators, that probably is almost an oxymoron in a way that, regulation and most regulators in the world will never have the technical capacity to, really keep up with what you're after and what financial institutions have and can do. And so those expectations have to be kind of more realistic. And it's almost as if what regulation is trying to do is raise the bar for people to provide that quality. But the skill set to double check those things, I wonder if it'll ever be there. I started in banking. Literally, the regulators came in and locked your file cabinets, and then they took out the files and checked that all the papers were there. They're not going to go through millions of lines of software and check that there's no error in it. And so these things are what our expectations of regulation are difficult. And especially most of the world's regulators, just the great 95% of them will never have the capacity to do most of these things. But institutions can make themselves dramatically more efficient by using it. So I think it's an interesting time for us to try and switch and do some questions. So the Umbrella has thrown up some interesting ones for us, and it's kind of, one of the questions was just relating and new business relationships don't have it, and it's a pending disaster in many ways. So Angus, you want to any thoughts on hybrid working?
Yeah, I think it's well, I guess there's a couple of points about whether we should regulate hybrid working. I mean, I'm not, don't work at the PRA, but we have statutory goals that are.
Okay, how do I get to the next one? Okay. Excellent. So, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being willing to listen to about 20 more minutes of my voice. So I hope your neurons are buzzing as a result of that panel discussion, just like this animation on my slide, as mine certainly are. The focus of my talk, as just mentioned, is AI in RegTech, and more critically, how humans and machines combined are transforming compliance as we know it today. So to bring out the human in me, I'd actually like to start with a song. Now, the lyrics are original. The melody is inspired by The Police. So, here goes nothing. Every risk you take and every reg you break, from the SEC to the BOE, RegTech can help reduce. Oh, can't you see the complexity, the volume and pace of regulatory change? Every risk you take and every rule you break, there's too much at stake. For the market's sake, AI is here for you. Oh gosh. So I trust I haven't ruined the police for everyone, yeah? Sting isn't in the audience. Excellent. All right, so on a slightly more serious note, so as we discussed in the panel, ever since the '08 financial crash, the volume, velocity, and complexity of reg change have absolutely exploded. So, on my next slide, here is a more concrete and non-musical, if I can play the animation there. Yes, a more concrete and non-musical taste of the volume and velocity of reg change just in the past 7 months of this year. And to keep things super simple, super relevant, it's just a selection of UK issuing bodies, including, of course, the FCA, the BOE. And so you can see from that there's dozens of updates per day, adding up to hundreds upon thousands per year. This is just from the UK alone. Now, again, most of you in this room operate in multiple countries around the globe. And so Ruth Varnthofer has said it far better than I could, right? She said that tech and regulation must go hand in hand. It is no longer possible to have humans alone manage regulatory change. It is truly a Sisyphean task, yeah? And it's gotten even more Sisyphean. So again, referencing our discussion just now, we've got things like Brexit, COVID, environmental issues happening that have made reg change even more complex, completely unprecedented global events like this. And it will only get worse, right? So we've got, rapidly evolving technologies, IoT, crypto, blockchain, who knows what's next. We need to have the regulatory frameworks shift to address the risks being brought up by these new technologies. So with all of this context in mind, let's now talk about how AI is being used in RegTech right now, right this moment. But first, I love Voltaire. Voltaire famously said, "If you wish to converse with me, define your terms up front." So I shall do that, Voltaire. Let's start with RegTech, right? So RegTech, simply put, is the use of technology to help regulated firms identify, understand, and also meet their regulatory obligations. And the tech in RegTech is increasingly being driven by AI, which actually has academic origins back in the 1950s. Now, back then, compute wasn't so great, it wasn't so popular. And the popularity grew with the intro of machine learning in the 1980s, but it's absolutely exploded in the 2010s because of deep learning. And at a very, very high level, so what is AI? Well, AI, artificial intelligence, is intelligence demonstrated by machines versus the more natural intelligence from you and I, human beings. And the key thing is that machines are still trained by and learn from humans, right? So we can't easily separate the two. It isn't a dichotomy. And so let's take a more visual look at AI to illustrate this. This is a really, really high level, 10,000-foot view of the core components of an AI system. So you have data feeding into training these models, these algorithms, and they produce results, and that could be classification, translation, a prediction, etc. And so the quality of results is conditioned by the first two components, right? So the data used to train the models and the sophistication and relevance of the models themselves to that data and to your use case. And the key thing to bear in mind is that every single component of this three-tiered system involves human intervention. So data. We decide what data to include, what to exclude, how to clean them, how to label them, etc., etc. Models. We decide which techniques, which algorithms to use. How do we tune them? What are the hyperparameters? And very importantly, the results, right? There is no, objectively speaking, good model. It's all, how good is it? Is it good enough? And that requires human interpretation of what good enough actually is for your business use case. And also, edge cases. We need humans for that, right? And critically, as new data comes in, humans again model how is the model responding to this new data? Does it need to be adjusted? Is it drifting off, right? And there's more. This is just sort of internal humans on the side of the companies using AI. We also have user in the loop. So in the software, those interacting with the software, like those of you in this room, including myself, of course, our interactions, explicit and implicit with the results of the models, will also add data to further improve them. So here is the key message I'd love for you to keep in mind for the rest of this talk. We can't take the human out of AI, right? AI, it's basically a structured version of human intelligence at scale, human judgment, human curation, human design. Okay, definitions done. So let's move on to the key use cases of AI in RegTech as it currently stands today. So it's everything from ensuring that customers are treated fairly to making complex calculations for things like capital adequacy. There's been a recent study done of over 1,200, can you believe it, 1,200 different RegTech firms, and they fall into about 11 major categories. I'll just go through very, very quickly just several of these categories. The first one, of course, is regulatory and compliance management. So Cube fits in here. This is sort of mouth of the river, to use that metaphor, beginning of the cycle, yeah? So you have to understand like what regulations are applicable and what rules they contain to be able to even go further downstream. And so there you've got machine learning, natural language processing, structuring, collecting this text, being able to intelligently get the rules out of them. This is all, vast volumes of the most complex text data imaginable, need to convert that into numbers, into vectors. And further downstream, there's a couple of key RegTech verticals here that I think are relevant to people in this room. Fin crime, so obviously using AI to process vast volumes of data to detect fraud, anti-money laundering, right? And of course, cybersecurity risks, privacy. I think these are two very, very, very key kind of more downstream RegTech verticals that are very, very prescient today. And of course, risk analytics is another huge aspect of this. So these are very complex calculations. So again, the modeling helps out here. Simulations, right? Purposes like pricing, like stress testing, capital allocation. So on a high level, we've got an extremely, extremely broad range of data types, of machine learning and deep learning techniques, and use cases for AI in RegTech today. We're looking at words, we're looking at numbers, behavioral data, images, multimodal documents with tables and images, you name it, right? And to bring everything back together at a high level, think of AI and RegTech as having the following objective, the main objective. It is to help you, people in this room, you are the compliance, legal, risk experts. It's to help you focus on what you do best. And what is that? Critical thinking, creativity, culture, as we've kept saying this morning, problem solving, examining edge cases and nuance, right? So for example, which internal policies have to change and how in response to a sudden change in regulation. That's human. Now, tasks that can be repeated, these can and should be outsourced, as it were, to the machine. So, for example, checking hundreds of websites per day for regulatory updates, copying and pasting them into Excel, which is pretty much like a stone tablet these days, and extracting rules, like reading them line by line to get the rules out. I mean, these are largely repetitive tasks. And so human capital and talent are far, far, far too valuable to be invested in these low-level repetitive tasks. Let's use AI to move humans up the value chain, yeah? All right, I'll end with a very kind of simple analogy, the section about AI and RegTech today, and that is STP, straight-through processing. Now, you're all very familiar with this, I'm sure, and it's revolutionized the accounting function in finance, payments and trades being processed, in seconds, automatically, end-to-end, and extremely low error rates and, versus traditional approaches involving, of course, front and back office, phone, fax, email. Now, in a similar way, this is the analogy, in a similar way, AI-powered RegTechs are revolutionizing how compliance, legal, cybersecurity functions are behaving in financial services organizations. So, responses to reg change are being facilitated through AI and RegTech, end to end, ideally, without too much manual intervention. It's like the straight-through processing of regs, so to speak. So, please, everyone, just close your eyes for a second and imagine this, right? Imagine you're horizon scanning for relevant, applicable regs. You are extracting rules from them. The risk assessment of the rules is happening as well, and the rules are being mapped, of course, onto internal policies and controls and frameworks. Pretty much automatically, you're watching this all happen. It's happening, on the software itself, and there's no need for multiple email threads or updating of multiple spreadsheets that will be out of date next week. And you are brought in to look at the exceptions, the edge cases only. This is the driverless car of compliance, effectively, right? And I don't have to spell out the benefits. I think Elon has done most of the evangelizing for us all on that topic. So, okay, we've now taken a look at the key use cases of AI in RegTech today. And this is, of course, the far, 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 far future, just to give you that. This is obviously it's not happening in the next few years. And so I think this is a nice segue into where is AI in RegTech going in the next couple of years. So what are the tech advances that have happened recently, and what do they mean for you and your business, right? So for this, I will focus on this mouth of the river RegTech vertical, which, as I mentioned, is regulatory management as opposed to a domain vertical, because you have to know what, the golden source of truth before you can even go downstream. So a couple of visuals here. So up until now, for the past 10 years or so, machine learning and natural language processing techniques have been used, I would say, for machine reading, broadly speaking. So what is machine reading? Collecting, organizing, structuring, getting metadata, translating regulatory text at scale, almost real time. Yeah, this is really difficult stuff, right? And also beginning to extract obligations and rules from this text, organizing those rules. But very, very soon, in the next couple of years, I think that machine reading of regulation text is going to evolve into something closer to machine understanding. So RegTechs are going to not only know that certain regulations are about certain topics, right, like climate change, derivatives, but also how are these topics evolving across time and space? And also, regulations and the rules they contain are going to be related and connected to each other in a way that transcends this explicit in-text reference. And RegTechs will begin to also understand, which regulations receive the most attention from the regulated entities and also the regulators. And all of this is going to enable predictions to be made about regulatory change in certain domains, in certain contexts. So imagine not only being able to stay on top of reg change, but also anticipating future reg change and regulation before it actually arrives. I mean, this is proactivity at its finest, is it not? So, what has led me to be so confident in that assertion, right? So what are the key factors that have led us to this inflection point in RegTech AI? I argue there are three key factors. First, data availability and quality, mentioned in the panel multiple times. Over the past decade or so, native e-versions of many regulations have been produced and enriched, of course, by the legislators themselves. And that's allowed for better machine reading of this text, and again, structuring it at scale. Second factor, of course, is the market readiness, which is, I think, a lot of you in this room determined that, and subsequent product maturity in response to that. So in recent years, I think in the past 5 years, the hesitancy around AI-based solutions for regulatory management have actually evolved into a pretty strong appetite for more intelligent RegTech tools. And that appetite is reflected in the maturity of the software into these, multifunctional, highly customizable, and API-connected platforms. The third factor, save the best for last, is the tech itself, the AI itself. And that, I would say, the subcategory of AI that's relevant here is semantic AI. The stage for this has been set, right? You've got data, vast volumes of structured regulatory and also critically user data, so the comments, annotations from the software, intersecting, of course, in these user-in-the-loop systems, as mentioned above. Okay, and so semantic AI loves this. It's a very rich data set, and it will leverage this. But critically, there have been advances in the modeling computer science side of things as well. And in particular, you might have heard of this. So it's not just deep learning. It's like transformer-based language models. That's the kind of the buzzword, as it were, in the computer science side of things. So to illustrate this revolution, this transformation of the modeling, let's just have a look at another analogy, which is images versus text. So over a decade ago, there was a bit of a breakthrough in computer vision. So this is the subset of AI that allows computers to see like human beings. And so that breakthrough was driven by ImageNet on the left here. Massive database, over 14 million images that were hand annotated to indicate the objects they contained, over 20,000 categories. I mean, this is immense. We're now reaching the regulatory equivalent of ImageNet, right? This is the collision of these large-scale, again, transformer-based deep learning language models with well-defined data sets of regulatory text enriched by human annotations. And this text is far more structured, more cohesive than most free-form text on the web, cough, Reddit, Facebook, Twitter, cough. So achieving, some form of semantic understanding is actually entirely feasible here. And so these large-scale, again, transformer-based deep learning models were introduced about 4 years ago, 2017. They are at the forefront of advances in AI today. They're all named after Muppets, like Bert, Big Bird, etc. Okay? And the key thing is for you and me, they understand context to a level never seen before. They understand context. They know that a key term in one document is equivalent to a key term in a completely different document, different era, different producer, even if the documents aren't, they don't seem to be similar and the words don't seem to be synonyms. So here's an example. So Memorandum of Association on the left in the UK Companies Act 1998 is semantically equivalent to Articles of Incorporation in Chapter 16 of the Wyoming Business Corporation Act, Article 1. The machine knows this. And how does it know this? So it's the syntax, it's the surrounding words, it's the metadata of the documents, and of course, human annotations, right? So again, it's behaving increasingly like a human brain. We have gone way, 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 way beyond just keyword matching. So what are the implications of all of this for everyone in this room? Now, as machines begin to reach this critical mass of regulatory knowledge learned from us, we are going to start learning from machines in the next couple of years. So, we as legal risk compliance experts, we're going to rely more and more on machines to inform, but never replace our understanding of regulation. And there's more. You're fully on top of the regulations because of course, your friend the machine. And this allows you to actually begin to influence and collaborate with the regulations themselves. So again, RegTechs being in the central kind of position here, we can facilitate feedback loops between regulated entities and the regulators. and allow you to show the regulators, for example, the rules that are created might not actually work the way they intend to work. They might have X, Y, Z unexpected impacts on your business. And that, again, helps regulators build better, clearer, more structured, machine-readable as well, and consistent regulations and push us towards that global standard that Angus mentioned. On a related note, it's collaboration amongst people in this room. So RegTech can enable that, peer learning, knowledge sharing, right? So, there are many models in machine learning that help flag similar users, similar companies to each other. So let's use that and help, banks learn from banks facing similar compliance frustrations and challenges. We're all in this together. So it's not just this driverless car of compliance that RegTech AI enables. I think it's a global paradigm, a mindset shift in how regulation even operates. So we're reaching this critical inflection point in RegTech AI. And let's now go back to the very beginning, the title of this talk. So I hope you can see that humans and machines, I made that, humans and machines together can harness their intelligence to transform the way that we do compliance. Even the way we think about what compliance means and the way that we regulate. Just imagine the possibilities. So let's return to the police. Let's end with some humanity, but with a collective voice this time. Every risk we take and every rule we break to prevent headache and avoid mistake, we have to use AI. All right, I'm done. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for being here today. I might have time for a quick question. I don't know if that's possible, but thank you. No? Okay. All right, thank you. I'll be at the event, so I'll see you at the networking. Thank you.
Helping us to showing us the path from machine learning to machine understanding, and such talent. Fantastic. Maybe we should get all of our panelists and speakers to give a little song. Not me. I'll do a dance later. Anyway, on to the next one. We will try and catch up. Apologies if you do have questions, and I know there are quite a few on Umbrella. You can connect via Umbrella and obviously directly speak to Ian outside. It's my pleasure now to take us on to the next keynote presentation. I can't control because we've got different technologies going. Hopefully we'll move on to the slide, which we've just done. It's my pleasure to welcome to stage Devin Redmond, who is co-founder and CEO of Lake. He'll be talking about how Zoom, WebEx, Slack, and Microsoft Teams impact compliance programs and data protection requirements. Devin's got over 20 years of relevant experience here. He's a bit of an action man as well in his spare time. And Lake is a great innovator that's ahead of its time, given what's happening with regards to work from home and the other changes over the last year. So delighted to welcome you, Devin, to stage.
Thank you very much. Hopefully my mic turns on. There we go. Perfect. And I will go ahead to the first round of slides. So first of all, fantastic to see everybody live. Second of all, I am not brave enough to sing. I was quite satisfied that I put pants on. I remembered to do that. The pants actually matched the jacket, and it all actually fit. So those were my accomplishments for the day. So I'm not going to press my luck by trying to sing to you in this environment. As Richard mentioned, I am the CEO and co-founder of Theta Lake. We do security and compliance for modern collaboration platforms. So for all of the logos you see on that slide, we have active partnerships. We provide integration that allows you to do everything from archive integration, compliance archiving, all the way through to using actual real machine learning, natural language understanding to detect risks inside of those communications. But I will come back to how we do that and some of the things we do in just a second. And I'm going to talk about how collaboration tools have affected our workplace and what the collaboration-first workplace looks like. So I think you've probably seen some of the gaffes, right? This is one where the person decided that they were going to tease their team and they turned themselves into a potato, and then they could not change themselves from a potato for the entirety of the call. And somebody nicely took a screenshot of that with their camera and then posted that out on social media. So quite a fun one. I think maybe some of you are familiar with this. This is one where a doctor went for his court appearance to dispute a ticket while he was doing surgery. So this is actually a real Zoom meeting that happened. You can imagine this was intentionally recorded by the court, but they suspended the hearing and asked him to come back at another time, right? So these are examples of how people have tried to adapt to this hybrid environment. And then I think probably everybody's familiar with the cat, right? The cat is one where, and to this day, I happen to know Eric, and Eric still refutes and maintains that there is no ability to create a cat persona for yourself inside of Zoom. So this was some sort of user error that left the lawyer in this particular court hearing a cat or a kitten for the entirety of that. So these are all the fun things that happen in that environment, but I am pretty sure everybody in this room can relate to maybe not the underwear story, although probably some in here have gone to a meeting in their underwear at home on a Zoom. But you can probably relate to accidentally sharing the wrong screen and starting to show the wrong things as you're talking to somebody and doing the, can you see my screen? Do you see my presentation? And then having somebody correct you and say, no, I don't see that. I see a spreadsheet, or I see another application open. I see things that could potentially be a risk to the organization. And that is what has started to happen. And I'll address some of the things the panel actually talked about, because as of this week, there are 3 regulators who have jumped in around concept of hybrid work and the use of tools and hybrid work for communication. And it follows a pretty logical path. So the first thing to think about here is, as those laughs and the humorous moments shift to the liabilities and the realities that happen in these communications, you have to start to think about a couple things. So first and foremost, I think the default reaction that everybody tries to hold to is, hey, maybe this is a misappropriation of the Zen concept, but if it's not recorded, did it really happen? Is it really a big deal? And what you need to realize is that anybody and any participant in one of those meetings can take a screenshot, can take a picture with their camera. There are literally, if you Google it, hundreds of techniques and tools to record the content inside of a meeting, even if it's not the built-in recording feature of the application itself. Whether it's for productivity reasons, you want the notes after, you want to be able to mine the data, whether you just want to take something out of there for context or for laughs, like the boss becoming a potato in that scenario. There is quite literally no such thing as an off-the-record conversation on chat or on video. So if you're assuming that you're safe because your organization is not recording it, very, very far from the truth, and you're starting to see that next wave of incidents happening. So this was a sub-firm of LPL, right? Obviously a large RIA manager in the US, and the president of that group actually made some racist comments that were captured by somebody else in the meeting, not officially recorded, and then shared out publicly, and then that firm was terminated from LPL, and that person was terminated from LPL for doing those things. So bad indications of conduct in that environment. In terms of what the regulators are starting to look at, they were pretty transparent, saying, hey, we understand everybody has to scramble to keep information flowing and keep the business running, and we expect you to come back at some point to standards and common sense around how you're monitoring communications. So they put that out there last year, and now what you're starting to see is they're looking at what's happening in these communications, in these forums. They're getting notifications, right? This is another example where I'm sure the host of that webcast did not pro-offer the data to that regulator, but somebody captured that data and provided it to the regulator, and now they're actually taking a look at the market manipulation in that particular scenario. So you're seeing these things happen, and what it flows into should be a pretty predictable thing for everybody. So the predictable path to regulatory requirements is here, right? It's not something that was, hey, maybe someday regulators are going to be paying attention to these collaboration tools and what's happening on them, and then we'll take them seriously. The reality is, if you look over the last several months, and as recently as this week, whether it's very nuanced versions, like what FINRA produced this week, where they give very specific use cases and scenarios, or whether you look at ESMA, which gives a very nice overview, and you can spend time reading this or look at the slides after. Theirs is perhaps my favorite, which is basically saying, don't be daft. We're going to be looking at these things, and we're not going to tell you each and every single feature that sits underneath one of these platforms. If it's video conferencing, if it's texting capabilities, you should be applying common sense supervision, archiving and compliance, and you should actually be dealing with that. And we're not going to waste our time trying to detail all of the different innovation and technologies there. We expect you to use common sense in this environment. That, as was referenced on the panel, the FCA also came out with statements on this front around hybrid work, so we're seeing those actually happen. And then as of Tuesday, the SEC announced that they are doing sweeps in the US of Wall Street banks around hybrid working and digital communications, right? So they have active investigations going. Ultimately, everybody knew and everybody knows that people were using Zoom and Teams and WhatsApp and WeChat and all of the different communication tools over the last year to keep going and to keep their businesses moving. And the expectation was at some point, architectures would be formalized and compliance would follow the logical flow of capturing those communications and supervising that. Regulators are not going to lead on that front. They are going to watch the behavior of all those organizations. And so they are now saying, hey, we told you that we were going to be paying attention to this, and now we're asking you to tell us what you're doing, and we are going to be proactively examining that. And to be an organization that is not coming to them with a plan and does not have an answer to these things is a very risky place to be. And I'll talk about another reason why, which is many organizations have been proactive over the last little bit, right? So this is something that's near and dear to our heart. This is what Theta Lake is used for, is to actually capture video communications, chat communications, things that maybe your traditional email archive or your traditional voice recording infrastructure have not been able to do. To be able to actually analyze what's being shown on a screen in a screen share, whether it's a document share, whether it's an app share, whether it's an in-app whiteboarding, or whether it's a document being held up on screen, and being able to detect things inside of that. And it's actually being used at large scale in organizations who are interacting with those same regulators. So those things have a very tight symbiosis, right? So in these scenarios, knowing that it is actually being used in those global environments, knowing that folks are shaping the regulatory expectation and perspective, in some ways can be good because there are blueprints out there and potentially regulators are going to provide those blueprints for you that you can actually follow. In some ways it's bad because you're going to be the one potentially that comes to that conversation where they're asking you why you do not have a similar program. What is your program going to look like, or prescriptively tell you that you need to do things that you were not prepared to do because somebody else set the table stakes for that, right? Set the directions for that. So really important things to think about here. I'll leave you with a couple notes on here. First and foremost, I think the traditional response is usually say no, we're going to turn things off and we're going to try and control if people can do whiteboarding or if they can do polling inside of a meeting or they can turn on chat. Ultimately, that doesn't win. The business wins in this scenario, and the business wins not because the end users of the organization want those features. It's because the customers and the people they interact with demand those features. And in a world where we're going to continue to be more and more hybrid and deal with remote scenarios where those platforms, Zoom, Teams, et cetera, have proven themselves to be a great way to communicate and collaborate, especially with customers and clients and partners, they will continue to be used. And so trying to say no to them just means you're creating a resistance path that will funnel people outside of your compliance flow. And you want to keep people inside of that compliance flow. So think about it from that perspective and understand that it will be used and will be adopted in that environment. And then the other thing to think about here is that this is happening all over the globe, right? If you look at some of the names on that list, these are North American companies, these are European companies, these are UK companies that are dealing with requests from the FCA, from FINRA, responding to SEC, responding to IROC in these scenarios. So definitely something to keep in mind on that front. And then I will just quickly talk a little bit about what we do at Theta Lake and how some of these things manifest. So I mentioned previously integrations with a lot of the logos on that screen. That is something that we worked quite hard in partnership with platforms like Zoom and Microsoft and Slack and RingCentral and Cisco with WebEx platforms and on and on. And the goal in these scenarios was to be frictionless, right? A lot of the challenge of onboarding new tools to do capture and to do supervision is the very deployment of them, right? So thinking about how am I going to get this on devices? How am I going to change my network to be able to capture those things? And that's something we've solved by creating API-based integrations. So no disruption, no need to touch a device, no need to deal with things around VDI, no need to deal with things around deployments in the network. Very easy and simple to turn on, and very easy and simple to solve the base use cases, which is first, don't disrupt your existing compliance flow, don't disrupt your existing supervision or archive systems. Just figure out a way to get the core e-coms out of those platforms into your existing archive, and do that at scale and do that very quickly so you can satisfy end user demand. For example, being able to turn on in-meeting chat and polling and those types of functionalities in Zoom, or turning on chat inside of WebEx and being able to effectively just capture that. Maybe you're not quite ready to do a full recording program of the audio or video, but maybe you are ready to actually turn on chat and capture those traditional e-coms and send them to your existing email archive. So those are things that we can do in those frictionless integrations that we have. The next thing that I think is very, very important is actually being able to deal with those different modalities. Trying to deal with an audio transcript or just the audio recording in an environment where things can be shown and shared very easily means that you're missing a tremendous amount of context and potentially a tremendous amount of the e-coms inside of those communications. So one of the things that we are a pioneer in is the ability to actually not only capture the visual content and archive that and allow you to scroll through that, but actually detect risks inside of that, whether those risks are things shown on camera, whether they are shared in the screen share, whether they appear as something that's inside of an app that's shown on that, or whether it's in the whiteboarding capabilities inside of those collaboration platforms. So being able to have detections that give you an ability to understand potential risk inside of a video meeting is a pretty critical component. We may or may not detect whether or not somebody came to the meeting with underwear and no pants, those types of things, but we certainly can tell you and identify semantic relatedness of a document that is shown that looks like a prospectus on screen. And those are the types of things that our AI and our natural language processing and the machine learning infrastructure are designed to help you detect in that environment, whether it's literally a document held up on camera or whether it's a screen share that happens inside of that meeting. Third pillar underneath that, talking about those risk identifications, is using them to better route that content. So I think one of the big concerns that we usually help address with the customers that we work with is that's a lot of communications, and they tend to be long, and there tends to be a lot of different modes that I need to look at, right? Think about the fact that if you had an hour Zoom meeting or even a 20-minute Zoom meeting, it would probably take you about twice that amount of time, if not more, to review it, because you have to start and stop it and look at those different things inside of it. Well, the ability to leverage those risk detections and risk scoring to better prioritize the content you look at and better route things that are of interest based on the demographics or the integration type, right? If it's with customers and regulated users, then that goes to a different work queue. If it's got actual risk detected in it, that goes into a proactive review queue. If it's something that is green and is personal, maybe it doesn't even stay in the archive. Maybe you keep it temporarily for 30 days and expunge it because it's not relevant to your compliance team. Those are all ways that the machine learning and the workflow engines can help seamlessly triage that data so you're not overloading your compliance infrastructure. And you're adhering to the concept and the premise of maintaining good supervision over that, and you can actually do proper record keeping. And the last piece underneath that, and I mentioned it before, is being able to leverage the system as an archive of record with full attestations for 17A4 if you want to do that for worm compliance, being able to leverage the infrastructure to compliantly archive e-coms, compliantly archive video content, et cetera, as well as integrate with the existing archive infrastructure that you likely have, whether that's production integrations with Veritas, with Global Relay, with Smarsh, with Proofpoint, where they may not have coverage for those channels or those modalities, but you have processes and legacy built around that. So how do you bridge that gap? That is something we spend a tremendous amount of time doing as well. So I will just close with happy to show you more about this. Please come by the booth and request a demo, or if you don't have time to do that today, please visit our website. Take a look at everything that's on there, and happy to talk to you a little bit more and answer a question or two. Yeah. exactly. Well, we're running a little bit late today, so yeah. Appreciate everybody being here, and it's nice to see everybody. Happy to answer a question, yeah?
Yeah, I'll pop one out then.
Yeah.
Are you doing anything with Cora?
Cora,
Cora is an integration for video conferences that automatically records it and does sentiment analysis and enables you to kind of track. It's like a sales optimization tool. I wonder whether that was one that you'd come across.
yeah, those are there's kind of a countless list of trying to collect the data and harness the data that happens inside of meetings. So we see solutions like that. We see Chorus AI as another one, Gong.io, which are used oftentimes in sales scenarios. We look at those as kind of complementary solutions that help folks gain sentiment out of it, but don't necessarily kind of pinpoint those risk scenarios or satisfy the archiving obligation. But in some ways they drive more of that need to know, right?
Yeah.
You do not want to be in the scenario where a business group has turned on one of those things for a business purpose of collecting the data, and then you don't realize that you have the data, and then you have to treat that data as sensitive and potentially private and discoverable and all those things as well. So, yeah.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Apologies, we're running out of time. Devin, thank you very much indeed for an excellent presentation. And one, we'll clap you again. I already did. On a topic that is absolutely key, so please do take advantage of going to have a chat with Devin during the break or visiting the booth to see the technology, because it's something that I'm sure affects all of you now, given the way the world of work and communications has changed. We now have a break, so I'm trying to catch up on time because obviously it's a bit more difficult for people who are online to tune in. And not be sure what's happening. So 20-minute break now. After the break, you have a choice. You can come back here. We've got a fantastic panel discussion on customer experience, obviously absolutely another critical issue. Or you can actually go to some fantastic demos, which are in the room next door, where some leading innovators will be showing you the latest developments in technology and RegTech capabilities. So get yourself a coffee, and please try and get yourself back here or there within 20 minutes. Thank you. in a few seconds. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're very nearly about to start. So those of you with coffees, if you could bring them in with you. If AV, if you could have the slides up, please, for the next session. For those of you who want a demo, you're in the wrong place. For those of you who don't want to join a panel discussion, you're also in the wrong place. Our AV guys just come back from the bathroom, so hopefully we can now put the slides up. Anyway, welcome back, those of you that are here. Our next session is going to be talking about customer experience. Now, obviously, that's become very important over the past 18 months. Volumes for online onboarding and customer interaction have obviously increased dramatically. But in quite a lot of surveys that we did, we found that actually customer demands have also gone through the roof. So it's an extremely important topic. And we're now going to be having a panel discussion on enhancing the customer experience by automating KYC and onboarding. And I'm delighted to be able to welcome our chair, Dr. Raju Tintalapati, who is a reader in financial technologies at the Department of Computing at Goldsmiths, University of London. So I'm delighted to hand over to Raju, who will hopefully introduce his guests and take us through the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning all and welcome again. Here actually we have distinguished panelists. Mark Davis he's a partner at Element 22, and Donald Gillis, he's CEO and co-founder from Passport. Welcome again. Today we are going to discuss how the automation is going to enhance the performance of various processes, especially KYC and onboarding processes. As we all know, digitalization of any sort of processes prospering basically on the foundations of cutting-edge technologies. That could be machine learning or AI techniques. So all these techniques are going to be used to enhance the underlying processes so that actually we could bring more scientific approach. So now we are going to discuss how these technologies could enhance and bring more scientific approach to KYC and onboarding. In case any of the audience not aware of KYC, full form is Know Your Customer. And knowing always starts with asking right questions and getting answers to the questions. So it's all about asking the right questions and getting the answers and verifying the legitimacy or correctness of the answers that we get for the questions. On the face of it, it sounds so simple, KYC, but in reality, there are many moving parts and that could easily become more complicated and complex. And I would like to start the discussion by asking simple questions to our panelists. Could you explain what is KYC and why that is so important, especially in financial world, before going into the much deeper questions? Thank you.
Thank you. So just by way of a quick introduction, Mark Davis, partner with Element 22. We are a data and analytics advisory company, so we work with financial institutions and advise them and help them mature their data management capabilities. And that often overlaps with the KYC and onboarding world. So in answer to the question, what is KYC, I think, unfortunately, the answer I can give is that it's different for every organization. Ultimately, I think the priority goal for firms when they KYC is to establish the suitability of a client to effectively to engage into a financial transaction. So that's the primary objective. Is this client fit to be a customer of ours? Do we, in terms of falling within regulations, there are lots of aspects to that from a screening perspective. So often KYC will extend into some of the compliance questions as well, which increasingly focus on the aspects related to anti-money laundering. But also lots of organizations couple with the KYC process the aspects related to different asset classes and the ability to transact in different asset classes. So it may well, for some organizations, be a simple suitability to transact question, but very often now, most major financial organizations have to look at KYC as part of a much broader question around client lifecycle management, the ability to onboard, to trade in multiple different transactions, to be able to report to multiple different regulators. So ultimately there are many questions related to KYC, and we haven't yet seen two organizations that approach it in the same way.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would add to that from our perspective at Passport is I like to kind of speak in analogies because I feel like they're more kind of common reference points. If you think about the transformational impact that companies like Salesforce had on the sales and marketing profession, and the sense that those platforms effectively digitize all commercial touch points across any customer relationship. For us, KYC is evolving away from being this kind of checklist exercise where you have to collect certain data points about customers to a world where you're effectively trying to digitize all of the regulatory risk and compliance touch points across that commercial relationship. So for us, KYC has moved away from being this kind of single point in time transaction related exercise to one where it's much more about risk assessment across the evolution of that commercial relationship, and based on what you know about a customer, kind of what products that you offer to the market can they realistically transact. And it's all, as Mark said, it's very much down to the organization. What's their risk appetite? What products do they offer? What jurisdictions do they serve? And how can technology kind of strengthen and facilitate more transactions?
Thank you very much. In case audience have any questions, you can always go to Umbrella app, and bottom of the toolbar you could find 3 dots. If you click them, I can see your questions so that I can pass those questions to the panelists. Thank you very much. Most of the times what happens is, many people are actually nowadays using many digital channels. So on average, an average person could interact with 4 to 5 digital channels on daily basis. So that means people are basically digital savvy. If that is the case, did you see any sort of change in customer behavior when it comes to KYC? If that is the case, what sort of implications we could envisage regarding KYC and onboarding?
There's absolutely a change in customer expectations, and I think in the last, and for all of the reasons that you mentioned around, in our pocket we all have a mobile phone where we can do so many things at the touch of a button, and I think the tolerance for some of the legacy onboarding processes is really diminished as a result of that. So yes, expectations are different, and I think many organizations now look at their onboarding process in terms of touch points. And if we think back 4 or 5 years when we saw lots of major repapering exercises with financial institutions, a lot of those exercises were driven by regulation. So the need to go out and gather more information for maybe FATCA reporting or more information for Dodd-Frank or EMIR reporting, all resulted in lots of letters out to clients. And I think there's been a general reaction to that, which is we need to minimize the number of touch points that we have with an organization, gather as much information as we can up front. We still have many different internal sign-offs in an onboarding cycle in most institutions, whether that's the compliance teams, the reference data teams, the credit functions, the legal teams, all need to, and operations groups who maybe set up accounts and systems, they all need to be involved at different stages in an onboarding process, but that doesn't necessarily mean they all have to independently reach out to a client. And I think that's one of the key changes that we see today, reducing touch points, trying to capture as much as you can up front in a process, and really just simplify the impact on your client. So that's the big reaction, I think.
Okay. From technology point of view, could you explain
Yeah, so from a customer experience point of view, customer expectations, there's nothing more infuriating than a customer in today's economy than trying to access a service or buy a product and not being able to do so. We've all become accustomed to almost getting what we want when we want it. And I think the old kind of way of conducting KYC and anti-money laundering checks kind of is almost at odds with that philosophically. So yeah, I guess a slight difference in my view compared to Mark's is that actually we've seen, at least in the way that we interact and support our customers, a reduction in the amount of information that is collected up front. And you kind of almost want to try and facilitate that transaction or commercial relationship as quickly as possible to deliver that kind of dopamine hit and a positive customer experience, win the relationship, and then through kind of more closely monitoring that customer's behavior and layering in kind of due diligence tasks post initial onboarding, you can build up a kind of just-in-time view of risk at the customer account level, and then perform the appropriate compliance tasks kind of as the relationship evolves. So it moves away from, I need to collect everything up front in order to onboard you and provide you access to my services and product catalog, to I'm going to give you access to my kind of low-risk product and service catalog. And then if you want to kind of move up the risk levels, medium, high, very high, whatever, every organization is different, then we're going to layer on the compliance processes kind of as that unfolds. So for us, that's the biggest shift that we've seen, and it's the biggest kind of shift from a technology perspective that we have tried to help facilitate. I guess to put that in perspective, we kind of categorize it as two waves of RegTech almost. The first wave was very much about how do you support that old way of doing compliance? So give me access to data sets, and through access to those data sets, I'm going to verify certain information about you as an individual, or I'm going to verify certain information about you as a company. The first wave of RegTech companies really provided APIs to access those data sets in an easy way that developers and fintechs could plug into their platforms. Think of Comply Advantage, think of Onfido, think of companies like this. The second wave of RegTech kind of goes beyond that, and it's much more about how do you facilitate positive customer journeys that are risk-based and tailored to that individual or to that company. And then on top of that, support the workflow actions that need to be performed by back office teams, compliance, financial crime, fraud, risk. So that for me is the technological shift, is you've moved away from just a focus on data and provision of access to data, and then you've now layered on top of that a kind of operating system that allows you to digitize and then start to learn from kind of human behavior.
An associated question from audience. As a CEO or co-founder of a company, what sort of fight within companies do you see while serving the customers with sophisticated compliance and KYC and onboarding related activities?
Yeah, well, I know Mark used to be a CEO of his own business as well, so I'm sure he's got a view on this one. But from our perspective, it's always a fight over resource, namely product resource, product and engineering resource. So traditionally, compliance teams, financial crime teams, risk teams, kind of you can associate any of those teams with this statement, have struggled to get access to those resources, partly because they don't know how to speak to those teams within the institution and communicate their needs and, I guess, work collaboratively to design an effective solution. But also just because they've been seen as the kind of naysayers, the business blockers, the team that says no and prevents the company from growing fast. I think part of RegTech's job is to help change that image, that internal image and perception of these teams. And if you can kind of put more structure around how those teams operate, if you can report more accurately the value they add to the customer interactions, the fact that they can speed up time to decision, the fact that they can actually make customers more loyal, then you can start to change that narrative internally. You can present a business case to the CEO that isn't just viewed as here we're going to make costs less or we're going to make the process more efficient. You can actually say, I'm going to help you launch in 5 new countries next year, or we're going to help you take this product to a new market, or we're going to help you take this higher risk product to existing customers. And that's a totally different conversation to have. And for me, that's the main thing we see is that fight over resources, and compliance teams are getting better at winning more resources because they can actually drive change and make a difference now.
Do you have any view on it?
Just one
Quick.
that really jumps out in terms of the fights that we see within organisations is, let's say, the difference of opinion between what the compliance functions lay down as the rules and the teams that operationally have to execute on those rules. And if I give you an example of that, the need to capture the director's passport photocopy in every case, you ask the question, well, do I need to go to Richard Branson and ask him for his passport if we're onboarding Virgin? These kind of questions come up, and I think the reality is that executing on the process sometimes requires the compliance functions to be much, much closer when the rules are set to really understand what the practical implications are. And I think to Don's point, that's the risk-based approach is really, really critical. I think organisations have to think about the risks associated with the steps that they're asking, but also what the operational implications are. Are we creating 5,000 man days effort with that very simple rule that actually add little in the way of value or reducing risk for the organisation? So that would be the big tension that I see, compliance to actually the teams who have to implement the rules.
Thanks, Mark. When it comes to KYC onboarding, we all accept there are 3 key pain points. The first one is data collection. The second one is doing the appropriate analysis, and the third one is creating the risk profile for the customers. We have actually some technology solutions. Could you explain how these existing technology solutions could minimize those so-called 3 pains while we are considering automation of KYC and onboarding?
Question?
Mark. Yeah.
Sure. So I think technology clearly has a significant role to play in efficiency, in clarity of a process. I also see that there are some pretty big barriers where technology hasn't yet helped organisations to overcome. So one that really springs to mind is that the need to capture evidence at the point of KYC is vitally important for firms to understand, not just the digitised data points, but sometimes the need to gather the evidence that supports that. So whether that be a director's passport copy as an example, or articles of association, needing to have physical copies of documents, having to have the original signed version of a document as proof. Many jurisdictions enforce these kind of things. So the reality is data capture, yes, that can be digitised and there's an awful lot that can be done with technology. But the need for evidence and mandated need for evidence with many regulations means that there's still an awful lot of manual processing, a lot of unstructured documentation, the need to have effective records management processes in place. Technology can help in all of these areas, but I think that's where a lot of the inefficiency in these processes still exists. So finding the smart balance between innovative new technologies and being able to plug those into workflows and processes to maybe take away the 50%, 60% of the effort, while focusing on those things that we're not yet able to overcome because the regulation mandates it.
Yeah, I guess just to add to what Mark said there, we kind of think of it like layers. So first layer is, as a customer, I want access to data. I need to verify information that you give me about yourself or your company. As Mark said, above that sits your kind of data capture piece. So when the data doesn't exist, or when I need to collect more information from you, how do I do that, and how efficient and how positive an experience is that for both you as a customer and us as an organization? And that's kind of, I'd say, where we are largely today. You're driving automation through connecting to those data sets and then writing some automation logic on some of the tasks that were traditionally performed by humans. That's kind of where we are right now. But if you can get more users to start adopting your solution to, I guess, build out those shareholder maps or add those unstructured documents, if you can add fields to your data structure that then allows humans to take the key aspects of those documents and key them into a structured format, then you can start to create kind of new metadata sets that can drive further automation. So that's what I think is exciting about the future, is as humans start to perform more of the tasks that were previously offline, online, then you get this kind of increase in the number of touch points and data points that are available for technology to further drive automation. And I think that's particularly exciting for things like company onboarding, where the data sets globally are very poor. But you can envisage a world where you have this distributed network of compliance professionals that are in real time updating company records that can then be kind of anonymously queried across that network. That's not an unrealistic ambition for the RegTech industry to achieve at some point. And I know Mark used to be involved in a kind of early effort along those lines with DTCC and the KYC utility that was managed between a consortium of big banks there. So it's a vision that the industry's had for a while, and I think through adoption of RegTech, you can actually now start to envisage a path to achieve it, whereas previously there's been a number of like economic and I guess commercial reasons that we haven't moved in that direction.
Maybe just to add one other point to that as well. We often assume, I think, where we do have access to good technology capabilities, that we have the data in place at the start of the process, and that we have high quality information on which we can then apply the technology. And the reality is that that's very often not the case. So a lot of the challenge with applying the new technologies is understanding, where the effective sources of high quality information are that you can plug into those technologies. And there's absolutely a role to play for both traditional and more innovative modern data providers to provide high quality information as an input into that process, particularly back to that first point, in terms of how you reduce your client interaction. Well, if you can source information from an external provider and not have to bother the client with it, but you have to be able to trust that information, and there's a real trust deficit, I think, in some of the information that's available today.
While we are moving from manual processes to automation, what sort of the other sort of pain points are the for example, from compliance point of view, when you are collecting data sets, what are the issues? Can we collect the data sets a priori and keeping the data sets on a blockchain, for example? So that actually, the other people need not, repeat the same exercise again and again. If we are going to use these kind of technology solutions, what sort of difficulties that you could imagine, from regulatory compliance point of view?
So I guess taking the blockchain piece first, I think technologically you could definitely support that type of use case today. And I mean, arguably, you don't need blockchain in order to achieve a distributed system like that. It effectively is just a database that is in some way trusted. And DTCC and others have tried to create an effective platform previously. The problem often comes from the commercial side. It's more about kind of who covers the liability when things go wrong. So if I make a decision that is dependent on data that's supplied from elsewhere, and that data turns out to be inaccurate, and I've done business with a sanctioned individual, for example, then whose liability is that? Is it mine? Is it the utilities? Is it the person that contributed the data in the first place? And that's a difficult problem to solve as you scale these systems, because the liabilities that we're talking about become very substantial. And then on the kind of counter side to that, a lot of banks in particular, because they're the ones that have been involved in utility projects, ironically, they see kind of aspects of the KYC AML process as proprietary and kind of a competitive advantage for them. And they worry that if they're contributing client data to these shared repositories, then there might be kind of some clever brains inside the bank that can work out ways to back solve kind of whose clients are who and ultimately try and compete for that business. So those have been the challenges in the past. They're not necessarily technological, they're commercial. And I don't think blockchain necessarily changes those aspects. But I guess in terms of practically speaking, some of the problems that I see in the shorter term, it is really, I guess, this focus on automation that is part of the problem. And I feel like what a lot of industry stakeholders fail to acknowledge, because automation is kind of nice to think about and it's a key buzzword, is that actually compliance often sits in this grey space where you want someone to exercise their judgment or you want someone to make a decision. These people are meant to be experts and they are kind of career professionals. So I think you've got to think of it more about like hybrid automation. And the way, I guess a really tangible example of that is if you can have software that, as Mark says, kind of does the heavy lifting on 60, 70% of the process, and you can reserve the kind of 30% that actually requires judgment or experience or skill to exercise, then you can start to layer on technology that makes those individuals more efficient. So again, to use an example, you could have specific cases that need to be investigated that you may be able to categorize, and then you could say to a compliance professional, we know from observing how you've interacted with the platform previously that in 70% of these cases you perform these 5 clicks. Do you want us to execute those 5 clicks in 1 click? So you could start to drive efficiency improvements that way, which is kind of this human hybrid concept where over time you can layer on further automation, but you have to do it by, I guess, having more data that is structured, and then also kind of the risk appetite on the client side to actually continue to kind of increase the number of actions that a piece of software can take. And then you need good auditability around that, and you need good reporting around it so that people can continue to be confident that the software is performing as they've kind of envisaged it performing.
Thanks, Donald. Regulation is always sort of a lagging process. It is a sort of continuously evolving process according to the availability of the technology. What sort of evolution that you could envisage regarding the regulation in the near future when it comes to the technology standards?
I think it's very topical. Today's the deadline for a UK Treasury consultation on AML practices, and it's looking at the overall end-to-end, I guess, the regulatory landscape and the way that the government works related to enforcement of AML practices. And I think there's a unique opportunity, I think, to embed new technology in the way that AML is done. Maybe if I can give you an example of that. So we, as Element 22, we coordinate a small consortium of banks who are working together using privacy-enhancing technology, so PET technology, to try to solve a number of different issues. And we see an opportunity for privacy technology in particular to allow a new level of collaboration to effectively to provide insights that each of those firms can't glean on their own. Privacy technology is it's a relatively new set of technologies, but it protects organizations in terms of confidentiality and some of the points that Donald mentioned earlier. So it protects effectively your client list, it protects your identity, but it allows you to collaborate with others by sharing certain information. And it offers some really interesting opportunities. If we think about AML, the AML space, one of the key issues with money laundering is the fact that money laundering will always identify the weak spots in the chain. So typically, it's not within one organization and it's not within one jurisdiction. Often money's being passed to multiple financial institutions cross-border, which also comes back to your last point around some regulatory questions and concerns that are difficult from a technology point of view. And I think where you have those lots of different financial institutions who are all part of a network, unknowingly part of a network, where information is being laundered, or rather money is being laundered. The ability for insights to be shared and collaboration to happen using secure technology allows insights that each of those firms can't independently achieve. The same, one of the other use cases we're looking at with this technology is, can each firm share insights? So if every organization independently runs their own KYC process, let's say everyone in the room here is running their own independent KYC, and you all have the same common counterparty, which may be a leap of faith. But if within that community, half of the group decide today that actually there are politically exposed individuals associated with this counterparty, if that half of the room, or even one person in this room, could anonymously notify the network that actually we think something important's changed about this counterparty, that allows everybody else to investigate and do something about it. So whether that's PEPs, or whether that's sanctions, or whether that's information around ultimate beneficial ownership, we believe that these privacy technologies allow a new level of collaboration, but without risking your own identity, confidentiality in the process. So it's one area where we're responding to the consultation. We want the UK Treasury to get behind these technologies and look at how they can be better applied. The FCA did a great tech sprint on this in May 2018, looking at how privacy technologies can be applied for financial crime use cases. And there's no doubt that new technologies open many, many new opportunities for firms to do things better, to be more efficient, and to get insights that, frankly, each firm can't get on their own.
Perfect.
Long answer to a short question.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mark. The next, you have already mentioned privacy and security related issues. When it comes to customers would definitely prefer convenience, but in addition to that, actually they are also very much concerned about privacy and security, and perhaps they don't want to share their identification details with third parties, or they might be worrying actually whether the given identity details are properly secured or not with using appropriate encryption algorithms. There is a sort of interesting question from our audience. How do we see vision for one central source of KYC information coming about from technology point of view?
I think the short answer to that question is that I don't see there being a single source ever. I think what is more likely to happen is that you'll end up with multiple trusted sources for potentially different types of information. So just thinking of an example on the spot, like if you look at the Nordic countries, for example, they publicly share tax information. You cannot imagine a world where in the UK you publicly share tax information. That just wouldn't, well, I don't want to say it will never happen here, but I don't think it will ever happen here. So yeah, you get schemes like that, like NemID, which can be used to access a whole bunch of different financial services and other services there. So that's an example of a trusted identity or a shared utility that provides access to services. You can imagine a framework where other countries around the world might develop similar schemes for different purposes, and then you need some sort of way to kind of allow those to communicate with each other, or citizens in one country to access kind of services globally. So that's one example. You could scale it up or scale it down. I think that's ultimately why you'll end up with different sources that need to be kind of knitted together. And that's where this idea of a kind of trusted network instead of a trusted kind of repository is probably, in my view, the right way to think about it. So it's how do you build that infrastructure, very much like the internet. How do you build a communications framework that allows independent parties to communicate with each other in a trusted way and trust the information that's been shared across those networks?
Any quick thoughts, Mark?
Just, I completely agree with that. I don't see there being one solution, but I think so many of the great technologies and the data providers today are able to offer a plug-and-play option through API, so that you can pull in different capabilities into your own onboarding cycle. I think a lot of it comes down to what are the problems you're trying to solve, and dare I say, many organisations probably jump into new technology, into a purchase decision without necessarily thinking about the broader vision of what's the problem we're trying to achieve here. Is it to replace a legacy system because it's at end of life? Are we trying to sort out the customer experience? Is that our most important requirement? Are we trying to drive quality improvements because we know that our compliance processes are not fit for purpose today? Is it efficiency? Are we trying to reduce our costs because we know that this process is incredibly expensive? And I think for a lot of organisations, going through that process, going through, the initial consultation, making sure that everyone is bought into the vision of where you want to take your KYC and AML practices. What does the mid state and the future state look like, and how are you going to get there? I think a lot of organisations need to go through that process, need to go back to those questions to make sure that the decisions they make on technology are right today, but also right for 5 years' time.
Thank you very much, Mark. Out of curiosity, this question is to Donald. By using the existing KYC technologies, can we use the similar sort of technologies in other domains so that we could eliminate the problem of multitude aspects of passwords? Instead of remembering dozens of passwords, if we just use the same technologies, whenever we have value transaction or whatever it may be, the valuable transaction that we're going to make, can we use KYC instead of using dozens of user IDs and passwords?
I think in theory you could. I don't see any reason why you couldn't. I think for me this comes back to like a broader societal kind of issue, which is historically we've always trusted institutions, and those institutions have issued kind of physical tokens like passports that kind of endow that trust onto you as the individual, and you can kind of use the other examples like university degrees as well. That's kind of one model for society, and that's now kind of, I guess, competing with an entirely different model, which is about decentralization and distributed trust, where instead of trusting in single institutions, you trust in maths or software or the internet or whatever. Look at the whole decentralized finance movement as an example of this. And I think the answer to your question very much depends on what side of that debate you sit on. If you're on the kind of decentralized side, then yeah, you could have digital tokens which represent individuals. You could layer authentication onto that. You could tie it to a physical object like a mobile phone, and then you could use that to exchange identity credentials, exchange value, exchange a whole bunch of things. Or not. And the reality is you're probably going to end up with some sort of bridge between those two worlds where the physical tokens become digitized, and then there'll be multiple different kind of digital trust tokens or whatever you want to call them that you might be able to combine and use to access different services. I think that is a realistic vision of the future.
Yeah. Thanks, Donald. This is to Mark. Can you quickly summarize future of KYC? So in what directions this is going to evolve? What are the possible scenarios?
Yes, I mean, I guess there are many ways that KYC is going to go. Ultimately, we know there will be more digitization, more automation. Will it be complete and comprehensive? I suspect we'll still have, the best technologies, the ones that are going to win out are the ones where there's still the opportunity for human in the loop. So take automation as far as is possible, take machine learning as far as possible, but at some point there's still a requirement for human intervention. I don't think financial institutions are ready to step away from that yet. So understanding how those things can be married together within technology is going to be very important. I think the customer experience piece that we started the conversation with is vitally important in this. If your competitors can onboard a client in 30 seconds and it takes you 6 weeks, then ultimately, at an individual consumer level, we're already seeing movement away to some of the new financial institutions that can offer these services. It's going to be broadly similar at a corporate level as well. So for major corporates that have choices to make between different financial institutions, it just won't be acceptable to take a long time to onboard. And I'm going to call out an example of that we've seen recently. Investec have recently digitized a lot of their corporate account application process and greatly streamlined the onboarding process. And I know that they've worked with iMeta technology to reduce the onboarding lifecycle, the onboarding workflow, down to seconds, so that the vast proportion, the vast majority of those requests can be done in a digital manner. And that's not just for private individuals who have a passport or maybe a microchip in a few years' time, but that's for corporate institutions. So we know it's possible, we know it can be done, and if you then can manage by exception and give a seamless experience for firms, for corporates to come and open a bank account, then that ultimately is the direction we expect.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thanks, Donald, as well. Any quick question from audience? Thanks so much. Thanks for your time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that presentation. Sorry, that was a discussion on a very important topic. It's a topic we're going to carry on now. I know some of you may have some questions. Please do catch our panelists over lunch or carry on with the Q&As through Brella, and we'll try and connect you. As I say, we're carrying on with KYC. It's not going away. It's an important area, and we'll now have a presentation on automating KYC through open banking technology. And it's my pleasure to welcome Martin Schmidt, who's joining us, who is VP of Identity and RegTech at Fintech Systems, who are leading innovators in this area, helping you make real-time decisions where it matters. So, Martin, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining. And may I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to raise your hand if you know the fairy tale of the hare and the hedgehog race. Who does know this fairy tale? So, for those who don't, it's a story about the race between a hare and a hedgehog, between two unequal animals, with a favorite hare on the one side that is losing race after race against the weaker but smarter hedgehog. Why is he losing? Because the hedgehog is using his look-alike wife, waiting at the finish line to win race after race. And after 73 races, the hare collapses, exhausted, and dies. Well, you probably wonder what this kid's story has to do with today's Global RegTech Summit. Every time I'm searching, I'm thinking about crime and fraud, this story, this race comes up to my mind, because you have on the one side the companies that act like the hares running after the sly and cunning hedgehog, who are the criminals, the fraudsters, winning race after race and causing severe damage. And even if today's regulatory requirements with KYC, AML, and these kind of things has a certain better success rate than 0 out of 73, it shall illustrate the importance of that topic, and there is no space for failure. My name is Martin Schmidt. I'm VP Ident and RegTech of Fintech Systems and part of the founding team. We are an open banking provider, so we are the expert in accessing and analyzing bank transactions, which we also use to solve regulatory requirements for our clients. We believe that compliance, user experience, and fighting fraud are not mutually exclusive, because we use this technology to solve regulatory requirements. So, accessing bank accounts, you might ask very quick 2 questions. Why is Fintech Systems allowed to access bank data? And how is Fintech Systems doing that technically? And the answer is quite simple. Well, because we are acting on base of PSD2. And we are using that technology, that regulatory, to access these bank data. And for those who are not familiar with PSD2, let me explain real quick. It's a set of law regulation that stands for faster, more innovative, and more secure payment market, and enables us, like a third-party provider who are licensed, to get access to consumers and business bank accounts. And talking about open banking technology, it always starts with an end user here on the left side, which is using your client service. So for instance, on a BNPL flow, on a gambling platform, applying for a loan, or trading cryptocurrencies. And your part, or the part of the RegTech, is to mitigate any fraud risk and to help your client to solve and to comply with regulatory requirements. And at that point, fintech systems can help RegTechs to do this better by using that PSD2 license and the connectivity to over 6,000 different banks, which equals more than 500 different bank account users. So probably you ask also, who the hell would give access to the holy grail to your bank data or to the bank data of your clients? Who the hell would give access to? Well, reality shows account holders do that because they have some really crucial benefits out of that. One example is they can apply for loans more automatically because they don't need to send in any paperwork. They just log in into their bank account on the lending portal and get that loan granted within, well, minutes or even seconds. Or they can verify their person without going to a branch doing a face-to-face KYC. They just use their bank login to use what's called a bank ident to verify their person and even their age. Within a BNPL flow, if you are rejected as a customer, you do have the possibility of doing a second or running into a second chance flow by just accessing your bank account data, because everything someone needs to evaluate your person, to verify your person and your creditworthiness is within the account. The salaries, the rent, any kind of incomes or spendings. And last but not least, if you are using online services like on a gaming platform, you always need to verify where your money comes from, which you use to do a transaction. And normally you are asked to do this, sending in your paper-based work, but you can do that paperless with using open banking, giving access to your bank data. So since this all is very theoretically, I have brought some examples with me. First example, probably one of the most hottest topic in payments right now, which is BNPL, buy now, pay later, which has a lot of potential for growth, but also a lot of potential for fraud at the same time. Yeah? And probably the most crucial question for BNPL is, how do you maximize the acceptance rate? Or in other words, how can you optimize the false negatives and the false positives? Sorry. And the typically ratio of a BNPL flow is 65% are right away green. So they are approved, they are accepted because they are known customers, existing customers, they have good credit bureau data. On the other side, because they are unknown, it's just not good about them. What about this 25% unknown customers, so the undefinable, the customers of doubt? Just reject them? Well, we say no. And through open banking, we enable second chance loop, which means customers that are normally rejected because they are yellowish orange, they have the chance to log in into their bank account, to get verified by name, to get verified regarding their creditworthiness, because everything is there in the account, which you need to evaluate if that person is able and willing to pay future installments. And the results are quite interesting. We do have one of our partners, is a RegTech company that is serving a major fashion retailer. And since using open banking and providing this second chance loop, they have increased conversion of about 19%. And I mean, consider that number compared to how much a new customer costs. Another example I've brought with me is about preventing money laundering, especially for online services like doing or being on a gambling portal, trading cryptocurrencies, or on a real or sharing and selling real estates. Normally, there are source of funds, source of wealth checks mandatory. And investigating these financial sources is always very paper-based, very expensive, because there is a lot of friction and a lot of physical interaction between your client or the company and the consumer. And statistics show that these kind of checking these source of funds, doing that by asking your customer, please send in your salary slip, asking for more documents, verifying them, this entire process has an internal cost factor of over 150 euro. By using open banking, checking these source of funds can be reduced by about 80% because the customer just logs in during the onboarding process in his online banking, and there is access to this creditworthiness of that customer and showing, okay, where does the money come from, which he's playing with. And one of our partners, which is here checking.com, they are using our open banking technology through or within their onboarding process for globally online services, online products. And the way they are doing it, right at the beginning of that onboarding process, they are asking their customers or the customers of their clients to log in into their bank account. And by doing that, they can verify the name, they can verify where the money comes from, which they are using to play. And with the result that this complex KYC process can be done in a state-of-the-art manner, the number, the quality, and the speed of these sign-ups could be massively increased. So if you ask yourself, how does this look like? So FinTech Systems, you are providing these kind of reports, this kind of analysis of bank account data. I've brought some examples or some samples with me. What you see here is how we use the raw transactional data directly of bank accounts and to customize it into a meaningful financial overview. So starting here at the very left corner, it starts with the core data. So who is the account holder? What's his IBAN? What kind of account he's using? Is this a single or joint account? Is the person of legal age, so over or under 18? Which all can be estimated through the bank transactions. At the right is an example of what kind of KPIs we are configuring or customizing, which is here the financial capability, containing all the incomes, all the spendings, and the ratio of it, even if it's an average figure or a median or whatsoever. Underneath, you see the account status containing all connected accounts, even if there are credit cards connected with all the balances and the credit lines or the limits. Below there is just one sample containing gambling. We do have over 240 categories, which enables us to structure all this transactional data into specific categories. And here we structured all gambling activities on a monthly basis. What's very crucial also for a source of funds, or the most crucial part, is where does the money comes from, which you earn. And here we list all the counterholder parts. So actually, is it a salary? From which company is it coming from? And so on. And at the very bottom, you see also a rating. It's not a score, it's a rating. It's a quality rating of that specific account. Since we've seen billions of transactions and millions of accounts, we know exactly which is a good account, which is not a good account, referring to how much transactions are within that account or the ratio of specific KPIs. If you still ask yourself, okay, how can you benefit as a RegTech or as a company from open banking? Let me summarize real quick. by retrieving more data in real time, you can massively increase your value proposition towards your clients, but also for your shareholders. And the increased conversion will be a result of an enhanced efficiency and a better user experience. And at the end, altogether, with a wider range of service, you can massively increase your revenues for you and for your clients. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot change history, but what we can do is we can help the hare win future races. Thank you very much. Yes.
My understanding of open banking is that it struggles with consent, and obviously you suggested that 25% go into that middle category of unknown, yet the uplift was 19%. So that suggests the majority of those customers are actually giving consent to view their open banking details. Is that correct?
Well, the thing is, there's certainly an obstacle giving access, for sure. However, if there is a benefit, so if you ask 100 persons on the street, would you give access to your bank account? I would bet on it. 100 would say, are you nuts? If they are rejected within a BNPL flow and they want that product and they want to pay after delivery, they use it. They do it because there is something which where they benefit from. And what is the alternative? The alternative is to send them away without having or generating any purchase. Does that answer your question? I mean, what we've seen, because we are coming from the payment sector, because we've built up before fintech systems. I don't know if you know Sofortüberweisung, which was bought by Klarna. We're kind of the initiators of PSD2, and we always stand for you need to communicate to the customers properly. If you just say log in into your bank account, we want to see it, nobody will do that. However, if you communicate properly, what's the purpose behind it? Why do we evaluate your financial situation? The people understand it and do it. Does it answer your question?
Yes, it does. But just ask, do you see it varying across industries and that you apply this to?
It varies from industry, and even within the industry, it varies from customer to customer because of different ways of communicating that feature to the customer. Like I said, you just cannot throw it to the customer asking to log in. You need to communicate what the benefit for him is or for her. So we've started in the banking sector with automated loan applications. And at the very beginning, everyone told us, I wouldn't do that, why should my customers do that? And the fact that they are doing it convinced also the companies to change their mindset, because one of the most rejection reasons, or how do I see it, is that the worm needs to be tasty for the fish and not for the fisherman. And that's a little bit a problem of the industry, because everyone is like, in this audience, probably no one would need a loan or a credit, but our customers need it, and they need it urgently. So we just give them an abbreviation, a shortcut to get to the loan by providing this kind of technology.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much indeed.
Otherwise, we are running around and just grab us.
Hopefully people take advantage of that. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, appreciate.
Thank you, Martin. KYC is something that a lot of people aren't getting right. My own experiences, I've been rejected by virtually everyone, Marcus, Klarna, half a dozen cryptocurrencies. Maybe that says something more about me than anything else. But anyway, we're going to continue now talking about another really important area, regulatory reporting and data management. So it's my pleasure to welcome the next set of panelists. Are they here, ready? Yes. If I could welcome, I think chairing this is Chad Giussani, is that right? Who is, well, actually, Chad and Dowd, who are also on this panel, did a very interesting webinar with us a couple of weeks ago. And I do recall from that, Chad, that whilst you have been responsible for transaction reporting at Standard Chartered Bank, you are moving on. So if I'll let you introduce yourself so that I don't actually give an out-of-date biog, I'd love to hand over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Chad Giussani. I'm head of transaction reporting compliance for Standard Chartered Bank. Or at least I will be for another month and a half. And then after that, I'm moving to a new venture called hub.com, where I will be building regulatory reporting services for buy-side clients. So slight departure from compliance and back into the first line. I'd like to introduce our panelists. Oh, before we start, we will be taking questions as we go through. You have to go to the Brella app and go to the bottom toolbar, click 3 dots, then Q&A. Those questions will appear here, and we'll tackle them as we go along so we can get some real-time feedback from the audience. Would be kind of great. So I'd like to introduce Beju.
Hi everyone, I'm Beju Shah. I'm Special Advisor for Digital Innovation at the Bank of England. I work across a number of topics, been very involved with the Future of Finance initiative, but also around a lot of our initiatives around RegTech and also payments innovation as well.
Good afternoon, I'm Dowd Hark. I work for Deutsche Bank in an area called Market Initiatives, Regulatory Transformation and Strategy. It's a long business card. And my role is global. I look at all regulations as they impact the bank, and so not just on the reporting side, so we'll touch on the wider scope of RegTech during this talk, I hope.
Thank you. Just prep, just in case. Right, so we've prepared in advance, and the first question that we were asked to address was, what are the regulatory concerns as a result of the adoption of RegTech, and how can these concerns be addressed?
So I think let me just start off by saying that anything that I do share in this session are my own opinions and not necessarily those of the Bank of England. I don't want to get in trouble. But yeah, I think in terms of regulatory concerns, really, I think we've seen over the years I've been involved with RegTech and helping the bank think about this and how to kind of engage with it better over the years. Fundamentally, it comes back for me to making sure the right foundations are in place and how you're building these systems. Data quality is probably high up there. The use of AI, but particularly within the use of AI, the ethical use, the bias that's inherent within the data, the black box treatment, but also making sure that any decisions that are taken using AI-based systems are transparent and human checks are built in. But fundamentally, ultimately, it comes back, the core thing, I think, at the front of our minds, certainly at the front of my mind, is around data quality. And also the standards that underpin the data that we use, having that commonality around that, making sure people are doing things in a consistent way. And one last point is really around actually the speed at which that some of this can be deployed. There is that perception that some of this can be really fast, really quick, really a magic silver bullet, and I don't believe that to be the case. I think this is something that we should be aiming for, continue building towards, but actually that requires patience. For example, if you are deploying machine learning models and so on, actually what is required to train them, and are we considering things like data quality, the bias, and actually who's training these machines and so on. So working with a bit more patience, with focusing on quality, but also collaborating, across the industry with the regulator is going to be really key to making sure that actually RegTech solutions can be deployed and used effectively, but also the regulator really understands what's being deployed as well and is comfortable with that too.
I think that was fascinating. That's one of the reasons I like these type of conferences, is where you can hear from the regulator directly on what they're thinking in this space, and my experience echoes that completely. So when we look at a RegTech solution being brought into the bank, and I'm talking generically here, not about just Deutsche. I've worked across the entire industry, from Merrill Lynch, Goldman's, JP Morgan, Barclays, RBS, etc., all of them in the reg space. And when people are implementing change and they're bringing in a RegTech solution, there are islands of change in your organization. Very akin to the old days when we used to work in silos, in asset class silos. And the same is now true when we look at RegTech solutions. It's either being brought into fixed income, being brought into FX, being brought into legal, or being brought into, say, for example, compliance. But that is it's a very narrow use case and a very narrow benefit case that those RegTech solutions are bringing. And no one is preparing the ground for the implementation of a solution. So nobody's thinking back to how do we normalize the data that's being used? How do we create the environment where this RegTech solution can actually bring value to the firm? How wide can we spread the RegTech solution to bring in other areas? So for example, if it was going into compliance, how do we pull legal into that so that documents are digitized in advance and the data is normalized from there, so that then legal, compliance can then have a foundation to be able to measure the compliance on, and that's not happening. So, and then if we look across the firms, not just an individual firm and the islands, it's an archipelago of compliance. So you'll find that each firm has multiple small islands within it with different RegTech solutions, and then there is no strategic approach within the firm, and then across the entire piece, it's a mess. So, and none of those are interoperable. And so that is the concern, I think, that, as Beju's just said, of, when that data then comes back to the regulator, they're going to find a very inconsistent picture. And so we need to think not just internally within a firm of your strategy for implementation of these solutions, but across the entire industry. What do we want to do as the foundational building blocks for the implementation of this? Do we want to bring in a common language like the common domain model from ISDA? Do we want to implement new standards such as the ISO standards, which we're looking at today for UPI, UTI, CDE? And what else do we need to bring in? And if we look at the prudential side of the regulation versus the transparency regulations, they're completely different places. RegTech solutions, I would hope, cover both.
Thank you. So my experience at my bank has certainly been that there are these little technological islands. What we have done is, as part of the reg reporting overhaul that began at the bank probably about 5-6 years ago, we've now introduced the concept of a data lake. And so, but that didn't work either. So we had to have a pre-data lake where people drop stuff, and then it gets scraped into a more sort of a homogenized lake of structured data for our end reporting. Having done that, we were then able to retrofit our G20 derivatives reporting back into the lake because the data there was a lot more clean, hygienic, normalized. And that's just an incremental step in moving to another strategic reporting platform.
Yeah, so just to go back on that point, actually. So one of the things that you'll hear a lot about, and we have done over the last few years, is around distributed ledger and about that networking effect. And obviously underpinning a distributed ledger needs to be a common set of standards across the entire industry. And one of the things that's been looked at for that is to create these data lakes, which are normalized data, which then form the nodes within your distributed ledger so people can talk to each other. The problem with that is because the standards and the language being used is not native to each of the firms, and it's only being used in the lake, the transformation from your non-native language to the native language will hide a lot of problems and will obscure that from that transmission, and so create a lot of backwash back into the firm when your own books and records do not match your data lake. And I think that's the hidden cost that has yet to be considered when we look at this new transformation in data and transferal of information.
We see that obviously in the prudential reporting space as well, because there's so many levels of aggregation. A lot of data quality issues get masked or they get manually transformed, and actually they proceed up the chain. Well, actually, what we're trying to do now through some of the work that's going on in the bank through the Transforming Data Collection Initiative is trying to look at actually how some of that data can be improved, how those supply chains of data can be improved, working with the industry to make sure that actually it works for both sides. So you're closing that gap or closing out any issues, you know, that can result in data quality issues and so on. But it's a slow burn task, because a lot of these regulations are in place. They are going to be in place for some time. Unwinding them, changing them is costly. There has to be a business case to justify it on both sides as well. But I think that's easier when we are all working together. So, you know, I was speaking to, I think Angus Moore was here earlier, but I spoke to him yesterday and he gave me an update on how that work is going. I think they've got like 100 participants across 45 firms, you know, from insurers to banks to FMIs and so on. So it's really, really encouraging for me to hear that, because I've been kind of driving this at the bank for the last 5 or 6 years to see actually we are moving in the right direction. There is a great awareness of these standards, this common language, but also recognizing that different types of reporting require different solutions. But the commonality to all of that is having this common language and the ability to collaborate together.
So that's probably a really nice segue into the next part, which was how is the role of the what has been the role of the regulator in the regulatory reporting initiative that the Bank of England are running, but also we'll extend this out to other regulations, so FCA as well, and maybe what's been done. What do you think's been done well to date?
So, you know, I think over the last few years, certainly from my point of view, was actually getting this view that things need to be standardised and we need a good solid foundation. That's been the focus, particularly early on when I was kind of driving a lot of the initiatives. So using common technology standards, particularly around prudential reporting, because I know that, you know, when CRR and Solvency II and other things came in, those things weren't designed with a digital first, you know, view in mind, or for a digital ecosystem. Yes, the technologies enabled the information to be delivered digitally, but we weren't thinking about it in that right way. And so learning some of the lessons from that, learning also how we deliver change and the impact of the industry, and speaking to many of you at these sorts of conferences over the years, we realised we needed to do things in a more simpler way. So actually having, you know, setting some guidance around, look, we're going to be using this technology for this purpose, we're going to be using these standards, provided certainty to the industry around actually the direction of travel. Since then, obviously, we've done a lot of work around actually, look, we do need to focus more around how we're collecting this data, reuse, minimising the burden, not asking for things multiple times. We've made mistakes along the way, you know, that's inevitable, but we do need the data. But learning from that, going, actually, we can do things a bit more efficiently. So that led to actually that we've got a good baseline in. Everyone's engaged both within our organisation and in the industry, and that desire is there to move forward. The Transforming Data Collection initiative has been really useful in bringing people together to focus around what standards are required. It's going to be a slow burn. It's going to require, you know, that constant focus. It's going to require kind of tenacity to keep going. But actually, hopefully, the results should be there, you know, over a period of years, and we can start rolling these things out. I think the other thing is what's really happened in our organisation is that there is that senior level buy-in. There is that recognition that this is really important, that actually you need to be digital first now and actually start thinking about how you realise these efficiencies through the deployment of technology. And that has to be it's not just a top-down thing. There has to be a culture and mindset shift within the regulator as well to understand how these technologies can be used, how they can be deployed, and actually what's required to deliver that change is not an overnight silver bullet. I mean, I remember sitting in this room about 3 years ago. It was like, yeah, we're going to do this. Actually, I was at a conference and I got invited to speak at the British Embassy in Tokyo, and I remember one of the ministers came up on stage and said, the Bank of England and the FCA are going to automate regulatory compliance in the next year. And I kind of went pale because I was on stage after him, and I was like, who the hell gave him this line, right? And I said to him quietly afterwards, I said, whoever's told you this is telling you porkies, because that isn't the case. There's a lot of groundwork to do. I mean, look, you know, simple things. Legal entity identifiers, really, really good idea. People love them, people hate them, but people hate them not because of their utilities, because of the cost and the admin burden. But a lot of that is trying to be dealt with in the background in terms of actually that system was built for a non-digital world. And so we've taken that feedback on board, but to work through the governance, to get global harmonisation around that, to get all the regulators around the room. And I sit on the ROC plenary, and to get that agreement so we can drive that change forward does take time, but it's not that those concerns haven't been listened to. It's making sure that you can drive that change and get that implemented. And I think the other thing is, back to the collaboration point, on initiatives like that, it does require you guys from the industry to also say, we're going to use this, we want to use this, even kind of talking to government saying, this is really important, right, for us. And actually, can you do something more? Because there's only so much we can do within our powers, within the regulations that we look after and the policies we look after. But I think, yeah, there's some things that I think, to your question, what's gone well is actually speaking, being on the ground, coming to these events, and trying to foster that collaboration, being very clear about the standards and technology choices and data approaches that we're using, and having this focus, raising the profile internally, and then actually getting out there to drive further change on top of that to see how we can streamline things. It's not going to be easy, but it does require us all working together.
We only have half an hour left, well, less than that, and that's top. No, it's a huge topic, and it has many different aspects and angles to it. I've always been a market forces guy from way back when I was a trader, so I have always believed that we can self-regulate to a great extent, and that through the benefit case of having good quality data going through the value chain from pre-execution all the way through to settlements and documentation has a business case of its own. You don't need to necessarily have that regulated. But what I have also seen is a lot of friction because we're using legacy systems that were built 30, 40 years ago and get patched to update them. And so make good with what you've got rather than do it better has been the ethos of the market. And certainly as the spreads have gone down and the P&L has gone down and how much we make, has gone down. We have stopped doing the innovation that we did when I first started in the industry of remaking the whole stack every couple of years. That has now stopped. We haven't got the innovation anymore of new technologies coming in and being able to completely transform the way we do our business. Because it costs too much. So now having the regulatory stick to say you must do this has been the biggest reason for change that we've had in recent years. So even though I'm a market forces guy, I do appreciate the regulator has a great deal now to play in this in transforming banks into being better public servants. Beju's have a point about this and about the dialogue, conversation, the collaboration between banks and regulators. That's improved a huge amount in the time I've been in banking. It used to be an us and them, and it's now very much a question of when are we going to see Beju, when are we going to go see Angus, when are we going to go and see our friends at the FCA or at BaFin, and how do we tailor our conversations to only the things that can fit in the 2 hours, 3 hours that we have with them every month, rather than before when it was just like, oh my God, what do I have to say on this one topic? There's so many things to talk about because we know that the regulator is now here not only for us to share the issues that we found, but also the problems that we're facing and how the regulator can help us in that conversation with the wider community. And that is a huge mindset change to the way we used to work. And for the better, much better now. So we're all going through the IBOR change at the moment. All of the big banks are certainly moving their LIBOR positions onto the new risk-free rates. And that has tremendous problems because of the amount of trillions and trillions of OTC derivatives in notional value are changing to the risk-free rate at the same time. And that has many implications from the front to the back of the stack and also into reporting. And being able to have an honest, open dialogue with the regulator on a very regular basis and say, because of your regulation, because of your guidance paper, this is the outcome. Are you aware? Do you want to change that guidance? Has proved really powerful for us as a bank. And so I think that is a huge benefit as well. Going on to the point about the LEIs, so very, very briefly, because you did mention it. And
we've only got 1 hour.
I'm sorry, yeah, exactly. So I will be very, very succinct in this point about the LEI. The LEI has a very strong benefit case for the banks, right? From a KYC perspective, know your client. Be able to do the portability of a client from one bank to another. It could reduce the cost of KYC, so everybody hasn't got to do the same KYC over and over again, right? And that would improve the whole financial market by reducing the amount of risk that we have to take with clients coming in and bringing dirty money with them. Okay, huge benefits for both us in terms of reduced cost, huge benefits for the industry and the clients. But there are problems, as Beiju pointed out. There's the cost involved of doing the administration. There's the yearly cost. There's the cost of actually getting them to comply. The lack of integration of the LEI with other business activities that client does. It's not in the business registry. It's not in any of the filings you have to make to regulators. So the only time that they have to use the LEI at the moment is in regulatory reporting. That is not a benefit case for a client at all. There isn't one. Right?
And only when you're the reporting party.
And only when you're the reporting party. So how do you persuade them to do it? Now, China, and I will be very brief, China has had the largest growth of LEIs in the world last year. Okay, the reason being, it's free, right? And it's given at the point that the registration of that entity takes place. And it's now used in multiple filings that entity has to do with the regulators across China. All of a sudden, everyone wants an LEI because they don't have to have multiple different identifiers for different regulators and for different filings. If we did that across the board, it would have a huge take-up. And then, of course, there's the whole thing about, what did you call it, about the agents acting on...
Yeah, so I'm sorry, this was what I was going to build off of was one of the things that's happened since the FSB's thematic review a few years ago, and that resulted in China's kind of increased uptake, is how do you shift the burden back to the people who are getting the benefit, or actually make it more part of the value chain? And one of the things that Glyph has been working on, which I really, really like, and I would love to see more uptake of. If you are from a bank here, I would encourage you to think about this. Is the role of the validation agent, whereby actually banks, as part of their onboarding or client management processes and so on, one, they can keep the data more accurate, updated real time as they're doing that as part of their due diligence checks, but they can also issue LEIs as part of doing business, and at a tiny fraction of the cost to what if you went out and got one today, because they can bulk register them. So you're talking sometimes less than $1, maybe 50 cents, for all the other benefits that gives you when integrated into the systems and downstream processes. So, but also it hides the burden from the end client. It's like your vehicle identification number, right? You go into your car, if your car gets stolen or anything like that, you only use it when you need it, and if you do need to use it, it's there. Otherwise, you're oblivious to the fact that it's there. But if, from an operational point of view, a bank or any other organisation has that to then do all the things that Dale's described. So that's a really exciting development, and actually starts shifting how the system is used and keeps it a bit more real time and up to date. So I would encourage you to think about that.
Just one more second before you drag me off the stage. The LEI is also another really great use case that's coming up now is on corporate actions. Okay, so we as an industry, it's a cottage industry in and of itself. Anybody who's gone into a corporate action department within a bank sees hundreds of people across the floor, and every single day you're just struggling to keep up. So the LEI, there's a new use case for LEIs in corporate actions where they will become the golden source of when there's a merger, when there's an acquisition, and that could transform the way that we do corporate actions in a bank, and that will also transform equity derivatives.
So the question originally, if we go back to 35 minutes ago, was what went well and what didn't. And actually the concept of the validation agent, I'm going to push back and say 5 or 6 years ago I was at a conference and someone from the FCA was up. We were talking about the introduction of MiFID II and the mandatory use of LEIs under MiFID II. And I said to the person from the FCA, why is it that you don't make all the firms you regulate have an LEI as a validation agent? To date, they still don't. What the FCA do is they issue you an FRN, an FCA reference number, And that firm is recognised by the 6/7-digit FRN. FCA will also sell you a list of all the firms and all the FRNs for £7,000 a year. So they can maintain their own unique identifier and they commercialise it.
When you can get it off Glyph for free.
When you can get it off Glyph for free, or the regulator could have become a validation agent and just insist as part of their onboarding to the FCA as a regulated entity. They attracted the LEI, and if there's anyone in the FCA here, I'm going to run that way.
I couldn't possibly comment.
Absolutely. My views are also my own.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's clearly an issue there, and that would be the ideal situation. And actually, it puzzles me a little bit, but that's about as much as I'm going to say on it. I find it puzzling, but I think the more of you that can help us in this to say we would like to see this and this is what the benefit you can get would also help, because sometimes actually the outside view will help as well, and particularly the wider ecosystem sometimes. So yeah, I mean, saying that the FCA with all their recent announcements and recent appointments are shifting towards a more data-driven data focus with all their new hires. So there's an opportunity for me to have a conversation with a whole new structure as well to see actually where their thinking's at as well. So, but yeah, the more also you can support us with that and that voice, that'd be really good. So.
Brilliant, thank you. It's going to be quite a specific question now around because this is coming up more and more frequently. As the regulations land as part of the Lamfalussy process in Europe, you get to the final stage where you do the retrospective look back and you start to rewrite your regulations. You effectively look at what went well and what didn't. And we're starting to see a mere refit for reporting, and we'll expect to see something for MiFID reporting fairly soon, probably 2 years off. One of the big things about the last rewrite of EMIR was and MiFID, in fact, was the right of MiFID was the introduction of mandatory use of ISINs for OTC derivatives. And I don't know if you're particularly familiar with it, but I'm sure you've got some opinions on this. Did ISINs for OTC derivatives work? And why I ask this is because the concept of mandatory use of ISINs is coming up, we expect, in the next FCA review for EMIR reporting. Did it work?
So for transparency, I sit on the DSB ANA product committee, and DSB ANA are the publishers of OTC ISINs. They were given the license to do so by the FSB. I used to sit on and is the board that designed ISINs. So for OTC derivatives. So ISIN was always, I'll lean forward here, ISIN was always a tactical delivery while we waited for the UPI, the unique product identifier. So ISIN is a product taxonomy, let's call it, so to be simple. And it's a way of regulators being able to aggregate financial instruments effectively. And ISIN was only introduced for Europe originally because Europe was bored of waiting for the implementation of the UPI, the development and then the implementation of the UPI as a global standard. Because if we go back to the FSB original consultation on transparency for risk mitigation of systemic risk, one of the things that they asked for was a universal product taxonomy for the aggregation cross-border of financial derivatives. And that's where it comes from. So that's where the ISIN comes from. The ISIN was only ever taken up in Europe, and the rollout has been patchy, as has the standards used, because this goes back to the whole thing we were talking about earlier about the transformation that is required to create an ISIN. So what I call an apple, somebody else might call a pear. And when you go to ask for an ISIN from the DSB ANA, we both get exactly the same ISIN back. So from a regulatory perspective of the outcome, the aggregation is incorrect. So the ISIN has fundamental flaws and problems. Now, The UPI is on the horizon. We should be getting, again, the DSB ANA are going to be the publishers for the UPI. That should be coming by the end of the year, of this year, okay? And then it's going to be added to people's rule books. We're going to see it in, I think the first implementation was going to be the CFTC rewrite, which is happening in May 25th, 2023. But that isn't going to be 2022, sorry, but it's not going to be ready for that. So the first implementation I expect to be the EMIR rewrite, which is around Q1, Q2 2023. And then beyond that, then the CFTC will do a second rewrite, and then ASIC, MAS, Hong Kong, etc. are going to update their rule books to include that in late 23, early 24. Now, that will be the way to do cross-border, finally, but the problem being is that we haven't solved the problem internally within firms, or more importantly, between firms, of how to create a common standard for the modelling of a derivative. And so I will continue to call something an apple, and somebody else will be calling it a pear, and we'll both get the same UPI. So we aren't ever going to solve the underlying problem of the inconsistency until we have a universal approach to standardization of the description of a derivative product. That was a very long... Sorry, that was very long.
You could have said no.
I could have said no.
Thank you. Question for you. You talked about harmonisation of approach for gathering the ISIN being important, almost like a best practice. So question from Wenjai in the audience. How important is regulatory harmonisation to reduce the regulatory change burden for firms? And I'm going to tie this back to a conversation we had yesterday, which was around the introduction of Brexit. And now the banks have to support two sets of reporting regimes, and the way that the directives and regulations were onboarded, there was some slight delta between the two. So we already now have more almost a doubling up of reporting regimes because they weren't exactly verbatim copy-paste. How important do you think it is that all of that critical data element work, the common domain model, that really does keep pushing forward, and that maybe the UK and the Europeans and the rest of the world push towards a common goal?
I think, I mean, on the other side, I've been seeing over the last few years, overseeing the implementation of the governance of the UPI, UTI and CD more from a technology and standards governance point of view. But to answer your question, the harmonisation aspect is absolutely critical, and that must push ahead, because that was also one of the reasons for introducing the UPI, UTI and CD was actually there were some problems with what came before. How do we harmonise? And that's taken a long time just to get to this point. Now, if at this point it doesn't achieve the goals, and I think there's been a massive failure, so there has to be that consistency. But that's not just in these standards, that's on everything that we're doing around reporting going forward, because there is a commonality, there is a common language that has to be applied. There will invariably be local differences, but the things that can be common, that cause the most pain, need to be worked on. Saying that, it's not an overnight fix as well, because if you look at the work that's happened on UPI, UTI, CD, it's taken a lot of time to get there. That's not to say it's without value, but it requires a lot of effort, a lot of collaboration and different groups coming together. But it's only as good as its implementation at the end of the day. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah, just to go back to it, but the harmonisation is absolutely key and should be the thing that's always encouraged and stay in focus.
Fragmentation creates friction. Friction creates cost. Simple as that. So if we look at the widening of the gap between European and UK regulations, we are getting a different set of obligations on UK firms that support UK clients than UK firms supporting EU clients. Actually, at the moment, because a concrete example, the EU has just has a compliance date of the middle of next year for the MiFID II quick fix. The quick fix will reduce the burden on clients for many different things that they have to do, and on firms for the reporting they have to do to those clients, which is to promote growth in Europe. The UK has not implemented the quick fix. Now, so the cost to a UK client is higher than it is in a European client. That's a fact. The opposite side of that, though, is that UK MiFID III is due earlier than EU MiFID III. So we're expecting, after the HMT consultation that just came out, or was just closed, okay, that there'll be significant changes to the MiFID II coming down the line for the UK, and that'll be a lot earlier than the MiFID II changes out of Europe. So that could indeed create a bigger benefit. So regulatory disalignment isn't always a bad thing, because actually, depending on the changes that they bring in, it could actually give a great deal of opportunity to both the firms and to the clients who they serve in those different jurisdictions. Those firms who straddle the UK and Europe and have to do dual reporting across both, there is going to be an increase of cost in doing that. And we may find certain firms have to make hard decisions over what they do in those different jurisdictions. And that will depend on, and hopefully, and I, in my conversations with regulators, they're fully aware of that. Regulatory arbitrage is something that no one wants, in particular regulators. We look at the CCP equivalency, which is due to stop next year. Okay, how the regulators on both sides of the channel deal with that is going to be key to what we can do to help clients. But they're aware of it, and it's transparent, so hopefully we'll see.
So fast forward a bit. Things have gone remarkably well in terms of data harmonization. And we get to a kind of utopian point where the world is harmonized. Do you think we ever get to a point where, and this is a question from the audience, Colin, where data will be consistent enough to allow for a consolidated regulatory reporting regime that would just apply across jurisdiction? Would that be part of the ultimate aim, goal? Would that be somewhere nice to be? Or will each regulator say, I still want my own cut because I've got my own markets to regulate?
I think that's a nice utopian vision to have. And people, and we've heard even everyone talking about this for a while, saying, yeah, this is going to be the case. The reality is that I don't believe that's going to be the case. I think you'll have some common things that everyone will use, a common set of languages, but ultimately, as I said in the previous round, that there will be local differences just because of local differences in local markets. But I think if you can deal with the big problems and and making sure that the key things that need to be standardised and harmonised are, and actually even if you have a consistent set of data that everyone requires, and then you have some local variances off of that, that's probably the most pragmatic place I think it's going to get to. It's very nice to say that we'll have global harmonised reporting. And until the nature of the data we're collecting or how we're looking at the data we want changes, or that may lend itself to that. When for example, if we're getting more real-time economic data, you may be able to gather things for as digital currencies roll out that may present new opportunities for not surveillance but more monitoring of kind of what's happening on the ground. And that may change things as well, but right now that's not clear. So I think right now the focus should be on making sure we've got those foundations, moving towards those goals where actually things are as common as possible, finding what those efficiencies are. But it's going to be things that will evolve along the way, I think. So it'd be nice to get to that utopian vision, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
So at best we might get more equivalence where you almost legal safe harbour.
Yeah, exactly. More commonality, more harmonisation, and therefore the efficiencies around the big ticket items, really. So.
No.
Excellent. I wish you'd started like that.
I know, exactly. We would have been over by now, wouldn't we? So on that point, so I was invited to the FSB GOOG to take part in the creation of the UTI, UPI and CDE many years ago now, and then presented at CPR and Moscow on many occasions when they actually went into delving into the actual creation of these standards. And one of the things that was a takeaway for me is that in the breakaway groups where they sat and actually went through these fields, the regulatory divergence in view was marked, depending on which jurisdiction the regulator came from, because they had different ideas about what they wanted to get from these fields and values. And what we're seeing in the implementation stage of the CDE in particular now is that they will use the CDE, which is the Critical Data Element Data Dictionary. It's a group of 103 fields and values which have been standardized. Some of the regulators are taking all of those, some are taking a few of those, and they're forming a kernel in the center of the regulatory obligation. But then on the periphery are the fields which are unique to those jurisdictions. Now, what we might find, and to your point, Chad, is equivalency and then substituted compliance on the kernels, on these core fields that were, and so as long as the regulators can share those with each other cross-border, then we could ditch those and only do one to one regulator and then share with everybody else. But then I don't think we'll ever get away from these peripheral fields that one regulator thinks is really important for them and another regulator doesn't.
We've got one more, well, two questions, but similar in theme. Anonymous and a question from Agnes. So these reports that we submit are quite defined and well structured. But clearly there's other types of data out there. Unstructured data from messaging and apps, voice and video communication. We do capture this within the banks because we have our trade and comm surveillance teams that have to go through this data. But we don't currently onward report it perhaps unless it's in a store report. But do you see that eventually there will become a demand from regulators for more of this unstructured type data, especially app-based stuff where people start to invoke trading and investment decision making, but via a kind of non-standard platforms?
I think sum up shortly, I think in time likely as the nature of the data we want to look at or insights we want to get changed, but also that will need to evolve with our capabilities and skills to kind of take on that, process that, and have the skills for people who can work with that data. But I think it's not inconceivable. I mean, the pandemic also forced quite early on for us to look at other sources of data that came from big tech data that was happening, port data, all that sort of stuff. So actually that has helped us shift our thinking around what we might need and when and how and what lens that gives us over and above the data we currently collect. So, yeah.
That's very interesting because I had a conversation with somebody from the EBA only the other day about exactly this topic. And until the technology has got to the point where the regulator can pull rather than push, and they have the capability to be able to process and understand what we're sending, not just on an individual firm-by-firm basis, but across the whole piece, across the different regulators, it's worthless, right? So there's going to have to be a lot more standardization or a lot more standard in the way that information is then translated in order for the regulator to be able to understand it across a larger market.
Thank you. We are just out of time. There is one late question which has come in from Wendy. Wendy, if you really want to know the answer, I think any of us can answer that after this session panel around UPI. But I'd like to thank you both for your contributions today. Good conversation.
Yeah, we could have carried on for ages, couldn't we?
Yeah, just on LEIs, right? We could have gone 3 hours on that, but maybe next conference.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Chad, Beju, Dowd, thank you very much indeed for taking us up to lunchtime. For those that do, that's fantastic, thank you. For those that do want to carry on for another hour, as was offered, you can do that over lunch. Some people have already started, so I'm not going to hold you up for any longer. We'll be reconnecting here at 1:45, talking about AML, fraud and financial crime. If you do want demos, they are next door. If you're online, time to get a sandwich, but you can still participate by going to the virtual booths. So please do enjoy your lunch, and I look forward to seeing you all back this afternoon. Thank you.
fintech companies.
Ladies and hello. Hello. Ah, that's better. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start, so please do come in for the afternoon sessions. I know that it's good to keep the conversations going. You can bring your coffees in if you wish to, so please, and drop that pudding, you don't need it. So please do come and join us as we're about to start. So you haven't got a pudding there, have you, that I've just offended you by? That's fine, no, that's fine. I wasn't looking at you, I was talking about you. I was like... All right, bring your puddings in with you as well, that's fine. A couple more people I think will start, because I think you starting actually brings people in. Other people think that they wait, so we'll just give it another minute. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please do get in as quickly as you can. You don't want to miss this session, unless you want to be in the demo stage, in which case you shouldn't be here anyway. Both options are going to be highly insightful, and obviously you can't clone yourself and be in two places, but hopefully the session you miss you can catch up on, as everything is videoed. We're all very high tech today. It's my pleasure to welcome the first panel of the afternoon. Fantastic way and an important way to kick off with a panel discussion about AML fraud and financial crime. I'm delighted to welcome another distinguished panel of experts, and it's my pleasure to hand over to Josie Welland, who will be chairing this. She's a senior associate with Ram Ravelli, and some extraordinary experience specialising in the defence of white-collar crime, heavily involved in some of the most significant bribery, corruption, tax evasion, crypto, money laundering, and multinational fraud cases. I couldn't think of anyone better to take us through the next topic. Josie, welcome, and over to you.
Hello everyone, thank you first for that very glowing introduction. So I'm really honoured to chair this discussion today. Before we begin, I'm just going to give you a little overview of what to expect from today's talk, and also just some practical guides as to how to ask questions. So the way it's going to work, we're going to have about a 30-minute panel discussion between the three of us, although mainly led by Martin and Andrew, who I'll introduce you to in a minute. And then we're going to have about 10 to 15-minute Q&A at the end. Now, my understanding, the way for you to ask questions, you need to go to your Barella app. I'm hopeful you all know what that is. And you need to go to the bottom of the toolbar, click on the three dots, and then there is a Q&A function there. So just any questions that you have, please put them in. I'm reliably informed they will appear on my iPad, so I can ask the panel of them. So just a little bit about our speakers today. First of all, I'm joined by Andrew Jackson. He is the head of the anti-money laundering department at the Bank of Baroda. Andrew is a financial crime compliance professional and is considered an expert in anti-money laundering and financial sanctions compliance with over 20 years experience. We also have Martin Schimment, who is the Vice President of IDET at RegTech FinTech Systems. I understand some of you may have already met him this morning as he already did a presentation, but just for those that haven't had the opportunity to meet Martin yet, after starting his professional career within the core team of Payment Network AG, he successfully built up the inside sales team at Sofort AG. After merging with Klarna, he held the position of Director Commercial Operations as part of the management board at Klarna. In 2016, he joined the management and founding team of FinTech Systems, being responsible for the entire market operations, and Martin currently leads the business unit of FinTech Systems. So today, as you obviously heard from the introduction, we're going to be talking about AML, fraud and financial crime. Now, all of you here today, that's probably commonplace and it's part of your day-to-day business. So one of the first questions that I've got for our distinguished panel today is, what are some of the largest compliance challenges that you face at the moment?
So I think for me, the biggest challenge is the regulatory workload, so the pace of change and demand in regulation. So, as a HML head, I have a strategy for the bank that I want to apply. I'm thinking about the risks that the bank faces and, what controls I need to put in place and improve. And yet the regulators are constantly coming out with extra advice, extra expectations. The number of regulations that are being enacted, it's constant. So, the challenge is not being blown too far off course in terms of the strategy that you want to adopt.
And Martin, what about you? What difficulties are you facing at the moment?
Thinking about a couple of challenges. I don't know. I'm coming a little bit more from a market perspective, especially when you think of identity fraud. Taking a look at the COVID-19 crisis, started also in Germany last year. We had a lot of fraud during applications or for applications for public state subsidies, where money went to the wrong hands. And they could have avoided that by just using modern technology to identify the person better. So I would say the challenge is a lack of the usage of proper technology to handle huge numbers of applications in a secure way and also within a modern customer experience. That's, I think, one major thing, one challenge for legacy systems, especially also in Germany, where there is kind of a resistance to modern technology. At least it appears like this. Second thing is what you also mentioned, Andrew. With a lot of fraud, there is a lot of regulation coming in, and regulatory requirements, increasing costs for companies. That's the second thing, so as a challenge. And the third thing I would say is knowing your own requirement, what you need to comply with, and finding the proper partner to do with. Because take a looking at all these RegTechs out there, everyone is telling we are doing KYC, transaction monitoring, this and that. So I don't have a clue what's the difference between all these providers. So I think it's very hard for companies to know the proper provider for their requirements.
Yeah, I think that's quite an interesting point. Coming at it from a legal perspective, when we are advising kind of non-contentious matters about how to implement AML and CFT compliance programs, we often say, we would encourage you to use a third-party provider. But that's probably as far as my advice goes, because I can't then be seen to kind of prefer a different company, for example. But the question that comes back is, well, which one? And I can't straightly answer that, because with any company or in any entity, public, private, whatever it is, the requirements are different. And so I think what RegTechs want to think about, but also anyone that's looking to implement AML policies, is to think about your client base and what are the sources of information that you think you can obtain, because really you've got to apply it to what your company is doing rather than just doing a blanket tick boxing exercise.
Right.
I think that's absolutely right, and I think again, coming from my experience of the medium to smaller banks, the kind of secondary banking market, typically what you see are firms that are quite long established. They may have legacy systems, if you mentioned, Martin. If they're a subsidiary of a larger group, that they may have a dependency on group solutions. And I think, inevitably, funding investment is very, very tight. So I think, for me, the advice is, you need to look to your enterprise-wide risk assessment. You've got to be really accurate and detailed on identifying the particular risks that your institution or your firm faces, and then think about, right, what do I need in terms of technology? And I think also, you pay attention to what the regulators are saying. Here in the UK, the FCA, I think their clear message is they expect firms to take advantage of technology. I was looking at the FCA have conducted a review of the annual rep crim return, which is a real joy, to have to fill in every year. And they've done some really useful analysis. And what really struck me when I was reading that, in the preamble, they say, the FCA, we are using data and advanced analytics to transform the way that they regulate. So if you're a firm and you're paying attention to that, what is that telling you? You need to do that. You need to think about how we can take advantage of technology to fight financial crime. It may not be that you can go out and buy something off the shelf, but certainly, for me, the first starting point is, how can I leverage the systems, the applications that we already have within the bank? And then if that doesn't do it, then you really do then have to go out into the market and identify those solutions that really work for you.
But I think the problem then is, well, what is the right technology and how do you prove its efficiency? I mean, Martin, perhaps you can shed some light on that.
Well, the right technology in my eyes is that you don't react on something that has happened already, but you kind of proactively prevent something to happen, like fraud. So to be honest, I've already presented today one technology that could help, open banking, which has a direct access to the bank data. And why is it so important, or why is it so interesting? Because within a bank account, you have almost everything you need to evaluate a person's identity, a person's financial background. So the problem is that I've used that phrase. I don't know if there is a similar phrase in English, but the problem on the market is that the worm needs to be tasty for the fish and not for the fisherman, but that perception is always different, or very often different in companies. So they refuse to take these technologies in order to prevent fraud rather than reacting.
So I suppose then the position is that people tend to just view AML as part of the compliance process, whereas you need to globally take a step back and think, well, what is the purpose of our AML and the CFT? And it is to prevent crime. So I suppose it's being innovative rather than being reactionary. But I think, the scale of the problem, I think, obviously, Andrew, you'll probably always comment on this, but when you are a smaller scale, a tier 3 or a tier 2 financial institution, for example, you may not necessarily have the financial resources to invest in such technology. So what do you do then?
So I think what you do is you do your best to persuade the CEO and the COO to stump up some money. But no, seriously, I think it goes back to the point about the risk assessment and how rigorous and accurate that is. And going back to Martin's point about the pandemic and the way that's transformed, particularly cyber-enabled fraud, and thinking about how does that impact my customer base? How is that going to be actually manifested in the way our customers behave, the way our customers transact? And then you've also got to think, well, look, we're coming out of the pandemic, so the criminals are going to change again. So you do need to be seriously thinking forward. I think, let me nail my colours to the mast. I think for me, it is things like automated transaction monitoring solutions, the things that will spot the money laundering, the fraud happening in the transactions that your bank is processing on a daily basis, and also screening solutions. And again, I'll go back to the FCA's rep crim analysis. So they were saying, talking about sanction screening. So they've seen over a 3-year period a 16.5% increase in the number of firms that use automated screening solutions. So, but what they also say is the investment management sector has the lowest incidence of screening technology. So what that means is that somebody who's taking on a new investment management client has got to manually, go on a website or go to the OFAC list or the HMT, the OFSI list and do a manual search. Now, to me, if you're a firm and you've got, say, more than 1,000 clients, why would you not use an automated transaction monitoring system or a sanction screening solution? Because that is going to put you in a much better position to identify a potential sanctions breach or potential money laundering much faster than you're ever going to do it, kind of trying to do it manually.
I think your point is interesting about the investment, because my understanding, because I also looked at that report, was that they are also represented, a third of those are reported in. So 1/3 of those that reported in don't have the automated systems in place, which seems absurd given that the FCA's guidance and everything suggesting is leaning towards that. Now, I'm going to be a bit of a devil's advocate here and suggest, well, is that enough? And actually, from somebody who represents a lot of the criminals that then find themselves being caught, actually, those that are not so sophisticated will do a transaction that triggers an alert and is an anomaly. But if they are really truly sophisticated and they understand that, the rules and the anomalies that are in place that are programmed into these monitoring systems are well learned. So what they do is simply do a transaction that doesn't trigger that alert. So then my argument then is, well, you're not really preventing that. All you're doing is identifying those that are perhaps not as sophisticated, and you're not really catching those that are well versed at doing it. Because, and I don't know, therefore, whether I think the automated systems in and of itself is enough. And as both of you will know, that is just a start. So you get thousands of alerts, but then you have to have a team, a manual team, go through and have to look through and see whether they are false positives or not.
Right.
Martin, what's your view on the systems and whether or not you think they go far enough in preventing crime?
Well, to be honest, for me, the picture of Google Maps pops up because finding a location, you can take out your paper map and calculate the best route to it and see, okay, how do I get as fast as possible there? Or you just type it in on Google Maps because they have a lot of data points they use in real time and give you the best direction to it. And it tells you on the way what restaurants you can visit and what other things are. I mean, you get my picture. So I'm always in favor of having technology doing it with a manual supervision, of course, but a computer is always faster than doing such amounts of big data. And talking about big data, I mean, big data was a buzzword, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years ago. I'm more in favor of smart data. So connecting big data, interpret it, take the right decisions, and have a real meaningful reports out of that, and then talking about smart data instead of big data. Because big data is nothing worth, I mean, it's not valuable if you don't take the appropriate measurements out of it. Does that answer your question?
Sort of. I mean, I think what you're saying is that there are different levels of technology. So you've got the ones that just process huge amounts of data, but they don't have the smart aspect to it. And then you can obviously get far more sophisticated forms of technology. But I'm still not convinced, at least from my perspective, that they are enough. I think they are definitely a starting point. And the FCA has clearly indicated and alluded towards the fact that that's what they expect as a bare minimum. But I think we need to go further. If we really want to prevent money laundering and we want to prevent counter-terrorism funding, then there's more things that need to be done. I mean, Andrew, there's not a question that appears here, but just, as the conversation is flowing, what, in your view, what more do you think could be done, and what do you do in your bank, not just the automated systems, but what else do you do? So,
I think there's an awful lot to be done. And just going back to Martin's first point, I think when you look at, say, for example, the volume of suspicious activity reports in the UK, that's gone up, according to the FCA, from, 394,000 reports annually. And in 3 years, it's gone up to 480,000 reports. So, that's all, and the thing is, that's generated by 4 or 5 large UK banking institutions. And their systems very often are predicated on the old idea of rules, thresholds, and parameters that, as you say, the smart criminals will know what they are and know how to get around them. So I think, again, kind of picking up on Martin's theme, one thing that really interests me and something that we are exploring is the idea of link analysis. So it's actually it's a more intelligence-led approach. So you look at the counterparties, the parties to transactions. You look at customers in your customer base that on the face of it might not be connected, but actually when you do that and you use technology to do that further research, you start seeing connections, maybe by location, maybe by the types of businesses that they're doing and the people that they're involved in. So all of a sudden you start identifying networks. And, ultimately that's how financial criminals operate. They work through networks. So, I think anything that can identify those kind of links is a really important way of improving the situation. But I go back to the kind of first point that if you are a financial institution in the UK, if you are a smaller institution, do not think you can get away with manual solutions. You've got to go and think very, very seriously about obtaining the investment that you need to adopt technology. And at the very least, think very seriously about what you can use, what tools that you've already got at your disposal to improve the situation.
So we're in a scenario where I think, generally speaking, some form of automated system is going to be the way forward. But I mean, what are the challenges that business face in implementing those? So obviously you've touched upon having the resources to having the funding, but what other practical challenges are there?
Well, of course, legacy systems, lack of resources to implement them, especially doing sales in that industry or in that area. You need to deal with the long sales cycles, because it's not about contracting the parties or the companies, it's about implementing and using it properly, right? So that would be my point. So lack of resources and lack of implementation and lack of proper usage.
As I say, so training is probably quite a key issue, because you can have all the systems in place, but if you don't know how to operate them...
You always need to be a tech provider and a consultancy at the same time.
You've got to be a decent human being as well.
Yeah.
So, and what do I mean by that? I think about the implementations I've been involved in, and I have to say, the successful ones have been where, it doesn't matter whether you're the customer, i.e. the bank, or the head of compliance, or the head of the operations team, or the IT team, or the vendor themselves. If all those parties can gel on a human level, and really want to get this done and make a success of it, and you have some fun doing it, and you have some arguments about it, and our data quality is absolute rubbish, what are you going to do? All of those things, that kind of tension and that drive, that's for me that's when you get success in implementations. The number of times I've sat through presentations from technology vendors, and they've simply simply not understood the briefing that you've given them about what your challenges are and how your bank operates. You know, that's the thing. You know, you go to the firms that you know that you can work with.
What are the regulators doing? So obviously, I agree, I think partnership is obviously a key thing, but you have to work with everyone within the industry. But that obviously also goes to the regulators themselves. I mean, from both of your perspectives, and obviously in different jurisdictions as well, I mean, do you think they're doing anything to help?
Well, I would say the more appropriate question is what they are not doing. Starting with what they are doing, they are definitely coming up with standards, directives, regulations, and things like that, which is a good thing, necessary but unpleasant. What they are not doing, they are, in my opinion, they have no interest in about the capabilities of technology, what technology can do to get an exchange with the market, with the fintechs, with the banks, to bring in on the table to discuss, okay, how can we prevent beforehand and not react afterwards? That would be my answer to that.
And Andrew, what's your view?
So I think, you know, my experience of particularly UK regulators, you know, when you speak to them on a one-to-one basis, they're invariably very supportive and helpful. But then you look at, you know, I'm thinking about the, you know, 3 or 4 Dear CEO letters that have been issued recently. And I just wonder sometimes whether, to Martin's point, sometimes it feels reactive. So they tend to talk about the deficiencies, the failings that we've seen in our visits to various banks. And you know, I'm thinking about the letter that went to the retail banks in May, where they talked about failures in customer risk assessment. They talked about failures in business-wide risk assessments. They talked about failures in AML compliance people not understanding the technology and being too ready to accept you know, group solutions and not thinking through you know, the UK business context and the UK regulatory environment. So, you know, what does that mean? You read that report, you think, are we doing that in our bank? You know, are we getting this wrong? So, you know, sometimes what it does, it throws your confidence. And I think if we're ever going to get on top of financial crime compliance, we need to be more confident. We need to be more confident in our abilities. We need to recognise when things are being done properly and successes are being achieved. And that's where I think sometimes the regulators don't quite get that. We want to hear more about what actually works.
I mean, I think your point about confidence is quite interesting, and actually, if anything, some of the action that's been taken in the UK, at least in recent months, sort of goes against that. So I'm sure most of you would know, obviously NatWest pleaded guilty last week to breaches of anti-money laundering requirements, and Monzo are also currently under investigation. So if anything, what they're doing is saying, if you do it wrong, we're going to go after you. That's not offering the support that you need. And I think they've made a rod for their own back, if I'm honest. They're trying to send a message that this sort of behaviour won't be tolerated. It's the NatWest is the first prosecution the FCA brought. They've had these powers for a while. They've only now decided to utilise them. I think NatWest is one of many, and several others will follow. But is that helping? All you're really doing is punishing those that have already done the action. What you really want to do is start beforehand. You know, going back to Martin's point, prevent. And I don't think the regulators have quite grappled with that yet. I think it's almost, if we send out this message that it won't be tolerated, then all the other institutions will implement these changes. But actually, if they're trying and they're just not doing it right, what they need is a supportive regulator. And I think then that goes down to lack of funding, lack of resources. I mean, I know we were just discussing before we came on about how all of the regulators are so under-resourced and, you know, take months or even years to do anything. And they can't criticise them entirely. You know, there are financial constraints, there's a lot going on. But I think if we really want to overhaul this system, then we need to start putting some funding into them. Another point, and an interesting one, is about working together more closely. So I know we have this task force in the UK. I know in Europe you've got the European Prosecution Office, which is, the idea is that you unify things a little bit more. But I still think there is fragmentation between all the different institutions. And so I think if we could work together a bit more with the regulators in both private and public, hopefully might do a little bit more. So I'm a little bit sceptical of what the regulators are doing, and it's
I mean, a good point. I mean, take a look, PSD2 in Europe. It's a Europe-wide regulation, and we talked about it just before. Yeah. And every country interpreted the PSD2 differently. So even if it's a EU-wide regulation, every country is doing it kind of how they are willing themselves. And yeah, that makes it difficult to live it on a European landscape.
Yeah, and I think actually Brexit has a lot to answer for, but one of the problems we have now, obviously, is the fact that we don't have to, in the UK, adhere to any form of money laundering directives that follow. So we didn't obviously impose the 6th money laundering directive. Anything that follows thereafter, we don't have to do it. So if anything, we're going to be even more disjointed from our EU member. I'll say member states, not even member states anymore, but our fellow EU countries. So in a way, that's going to be a problem. I mean, one of the questions we have here is with the 6th money laundering directive, is it enough? And obviously from a UK sense, I can say, well, we didn't even implement it. So that means, I mean, Martin, from your side of things, do you think that the 6th money laundering directive has done enough in Europe to help, or?
Well, at least it's adding more industries into the entire money laundering prevention, right? Real estate, jewelry, things like that, which was not there before. So that's a good thing. However, I think preventing money laundering is a moving target. So it's changing all the time. Every fraudster has their own business case. There was, like, if you remember to my presentation, the hedgehogs, smart ones, playing a little bit unfair on the market. So I just see it as a moving target, and coming from or being a sporty person, after the directive is before the directive.
Yeah, and I think just to kind of sum up before we move on to questions, any directive, or whether it's a change in legislation, which we're looking at here, well, there's a call for evidence in the UK at the moment, it's backward looking. And I think the reality is you can't do that. You can't constantly be reactionary to what is happening. What you need to do is work with everyone within the sphere who are dealing with AML, KYC compliance on a daily basis, and really looking at the crimes that are happening and trying to get ahead of them. Now, obviously that's a lot easier said than done, but I think that's what we need to do. So yeah, I'm just conscious of time. We've got about 10 minutes left, just short of. So I'm going to move on to questions. I can only see 2 at the moment. So if anyone in this audience does have any other questions, please do use the Barella app so that I can ask them of the panel. So the first question I have here, I'll put it to both of you, and then obviously either one can answer. So do some firms meet the minimum standards for AML compliance rather than proactively trying to stamp it out? And should they take a driving position in tackling the issues?
Do you want me to take that on?
Yeah, if you're comfortable too.
Yeah, so I'll have a go. So I think, look, it's always a mistake to just aim for the minimum regulatory standards, because clearly if you fall below that, you're going to be breaching the regulations, potentially breaking the law. So I think, clearly it makes sense to make sure that your things like your risk appetite, your policies, your procedures aim to do more than the minimum regulatory standards. Now that's easier said than done, and you've got to be very conscious of you're running a business, and what compliance very often gets the label of being the business prevention department, and that's not what we're about at all. What we want to do is do business in a safe way and keep the financial criminals away from the institution. So, you've got to work. I think you've got to work with your your frontline staff who understand customers and try and make sure that you're pitching policies and procedures in a way that they can, number one, understand and can actually implement.
And Martin, what have you got any views on that?
Well, I totally agree with Andrew. For us, since we depend on the user interaction, especially in our industry where they need to log into their bank account, we really need to consider the customer experience, so that on the one side, AML prevention can be done, but I mean not at the cost of the customer experience. That's important for us at least.
No, and I think that's really an important point. I mean, from a legal standpoint, we would always say doing the bare minimum is really just the starting point. And you always need to do a little bit more. But I do understand that often conflicts with your client base. I know just from a cryptocurrency perspective or crypto asset perspective, we've been advising a lot of startups, and our starting point is you have to have appropriate KYC and AML checks in there. And their vision is, I want to have the bare minimum, because the very nature of crypto, the why people invest in it in the first place, is because of the anonymity that it offers, and so they don't then want to be incentivized by having to put in. So it's a difficult position to be in, I think.
I give you another example. Asking for the customer for logging into with his credentials, a consultancy, a legal consultancy, they really recommended us to ask for 3 checkboxes to get the customer check 3 times in a user journey. And our point was, oh, that's not good for the user experience. We need to do it within 1 checkbox, and it's fine. Yeah. So we are complying with the GDPR. Customer experience is quite okay, but that's the way we are seeing it. So we don't need to follow we can hear the consultancies, the legal consultancies, but we need to interpret, okay, what's good for the customer as well. So maybe this helps, that example with the 3 checkboxes, where you would be very fine, legal-wise, but not from a customer perspective.
Yeah, you've got to draw a line. I mean, that kind of brings on quite nicely to the second question. It's talking about trust that customers have. So with some of the kind of large-scale money laundering scandals that are kind of worldwide and globally, what they say is, does that impact in the trust that customers have in financial institutions? And do we think there's going to be a move towards more fintech companies? And what's your view? I mean, do you think there will be this shift?
I think inevitably there will be, and that's no bad thing, is it? Because one thing the regulators, particularly in the UK, are looking for now are good outcomes for customers. So, and I was thinking about it on the way here. Catching the tube at Waterloo and City Line and watching the people go up on the escalator, and it's great to see everybody coming back into the city. And I'm, thinking, well, actually, how many of these people are financial criminals, right? The vast majority of customers are ordinary people like you and me, and we want to be able to pay our bills. We want to be able to pay for our holidays. We want to do that in a way that is easy and uncomplicated. And, I think that's what the financial institutions really need to play to. The vast majority of customers aren't criminals. Let's please hang on to that. But what we've got to do is get on to the ones that are and stop them using the system.
And Martin, what's your view? Do you think there will be this shift?
Yeah, I'm with Andrew with the convenience factor. I'm not within the trust argumentation. Okay. If you have a customer that can decide between a fintech or a provider, let's take a loan application. Yeah, he decides to apply where it's more convenient in terms of the customer journey, where the application or to get the loan granted within seconds or minutes, or he decides to go to a huge banks where he knows, okay, the application takes weeks or let's say days. Sorry, Andrew, not at your bank. But my feeling is that the customer will decide to go with the convenient flow. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point. So I suppose it's not so much as a lack of trust, but if we are going to implement these sorts of processes, then it needs to be more streamlined. And so if technology can aid traditional financial institutions in doing that, then that's really the way to adopt it. Moving on then to our next question that we have. I've got quite a few, so I'm going to have to be selective just because of we're limited on time. So this, I think this is quite an interesting one. So they say financial crime continues to increase, and the most vulnerable people tend to be older adults. How do you think you can raise awareness? How do you raise awareness? So how do you make the most vulnerable people in society, those most susceptible to the fraud, become live to it?
So I think in the UK banks are taking this seriously. You know, there are a number of initiatives out there. I'm thinking of the UK Finance Take 5 campaign, and you know, you look at some of that material and you think, yeah, that's absolutely spot on. And we've got to do more education, and we've got to increase awareness. But sometimes, you know, people do silly things, don't they? Sometimes you can't help people who, you know, sometimes act impulsively.
Yeah, I mean, I find this is just, you know, when you're going through making a transaction now on your phones, there's this automated alert that comes out saying, do you know who this person is at the other end? And I can pretty confidently say I probably will tick yes even if I didn't, because it's just, I want to get through to make the payment. So I don't know, there's raising awareness, but then you've got to do more than just, you know, the banks raise awareness in one hand, but then also protect themselves in another with this kind of tick boxing exercise. I don't think education in and itself is enough. It's definitely the right way forward. But I think, again, it goes to prevention. I mean, Martin, do you have any views on this?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it like for education. I would more go for transparency, why you as a customer are rejected within a loan application or a BNPL flow or whatever business you do or action you take. I think the customers want more transparency, explainability. What's the reason? What's behind the score? Yeah, and I think that's what we will see in the future more from RegTechs, explaining more what's the reasons for being rejected.
Yeah, I mean, I think that conflicts slightly with, so if you do have a SAR, as Andrew and Martin probably will know, you can't then disclose that to the customer. So transparency, I think, is important, but in practice, whether you can do that, I'm not sure. So we've got, I'm afraid we've run out of time. I've got a clock that's flashing at me down there. It's been an absolute pleasure, Andrew and Martin, to hear your insights. And thank you to the audience for listening to us for the best part of 45 minutes. I understand Andrew has to run off, but if you do have any questions for Martin or myself, I think we'll be hanging around just for a little while. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew, Martin. We could have gone on. There were definitely more questions, but we promised Andrew that he could go exactly at 2:25 because he has to go. So thank you for arranging your schedule to be with us today. Same goes for all of you here. So we're slightly ahead of time now, but that's a good thing. And it's my pleasure now to take us to the next session to welcome Tim Stone to give us a presentation on GDPR, data sharing, and data privacy controls in an AI world. So more advanced technology. Tim is Revenue and Product Marketing Director at Passport, which is an software as a service RegTech provider and a leading innovator in dealing with the automation of financial crime and compliance processes. Tim, are you here? There you are. I recognise you. Yes, you do. You are the right person, so there you go. Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me? Good. For those of you who are eagle-eyed looking... hello? Is the microphone working? Jumping in and out of it? Throwing me? Is it working now? Oh, okay. Is it working now? Testing. Yeah. That's my big opening there. What was I going to say? Yeah, so for those of you who looked at the programme previously, Dr. Christine Bailey was going to be presenting here today, but unfortunately she's tested positive for COVID. So she's at home on watching the live session. Hi, Christine. She's perfectly okay, just couldn't attend the conference. So I stepped in to do the presentation. The actual title is The Key Role of KYC Compliance in Driving Customer Loyalty, Advocacy and New Business. What we're going to do today is reveal some brand new research into consumers' opinions of their KYC and boarding. Brand new research that was only published, well, this is the first reveal of the research. It was finished in August this year by RegTech Associates. So some really fascinating statistics in there. And anybody looking to justify the purchase of RegTech will love some of the stats in here, which show some of the business impact of positive experiences. The first few slides I'm going to just talk through fairly quickly because it really reinforces everything that we've heard all morning. I've listened to every session. A lot of the themes of the introduction have been talked about. So fairly quickly, we all know that there's an increasing burden of regulation that's hitting financial institutions, especially since the 2008 financial crisis. Costly fines, the example that was just given, NatWest, which I was going to give, around a £400 million fine that was imposed last week. But also it's the reputational damage as well, not only in the press and the media, but huge amounts of social media buzz going on. And I've got some statistics around that later on about if you're delivered a poor experience, especially around onboarding, how that can translate into poor social media and reviews of your organization. Now, digital transformation has been ongoing for many years, but it's really accelerated because of COVID. Firstly, there are independent studies that show that there have been over 1,300 new regulations up until August of last year brought in globally because of COVID. So the increase of regulation has accelerated during the COVID crisis. And it's forced a lot of companies to accelerate their digital transformation projects, not least of which remote and hybrid working, where compliance teams have been distributed. So a real acceleration and focus on trying to automate some of these compliance processes has occurred. But we're now starting to see the green shoots of recovery. We can see that debit card transactions have increased 43% year on year to 1.7 billion. Credit card transactions are up by 50%. In the latest ONS study, it shows that in Q2, UK GDPR was up by 4.8%, and we're likely to end the year at around 6.8% GDPR growth. So all this means is more people spending, more digital transactions, more cashless payments, a higher volume, and more transactions and financial products being purchased in the economy. So that's one pressure on compliance teams, and the other one, of course, is the increased number of regulations that we're all facing. So RegTech to the rescue. How can RegTech really help with some of these problems? The first wave of RegTech was really all about satisfying the regulatory demands, but then we rapidly moved into a scenario where it could really help the efficiency and make the lives easier of busy compliance professionals by automating a lot of onboarding and workflows in their organizations. But this posed a question for us at Passport. In speaking to the RegTech Associates, what we really wanted to find out was, is there a true business return on compliance? Does a seamless boarding experience really translate into business outcomes for financial organizations? So with this, we commissioned the research. The research was a very representative sample across the UK. We surveyed, or should I say RegTech Associates, surveyed 500 customers who had purchased a financial product in the last 12 months. Pretty even split across gender, job roles, geographies, and age groups. But the customers had bought from high street banks, digital mobile banks, challenger banks, and building societies. So the survey really looked at basically what their feelings were around the onboarding journey. There's a lot of data in this report, which I'll tell you how you can get hold of the report at the end of the session. But it was broken down into 4 themes. Number 1, what was their awareness of risk? Secondly, what were the experiences that they'd received from their financial institution? How did that shape their perceptions? And what were the business outcomes that were impacting the financial institutions after this experience? So it's good news around risk, actually, which was the first one. I don't have a comfort monitor, so I have to keep referring to the slides. 2/3 of the people perceived that they had a low to negligible personal risk when purchasing a financial product from one of these organisations. People who'd had a better than expected onboarding experience felt that they had pretty much no or negligible risk. So their perceptions were of a lower risk if they had a better boarding experience. The majority don't perceive the banks as having a significant risk, and the people who'd experienced a positive boarding experience felt that the bank had no risk, is what the survey showed. And then the third area, 3/4 of banks, 3/4 of customers believe that the banks do the right thing when they run into a financial problem, such as a fraud or a crime against them. But interestingly, the people who'd had a poor boarding experience felt that the bank did little to nothing to help them. So it kind of impacted their feelings about the bank further on in the journey as well. This is a bit of an eye chart, but you can have access to the slides and the report afterwards. But what we tried to put on this one slide was the different dimensions of boarding that customers go through and what they felt about each of these stages. So we've colour-coded them. The ones in green, effectively, we've got 2 columns. One is the worse than expected, and the second one is the customers who are in the better than expected experiences that they had received, if that makes sense. So effectively, ease of following the process and ease of completing checks. Most of the banks scored pretty well in these 2 areas. In amber, there was a sort of moderate feeling around time going through checks and keeping you updated. So there is a little bit of room for improvement there. But the area where people were least satisfied was the amount of documentation and the number of steps that they were having to go through during that onboarding experience for buying a new financial product. So our advice really, working with RegTech Associates, is to analyse your boarding journeys and look at these steps and try and work out how you think you score, and try and move people who have a poor experience into the middle ground, or people in the middle ground, so that they say they get a better than expected experience. So really, small incremental changes in each of these steps can potentially have quite a big impact on the satisfaction of your customers. Now, then we looked at the perceptions that people have. And I'm sure that these attributes, you would love your customers to say these things about you. Trustworthy, understanding, efficient, effective, and recommended. I'm sure we'd all like people to say these things about our organisations. And again, if we look at the data, what it showed was that people who'd had a better than expected boarding experience were in the green, and those that had a worse than expected were in the blue. And as you can see, massive difference in how they perceive your financial organisation. So The compliance and boarding journeys are really critically important to try and improve your brand and drive business, which I'll come on to on the final slide, which to me is the money slide, really. And it was mentioned earlier about one of the challenges that organisations have is trying to justify the investment around compliance tools and software. Well, here's a great slide to put in front of the board or your FD trying to get funding. The people who had a better than expected experience, 77% were more likely to recommend their provider. Phenomenal amount. 50% were less likely to complain. 60% were likely to buy more products, so huge cross-sell opportunity there. And then almost half were less likely to switch providers. So pretty compelling statistics from the report. And there is a negative side to this as well. Because of the power of social media, as we all know, and review sites and rating sites, 21% of customers who had a worse than expected experience said they were more likely to post about their experiences on social media. So it can cause a lot of reputational damage to your organisations as well if you're not focusing on this group of customers who are frustrated with your boarding experiences. And there's more to come as well. I think we're not the only people, and yourselves, not the only people worried about customer experience. The FCA, I'm sure a lot of you are, from the presentations we've heard today, are keeping in touch with what the FCA are doing. But they have this new consumer of duty rules and regulations that they're working on at the moment, which are expected to come into force next summer. And this is really putting the customer at the heart of looking at the customer experiences around avoiding foreseeable harm, enable customers to pursue their financial objectives, and then act in good faith. So in our mind, this really feeds into an equation, which is if you have a poor customer experience in terms of the compliance journey, you're at greater risk of failing to meet the FCA duty of care requirements. And as we've seen from the stats, more likely to be disapproving, more switching, more complaints, less business, and disengagement. So if you can move those customers into that middle ground, you're going to avoid these issues. And conversely, you can work the equation the other way. If you can get customers to move up into that exceeding expectations bucket, you're more likely to meet these new FCA rules and requirements that are coming in next year, and more likely to create advocates, loyalty, complaints, more business, and a better engagement with your customers. The other thing we just briefly touched on as part of the survey, we were interested to find out these 500 customers' views about digital UK common digital identity. You can see that it's pretty much a lot of people in the middle ground here. Some were cautiously optimistic and some were sceptical. So that equated to about 65%. About 17% were in favour of digital identity, and there was a number who were against or didn't know much about it. So the sort of jury's out a bit. I think it needs quite a lot more education in the industry around digital identity, because it has tremendous benefits for both organisations such as yourselves and consumers as well. In terms of one of the other things we looked at in terms of digital identity and also biometrics, and quite a phenomenal statistic here. Well, not necessarily the first one. Only 21% of people use biometrics in their boarding journeys. But of those who did, 80% said it was great. So there's a real positive customer experience around using biometrics as opposed to IDs, passwords, and other forms of identification. So biometrics, if you can introduce that into your boarding journeys, the stats show that people do love it. So really trying to wrap up into 5 key takeaways of the research. The first thing is, well, obviously familiarise yourself with the research and really try to and acknowledge that compliance is a key part of the customer journey. Secondly, maximise the opportunities to try and analyse your version of those dimensions that I showed on that chart and really try and analyse where you're performing well, where you're performing poorly, and see if you can move people up the scale to be, for their experiences to be better than they expected. Thirdly, to minimise the impact of those negative reviews, because people will be talking about you on social media and can cause reputational damage to your organisation. Also, as I pointed out, obviously keep an eye on the consumer duty coming from the FCA, which is going to put more of a focus on customers. And then finally, I think the whole community should engage in this debate about digital identity, and because I think it's got tremendous benefits for both organisations and consumers going forward. So the report is complete. It's currently being formatted, and our graphic designer is working his magic on it. So it should be available in the next week or two, and we can obviously provide you with a copy of it, or you'll be able to download it. What I would say is if you want to register for a copy, please come to our booth, stand 1, outside, and come and have a conversation with us, and then we'll enable you to have a copy of the full report. The last thing to say is there doesn't have to be a compromise between compliance efficiency and great customer experiences. By deploying the right technology and really analysing that whole customer journey, you don't have to compromise between customer experience and complying with all of the regulations. So thanks very much for listening. I hope, Chris, at home, you're feeling okay, and I did your slides justice, and thanks very much for listening. I don't know if we have time, do we? Are there any questions at all?
Well, I've got one, because that picture of those faces was of me during most... the picture of the angry faces was basically me through every KYC process I've been on online. So my question is that obviously all KYC processes are not equal, and I think you mentioned that the use of biometrics obviously gives you a very positive response from customers. But there are other differences between what upsets, what doesn't, because the results are very general, i.e. generally the processes are favourable, but there must be presumably differences.
Yeah, let's go back to that slide there. Yeah, that was you. Yeah, I think the biggest, really just going back to what the stats we had here, I believe there's a bit more detail in the report itself, actually. But yeah, I think it's this one around the amount of documentation is particularly frustrating for people in the amount of steps they have to go through. I know, talking firsthand, I've got 3 daughters, and one's 19 at university, and she was completely snookered recently trying to in fact, it wasn't necessarily a banking transaction, which is trying to get a flat approved and everything, where she had no, identifiable information whatsoever. No utility bill. It's things like that that I know desperately can frustrate people in providing documentation, which is where I think the digital identity comes in and will help. And the other pain point really was the amount of steps that people have to go through. I think it was mentioned on the panel earlier about having to tick several boxes to input the same information over and over again. That frustrates people. So I think we're very much used to immediacy, and companies like Amazon have made a massive difference in that area. And it's those kind of experiences that have raised all our expectations as to wanting to buy things immediately online, including financial products. So yeah, this is kind of just a high-level summary. There is more detail in the report, which you can have a look at. Yeah.
Hi. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Question about, I've been in finance for 21 years. I've been working for a big bank, and then I've been running my own family office. And my experience is not necessarily through people on whom I did, checks, but in general from what I've heard. When someone operates with big money, really big money, they have access to information, how to pass checks, what has to be provided. When there is a fraud case, big money can find right people to create companies, to hide beneficiary of assets, to hide, whatever has to be hidden, political affiliation, etc.
Yeah.
On another hand, we have people, for example, who we check who don't possess that amount of money. Those people probably will be the most honest people when it comes to checks. If they can pass, they will. If they can't, they can't. And if we look at the system in general, and if we look at the amount of fraud in system in general, right, that's a problem, that big money can hide itself.
Yeah.
If you see where I'm leading to.
Yeah, sure.
Without putting blames on anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I can. Yeah, thanks for the question. I can talk from a passport point of view in terms of what we do. So the system, the cloud-based system that we have, really integrates with 25 to 30 of the world's leading check providers, such as anti-money laundering, ID checks, etc. So the system that we've built tries to, or enables customers to either use their own check providers or use the ones, or it can be bought through us. And we link into up to 25 of these providers, plus we have an API to link into other data checks if you have others that you want us to link into. And then we can automate that into a workflow and then expose that information to your organization or into your back office system. So we've tried to build this sort of pre-integrated ecosystem of checks to provide the richest amount of checks that are possible. But in terms of wealthy individuals getting around these systems, it's probably not my necessarily area of total expertise, but I mean, that's why I'd reply, is that we've tried to build a system that can connect into as many check providers as we possibly can. And yeah, absolutely, yeah. But thanks for the question.
Thank you, Tim.
Great. Okay, well, thanks everyone for listening.
Tim, thank you very much indeed for stepping in for Christine at relatively short notice and for giving us a very interesting presentation, and we all look forward to that report. It's my pleasure now to introduce the next panel discussion. We're now going to go back to talk about new technologies, solve regulatory problems. We'll be covering AI, ML, and blockchain. It's my pleasure to welcome to the panel our chair for this session, Georgios Samagovaitis. I hope I pronounced that correctly. That's good. Who's Associate Professor at the School of Computing and Mathematical Science at the University of Greenwich. So, Georgios, I'm pleased to hand over to you. You'd like to introduce yourself and welcome your panelists. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I hope that everybody can hear me well. Hi everyone. I'm George Samagovaitis. I'm an Associate Professor in Computing and Mathematical Sciences at the University of Greenwich. My specialization is on AI, machine learning, and blockchain for AML, anti-money laundering, and financial crime. It's a pleasure to be here, and I have a panel of distinguished guests. So next to me is Roshan Radke from NatWest, and I will let people introduce themselves later on, say a few words. That's Nitin Solomon from Nomura, and finally it's Stacey English from Theta Lake. The topic for today, I have to read it: new technologies, AI, ML, blockchain to solve regulatory problems. It's quite a broad one, of course, and of course we know we're standing between you and your coffee break, so we will try to make the best use of the time, and we are going to address this through some sort of thematic through a thematic approach. So the first thing I want to open with, and before I give the floor to my panelists, is to start from an observation. Actually, two observations. The one about RegTech, and we're hearing a lot more about tech than reg. And the word RegTech seems to me that it's kind of an oxymoron in the sense that you have the two bits, the regulation on the one hand, which is by nature reactive as law, and you have tech, which is by nature proactive as innovation. And it seems also that the landscape in RegTech is changing, and the new affordances of technologies are giving new grounds, and that's what makes it a very interesting conversation. The next one is that when we talk about RegTech, I think we need to make a couple of distinctions. That we have a dichotomy. We have RegTech from the industry point of view, so what applications are available and what's happening in technology, and on the other hand, you have regulators and how they make use of technology. So you have an industry space and you have the regulator space. Without further ado, I think I'll just start from our first theme, which has to do with the state of play. I'd like to start with from Stacey. The things that we've gone a long way since level 39 and the regulatory sandbox. We've had the pandemic in between, and things have changed. So, the real question is, what is the state of play now? Where are we standing now?
Well, firstly, hi everyone. It's so fabulous to be here. I'm Stacey English from Theta Lake, and we provide compliance and security for the modern collaboration platforms that you're using, like Microsoft Teams and Zoom and all those things that we're absolutely dependent on. But I've been in financial services regulation for 25 years, so a lot of my thoughts are actually rooted in being a former regulator and a practitioner in banks and insurers. So in terms of state of play, I know we were talking about really what are the regulatory challenges that are driving all the opportunities for RegTech, and certainly the overriding thing that we're seeing is this move pretty much overnight to new ways of working. So we've all had to adopt a new model to let employees work from home. And I know it's something that's come up all day. Every panel I've sat in, it's come up because it's so topical and it's so important. And that really has, is this microphone all right? Kind of a bit echoey.
It's fine.
Sorry. That really has created all sorts of regulatory challenges that we hadn't anticipated. So we already had all sorts of record-keeping obligations, supervisory obligations, needing to protect data. And suddenly we've all implemented new systems to communicate. So the way we're sharing information is very, very different. We're communicating through video and chat and all different ways that we're finding is creating those challenges to actually how do you retain all this information, how do you supervise it. And I know it was mentioned earlier again, the guidance from the FCA just this week to say that's fine, you can work from home, you can have remote workers, but don't forget actually all of your regulatory obligations and standards that you have to meet still stand. And that's the challenge that firms really face, because when you've got a very different type of communication and you're all sending things like GIFs and emojis and reactions, and it changes the meaning. We've all done a screen share where we shared the wrong screen, and if it's got sensitive data or something on it, it's a real problem. So that is really what's driving the challenges, is those record keeping and supervisory and security challenges. And the only option firms have really is to turn these things off. So they spend all this money on these fabulous systems that are keeping everyone productive and connected, and then you have to turn off your video or your chat. So that's where we're seeing the demand to say, well, look, we've spent all this money on these really good systems, they're working really well for us, but we're actually so worried about the compliance and security obligations, we can't really use them properly. So that's where we're helping.
Thank you, Stacey. Nitin, what do you think?
Sure, so I'll also start with just saying hi and thank you for having me here. So my name is Nitan and I'm the head of surveillance and financial crime technology at Namira. So talking about the challenges and opportunities, I think one challenge that may have been kind of amplified with the sort of digital transformation that we have undergone is the rise in volumes. so rising trade volumes, client data, etc. We all know that a lot of the solutions, the more traditional, old generation solutions, have not been the most efficient. But the more data you bring in, it really gets to an unsustainable state. So that has been one challenge, and RegTech, of course, gives RegTech and more advanced technology an opportunity. Another challenge that is not specific to compliance, but the pandemic has brought some financial difficulties to a lot of organizations. And a lot of departments, including compliance, have had some serious cost reduction targets. And it's actually quite interesting because before the pandemic, if you sometimes were to pitch, a certain RegTech solution, people would be quite, hesitant and may not want to change their strategy. But with these, new, very aggressive targets, there aren't that many ways to bring down the cost so significantly as some organizations have had to. And actually, RegTech now becomes a tool for cost reduction. So it's really, you go and you pitch and you say, well, the only way that I can see to bring down our cost by 20-30% is by doing this, introducing this change. And so really just a drive for cost reduction, and the pandemic has definitely contributed to this fact.
Thank you very much. How about you? Hi there, everyone. So it's nice to be here as well. So I'm Roshan. I work in the Central Innovation Team over at NatWest. I think I'll probably just echo everything what people have been saying here. I mean, I think that the way I look at it is like, if you look at all the kind of the key thematic areas, under RegTech, you look at risk and conduct, you look at compliance, you look at kind of, risk analytics, ID&V, genuine presence assurance, all of these different kind of thematic areas. We know that there's lots of use cases underneath all of that. I think that what I've seen as a kind of a practitioner within the bank is the fact that we are all sort of working from home, given the pandemic, and there is that kind of federated model right now of all of us being at home, all of our customers being at home. There's just a vast amount of communication that's going on here, and I think that we've now got to, I don't want to say it's a tipping point, but we've now got to a point in time whereby adoption of, I suppose, more mechanical or mechanized or automated approaches is almost a necessity, because it's just the way the world has gone now. So we're not all sitting in an office, we're not all together, we're not all directly interfacing with customers. So if we think about it from the customer perspective, and us being customers ourselves and dealing with our employees, each other, we're kind of like, we are online, and we're kind of moving everything from analog to digital. And I think that the one thing that I have seen is there is an appetite and a need to adopt a lot of RegTech solutions and other solutions as well. I think that there's been a lot of conversation around kind of AI and machine learning. So without going into the AI and machine learning rabbit hole at this point in the conversation, which I'm sure we will, there's just been this huge, kind of volume increase. I think that Nitsan touched upon it in terms of data. There's a huge amount of unstructured data, huge amount of structured and semi-structured data that's now sort of flying around there, whether it's employee to employee or customer to employee through all these different, digital conversational channels, like, web, whether it's web chat, whether it's telephony or video. So I think, where am I going with this? I think that there's a real necessity to have the tools which can monitor, how data is basically created, how it's stored, how it's shared, how it's leveraged, how it's processed. I think there's a huge amount of kind of digital tooling that's going on in terms of, extraction of information from, for example, from digital contracts and digital interfaces. So I think that the direction of travel is a very fertile ground, but I think that, again, just in summation, is that from a cultural standpoint and necessity standpoint, I think the curve is kind of, it's increasing quite heavily.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. That's a bit better. So thank you very much, everyone. I guess, these make very, compelling and interesting points. I mean, if we move on to, what I would call the latest trends in regulation and technology, and I will, continue, I will insist separating the two rather than conflating the term RegTech. It's at the end of the day about, how technology serves regulation. I'd like to talk a bit about, the latest trends. So what's been happening in the last, 12 months. So we have a wide variety of occurrences. We have a lot of talk about explainable AI, for instance. We have a lot of talk about, smart contracts, blockchain, and arguably the most important use cases come from what, goes under the term of the permissioned blockchain, so private blockchains and all that. But there's also been trends in the industry for not only for how the regulators use technology and how they embrace technology, but also how new players in this fintech, regtech ecosystem, whatever we want to call it, are growing and are appearing. So I'd like to invite Nitzan to start this one.
Sure. So I'll share my view around two processes of evolution as I see it. So the one is at the beginning, and that's before the past 12 months, but I think we used to see a small number of players providing a large number of solutions, right? So there used to be, these a small number of players in the compliance space, and you would get your financial crime for them in various different solutions. Then I think we've gone into this era where there were these small startup companies kind of growing and providing really excellent point solutions. So they would have a great solution for a specific problem, for a specific use case. But then as an organization, it was kind of difficult from like an ecosystem standpoint, because you can't pick the very best solution and it might just be these kind of smaller players, but you don't really want to end up having 20 different systems that don't really talk to each other. And I think what we've seen, and I don't know if necessarily the past 12 months, but I think that the recent trend has been recreating this ecosystem. And I don't mean by that it has to be a single organization, but I think RegTech players out there kind of understand and see it from the point of view of the organizations. And we're seeing partnerships, and we're seeing kind of integrations, or sort of a lot of solutions being integration ready. So when they propose what they can do, it's already as part of this package and part of just giving consideration to how this could play alongside all of the other solutions. So I think this is a really interesting and great trend. And the other one, I think, is to do with the actual surveillance or monitoring. So, we all know in the past, most of what we had was kind of deterministic, event-based surveillance or monitoring, looking at that one trade, or, and having these very simple rules running against it. I think, again, this is kind of like a three-step thing, whereby we started seeing more advanced technologies going into play. We started seeing, no longer just deterministic solutions, but the focus was still relatively narrow. So you could, you have better tools to indicate whether for example, the trade is suspicious or not, but you're still focusing on that particular trade. And I think, again, the past 12 months or so, I don't know, specifically, but I think there is this a bit more of a holistic view of an occurrence or something worth investigating. So whether in the financial crime space, for example, it's like a client-centric view, so you don't look at a specific trade by the client, you look at overall that client and their risk. Or if it's in the trade surveillance space, you have this sort of trader-based view. But again, you go beyond looking at very specific activities. And again, so I think this is also a very interesting and positive trend that we see today.
Right, thanks. Stacey, what would you like to top this up?
Absolutely. So in this new world of work that we're all trying to come to terms with and figure out, and I think today's a really good example. We've got hybrid and in-person. We're finding that organisations are going back to the environment, they're looking at their existing controls and actually thinking, well, this doesn't actually work for the way we operate now. And when you add to that the FCA and other regulators say, well, look, your controls have to be equally robust, whether you're in the office or at home. It becomes a challenge when you're communicating and sharing information in a very different way. So finding that some of the legacy approaches, the legacy technology just doesn't work for the way you're operating now is really driving that need for new technology. And that's where we're seeing AI and machine learning really coming into its own, because it can do things that word searches or lexicons or this much simpler technology can't do. And some of the things that panelists have chatted about today, in terms of, say, volume, there's no way, if you're all communicating on video and you might be 100 videos a day, that anybody could possibly watch them. It would be a complete waste of their time to do that. So, you need something that can actually review those, pinpoint risks, identify the issues in them, and surface and highlight them to you. You need to be able to look at visual images, that something is not going to get picked up in a transcript. So if you're having a video call and then someone holds something confidential up, you're never going to pick that up if you don't have the sort of machine learning and natural language processing to actually identify that. Speed is really, really important in this scenario. So we've got such a risk of data leakage and sharing files and the wrong information, and potential for malware to get into your systems in this sort of heightened risk that we're working in. So you really need to act quickly to get any malware or any data leakage addressed out your system and dealt with. And then context, that's another one. You just cannot, with traditional approaches, understand the full context of a conversation. So whether that's around misconduct or collusion, you need to understand what emojis were added and what GIFs and what reactions. It's a completely different way to the way we would use email and print stuff out and sit around a phone in a meeting room with one of those spider phones. It's completely different. So that's what we're seeing drive it. That actually we need different tools, and with that regulatory push as well. That's what's driving the need for these new systems.
Yeah. How about you, Roshan? What do you think?
I suppose I'll just echo everything everyone's saying. I mean, okay, so we've talked about necessity, and I've talked about kind of like the thematic areas. You talk about ID and V, you talk about, again, risk and conduct, compliance, all these kinds of things. You talk about fin crime. I think for me, what I have noticed, so the seat that I sit in from an innovation standpoint, when I get questions from the business, I get questions from compliance teams, questions from the privacy team, from information security, all of these really important stakeholders that sit across the bank, that touch a lot of customers, touch a lot of data, and basically are there to make sure that we do everything in a very sort of safe and secure fashion. What I have noticed, and I'm sure probably everyone in the room has noticed, that over the last 6 years of me doing this role, a lot of the solutions that are out there are being started by people who have a lot of market practitioner experience. So you're looking at a lot of the top RegTechs out there now, if you want to call it RegTech. A lot of these technology solutions that target regulatory, rules and policies that we got to adhere to. The teams behind them, I've noticed the teams behind them have come from either a regulatory background, they come from a market practitioner background, they've had years of experience working within banks, financial service firms, and all the rest. And they're teaming up with very good technologists. So one thing I think is very impressive is that they understand the architectural kind of direction of travel for a lot of these big organizations. So as you kind of migrate to kind of a hybrid model, for example, private cloud, enterprise cloud, using, leveraging public cloud and using SaaS platforms, I think the point I'm trying to make here is that the tools have got cleverer. I do agree with Nitzan in terms of there are a lot of point solutions, and I think in organizations we're looking for fewer, bigger. We're looking for vendors that can do a lot more. We're looking for vendors that can be, I don't want to use the word transformative, but they can be pervasive, that you can use tools and you can apply them widely across an organization because it helps in consistency and it also helps in terms of managing deployment. But what I would say again is that it is a competitive landscape out there, but that's great because we're seeing a lot of really, really smart, good tools. I think the challenge is about adoption. I think that there's a lot of really good tools built by a lot of really great people who really understand problems, who really understand opportunities, who really understand the message from the regulators. But I think that the onus is really, I hate to say this, I don't want to put anything on the back. I think the onus is on us, is on the big firms to adopt. It's on the big firms that we can easily test, we can understand the value, but we've got to adopt. And I think that with the culture these days really, really on side, everyone's really keen to do this. I think with support and push by the regulator, it's better, I think, is what I would say. Yeah. It's a positive environment.
All right. Thank you, Roshan. I guess, moving along the timeline, I'd like to move on to the question, where is RegTech or, regulatory technology or, technology for regulators is moving. And I was really looking forward to have, Melvin here, but he couldn't make it from the Bank of England because I would have loved to have his view on CBDCs, on digital assets and where this is going. So, but I think there are people on the panel that also have some regulatory background and can help. Now, the point here is that we've seen and we're seeing, if you like, closer collaboration between regulators and industry. We're seeing regulatory requirements becoming international. It's almost, the business, the transaction business is by definition international. We see a lot of movement in areas such as regulatory arbitrage, for instance, and I recall, one of the speakers in a panel before mentioned that. So the question really for my panel is, where do we think, and that will lead then to the next question, the closing question, which has to do with innovation and the future of RegTech. Where do you think that RegTech is heading today? I don't know who wants to take this one first. Would you like to have a stab, or?
I think I was actually going to start with the next question, but I mean,
whichever.
I would probably wed.
On the regulation point,
Sure.
You know, as an ex-regulator, I'll have you try and stand in for Bank of England. So I think what's most notable here is that the regulator's moving to be a data-driven regulator, and they've been very clear about this. And I think they said they'll be as much as a data regulator as they will be a financial regulator. And I think that really puts firms on notice that they are going to need to be providing much more data to them in a format that they can use, because we know, the amount of data they're looking at in investigations has gone up 200%, and they're using it in supervision. Of course, they're trying to do remote supervision, so all those records need to go to them. So I think knowing that you've got to get that data to them in an accessible way, and you really must know what's in it, because the last thing you want to do is hand over a load of data that the regulator finds something in there that you don't know about. So that, I think, is a big change. And I also think the precise detail of the rules will never keep pace with the pace of technology change. So Devin was speaking earlier, and he had a great quote from ESMA, where it's that outcomes-based approach to regulation. You have to keep records, and you have to supervise them, and you have to make sure that conduct is appropriate in your business. And don't expect the rule to say, well, you need to capture this, this, and this, and this type of emoji, and this type of message. And it's an outcomes-based. You have your records, supervise them properly, and I think that's be quite a challenge for a lot of firms, actually, who can't get those records, who can't currently capture them all. And I think as we start to move back into whatever a normal environment is, and regulators start to ask us for those records, that's going to be an issue.
Thank you. Listen.
So I guess not on the regulatory front, but I think in general, talking about kind of like the future of RegTech, if you like. So one, perhaps too ambitious vision that I would have is that I think we could use the tools that are being deployed today for financial crime and compliance, and kind of turn compliance from a cost center to a profit center in some ways. Because a lot of these technologies, so the technologies we use to do client screening, essentially we are getting a huge amount of insights around what our clients are doing. How it differs to what other people with a similar profile are doing, other personas. So that's a huge amount of valuable information that can then be used, in marketing, user research, other area, and essentially drive some profit. And also when it comes to, for example, communication surveillance. So in firms where you are kind of monitoring your employees, you're going through the email, every phone call. There are some insights there that, again, you can use to your own benefit. And for example, things like, employee well-being. So there are ways in which the tools that are, have been developed for the sort of RegTech use case can be used kind of beyond that. And you can achieve more. And for us, always as practitioners, it's always about how do I justify? How do I justify the cost? How do I justify deploying this? And, this is, I think important and useful, but also a good, a way to get that buy-in, to get that sign-off, to try and make more out of these tools that are available today. And I think the other point around future of RegTech would be, I very much agree with what you said earlier. I think, it's when we talk about the future, I don't think at this stage it's about, getting more new edge technologies. I think, it's more about, getting the organizations through that journey. It's about us, understanding what to do with it, how to work with it. What is the operating model we should be having? What does it mean for our line one reviewer? So kind of trying to make sense out of all of this is probably where most focus should be. And I think, it's actually great that we see RegTech companies help us, organizations, through this journey. But I think that's where the focus will be in the coming, the next few years, us getting confidence. So we're going to see some success. We are seeing, actually, some success stories in the industry that are giving some confidence. So I think that it's not about, the new exciting technology that is, I think we are kind of there. It's more about how do we gain confidence and how do we implement.
I mean, I think that kind of, you know, it's a great segue to the last bit, which has to do with, I mean, again, following up from you know, what was said before, all very good points, is where innovation is heading in the RegTech space. I mean, there is a lot, and we were having this conversation during, I mean, we had lots of conversations just before the panel, so I feel like we've kind of, you know, exhausted all, you know, possible corners of it, but there are things, you know, developments like, you know, smart contracts, you know, NFTs, digital assets, and all that. It's not, of course, about the technology, it's about the technological affordances. And of course, you know, innovation is not about only technology, it's about the commercialization of technology, and therefore it's about the product. So, and I would like to, you know, invite your view, Roshan.
No, thanks for that, Georgios. I mean, I'll take a step back. I completely agree with what you guys are saying, and the panel are saying in terms of, I think that RegTech also serves a purpose in terms of engendering sort of best practice. So RegTech comes in there to solve a certain or specific problem. But a lot of the RegTech solutions, for example, if you look at conversational intelligence, you're using conversational intelligence platforms to monitor communications to make sure employees are complying with, you know, policy and how they interact with customers. But it can also lead to kind of, you know, insights, management insights in terms of how to better interact with customers as well. So I do agree with you that as opposed to being looked upon as purely a cost and something that you have to do, it also can actually engender best practice, and it can be kind of very valuable for businesses to adopt. So I think that people have got to look at it from many different angles. And then moving into the innovation kind of topic, and I had a very structured answer for this. So I take kind of a step back and I look at, say, 2009. So look at the environmental factors which have been driving a lot of the change recently and kind of 10 years ago. In 2009, you had the market collapse. You had all these kind of regulations that came in from MiFID and all the rest. You have, moving forward, you've had Brexit, you've had the pandemic, and now you've got a really important move, and this is an extremely important move in terms of, like, you know, corporate kind of, I suppose, environmental, social, and corporate governance. You've had a very purpose-led kind of move by all the firms these days. We're all on the same planet. We're all in it together at the end of the day, and it's extremely important. So you have these environmental drivers, and the pandemic, as we have known, has kind of exacerbated the requirement for more mechanized, automated approaches to the way we work. We just have to do it. It's just the way the world that we live in. So you have that. Then you look at kind of like the business and customer success parts, which I kind of look at quite closely in terms of, you have a very competitive landscape. I think, you know, we've touched upon, or somebody had mentioned, you know, there's the neobanks, there's the challengers, there's the fintechs and all the rest. There's lots of market disruption. You look at basically there's been a cultural shift, partly driven by necessity, but there's been a cultural willingness now to adopt. So you do have that kind of managerial and senior managerial buy-in to spending discretionary and non-discretionary budgets on a lot of these tools. So it's not just superficial or social. It's people, you know, we do need to do this. You know, you have this kind of growth in technology. We've talked about the quality of the solutions that are out there, the market practitioners behind all of this, the people who are building these tools, the technologists in combination with experienced people who've come from these backgrounds. Technology's also moved, as Gartner might say, technology's moved from being purely just a technology kind of owned domain to being kind of business technologists. You have people on the business front line now who can build technology. We all talk about microservices, and we all talk about basically kind of, I suppose, being self-sufficient and all the rest, and that's happening a lot more. But where am I really going with all of this? I mean, you have these environmental drivers, you have the business and customer success, you have the technical drivers, and you have you know, the business need, like, you know, Nitsan's talked about in terms of like cost out and actually creating kind of revenue or profit centers. So there's many things that go into this, and I think that also with this kind of shift, as I said before, in terms of from an architectural standpoint, moving from these old clunky legacy systems and the adoption of cloud and hybrid type models, I think that you have this kind of like, from an innovation standpoint, you have this like perfect storm now. It's a very fertile ground. There's a lot of willingness, there's capital, there's desire, there's necessity, and it's all kind of, I suppose, you know, everyone is driving one another. I think the role, but what I have to do though is, given the fact that there is lots of great solutions out there, given the fact that there's 1,000, well, not 1,000 use cases, but there's hundreds of use cases under those thematic areas that we've talked about, ID&V, onboarding, KYC, risk and compliance, conduct, and all the rest. The point is that you've got to get the right stakeholders on the part. There's many people in organizations from information security, risk, policy, legal, that need to be part of the conversation when it comes to innovation. I mean, innovation in itself is great, but it also needs the support from key departments, key stakeholders within the firm. So you need to basically manage all the stakeholders. You need to really understand what it is that we're trying to actually achieve here. I think, you know, Stacey had a great point in terms of outcomes-based solutioning, and that's absolutely, you know, spot on. You really need to understand, like, what exactly are we trying to do? And like, what is the outcome or outcomes that we need? And is it a single solution? Is it a myriad of solutions? I mean, what are we actually trying to achieve, and what are we trying to achieve for the customer and for a safer bank and all the rest? And I think that the role that I have is basically make sure that we distill all that information, we understand it, bring the right people on the park, bring it together, join dots that we didn't know exist. And I think that what's great is that there are a lot of solutions out there that we can scout for. But the hard part might not be, and I hope not be too controversial, the hard part might not be the scouting, it's the distillation, it's getting to the right answer. I don't know if there is a right answer. There certainly is an answer, and there's lots of answers out there because there's lots of great stuff out there. But again, I would probably reiterate that with this growth in AI, with the growth in DLT, and digital assets and all the rest as well, we're not spoiled for choice.
Okay. Stacey, you want to
time, so just the last thing I'd say about the future of RegTech is integration is going to be one of the most important things. It's one of the things that came out of the FCA research and what was the barrier to adoption, and it's something that's really important to us at Data Lake. We are built with integrations in mind. We've got 40 plus frictionless integrations. We know we are part of a bigger system of tools. We know that firms have multiple tools to do their compliance, and we fit within that, and you have to kind of, the last thing a firm wants is something that's going to come in and disrupt their workforce or their customers. So, very much built around, well, if you'd like to archive with us, that's fine. If you have another archive vendor, that's fine. We can send data to them. If you want to export stuff out the system, we can do that. You can pick and choose, and I think that is going to be so important. To your point, you can't have all these point solutions that just try and solve everything. You have to work with all sorts of partners to make sure you're bringing in making use of all of the tools that a firm uses.
Any final points?
Yeah, just, again on that, kind of reiterating what's been said, but I think, one approach that has been taken, I think, across some organizations is kind of, let's keep everything as is and let's sprinkle some innovation on top. So let's keep our, transaction monitoring solution, and then let's look at maybe putting some layer on, and I think it might be right for now. That may be where we are in terms of the maturity, but I think true innovation, and I am rehashing what's been said, but I do think that true innovation on the client side does mean that, and it can be over time and it can be a process, but it does mean that you don't look at it as this sort of small additional incremental bit that you're putting on top of everything else. That's also not going to be cost effective. It's really just thinking about I'm not specifically system-wise replacing, but really sort of changing a change of state of mind, change of your mindset to a one of proper innovation, and really kind of not just having this thing as a very, very thin layer on the top, but everything else stays the same is the only thing I'll add.
Right. Oh, excellent. I think we covered a lot. I mean, I know we only have 6 minutes, just as the clock is ticking. Just to mention before we have time to take a couple of questions. I mean, I think one of the from my point of view, one of the core observations, and we've been seeing that in the so-called fintech revolution, that what you have here is a reintermediation of the total product and financial services supply chain, and you have what I call XaaS, X as a service, everything as a service, banking as a service, and KYC as a service, and all that. And one of the questions is relevant here. And I think there is a significant role for the regulator there to not really follow the technology, but understand the technology, and because the regulator cannot afford not to. They have to stay abreast. This is happening, and all these small KYC providers and all this ID verification as a service is happening. At some point, it lands on their table, and the regulator has to say yay or nay to that, and therefore, there's that prerogative for the regulator to become more tech savvy. There are a couple of questions here that I'd like to share with you. So, what are your thoughts about putting KYC on a blockchain? So, I mean, if I want to rephrase that, I would say, are there any views about using blockchain for KYC? I'm not entirely sure what the question, or I mean, what is the essence of the question. If the question comes from in here, if somebody wants to clarify it. No? This is probably an online one. Let me take a stab at it then first. Let me start on that. Now, having a utility, I mean, if that's the meaning of the question, having a KYC utility on a public blockchain is a long way from conception to delivery. I mean, we've had discussions again, before this panel about how the basic plumbing and the infrastructure requires, a lot of re-engineering, and it's essentially an enterprise architecture's problem. But there is a lot of there are a lot of use cases for KYC using DLTs, distributed ledger technologies, but I think we are a long way for a number of technical and non-technical reasons from doing that. And I don't know what you guys think. Any thoughts?
I don't think I can do that question justice, but in the time we have available. But I think anything with a good audit trail as a regulator is important to me. So if that helps, if it was something that helps organisations do things more efficiently, then that's great. If it's a good audit trail, then that's great too. But beyond that.
No, I mean, definitely see the merits of using blockchain for various different use cases. But I would probably approach KYC sort of like technically agnostically, if you like. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's a blockchain issue or it's a machine learning issue. I think it's just what is the best solution or approach to kind of solving various different parts of the kind of the value chain, if you like. So I would say there's no reason why you wouldn't use it, but I mean, you shouldn't. It should be meritocratic in terms of the decision-making process, in terms of what you do deploy.
Yeah, I mean that kind of connects to the the usual saying that we're talking about blockchain, saying blockchain is a solution looking for a problem, in the sense that at some point it was everything over a blockchain is a solution, and I guess you put the you put it very correctly in saying that it's about the KYC problem, and if we don't need a blockchain can deliver a more democratized and more transparent process, but again, that does not come without its caveats, right? Okay, Nitin, do you have anything to add on that? No? Okay, I'll let you off the hook on this one. There is another interesting one, which is, which of the current regulatory challenges will, in your opinion, be solved first? Who wants to take that?
That we are solving the challenge of record keeping and supervision first, because obviously that is something that's happening now and the technology is there to do it. So, but when you talk about regulatory challenges, there are so many, it's so broad, that I think there are a number of good solutions, not solving a number of things now.
I mean, I think the we here is something that is like, because I think there are good solutions out there today for many of the existing RegTech problems, but it's just, again, going back to that slightly generic but true to me point around the sort of implementation. It's about the way it's picking the right solution. So as an example, right? So data management is a huge problem. And a lot of the fines have been around the fact that you've not had proper, data handling, data management. It's not that it's not doable. It's not that there are no solutions to do it. It's just the way that they are being implemented today. So I think, again, it comes back to who is solving what. I would hope that when it comes to data, largely as financial institutions, we are making quite a good progress there. Record keeping maybe as well, but. That's my view.
Really quickly, I think making huge strides in machine learning and sort of managing machine learning from an MLOps perspective in terms of explainability, ethics, bias, and all the rest. And I think a lot of stuff that I've been involved in our conversations have been around, handling data, storing data, leverage data, processing data, and all the rest. And I think that it's come a long way. So I would just echo what you guys said.
Okay, I think, as I said, we ran out of time, and I was thinking whether I'm going to be cheeky and eat out into your coffee break, but you'll know that I decided not to. So that is everything. I'd like to thank my panelists. This was a very interesting conversation. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you had the opportunity we had the opportunity to cover enough of the background and what you wanted to get out of this panel. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Georgios, and to your panelists, Roshan, Nitzan, and Stacey. And I'm sure people appreciate taking their coffee break and perhaps asking any questions during that time. Thank you for setting us on the path for new technologies and what that means for RegTech. We've got more of the same, so please do come back for the final panel session of the day, which will be just as exciting and insightful as everything else, so you dare not miss it. And there we'll be talking about RegTech solutions and talking about the path for risk management and reshaping that with RegTech solutions. So please do join us back here in half an hour, and we will see you then. Thank you. today. It's proven to be a challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to start. Please do rejoin us. You can carry on your conversations very shortly afterwards. You can bring your coffees in, swap them for alcohol later if you wish to. They're not paying attention to me now, are they? They're busy. Right, I'll give it 1 minute and then we'll start. A bell. You normally have a bell, actually. I don't know what's happened to it, but we're just using physical force, I think, if we can. So 1 minute, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in 1 minute. Thank you.
It's quite unique. So people keep stopping to talk about it. He's quite grumpy. He doesn't want to speak to people. And everyone who sees his dog wants to talk to him.
What I'll do is I'll start talking, and hopefully people will start to come in. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And those of you still on your way back, it's my pleasure to introduce you to the last panel discussion of the day. I'm delighted to say we've got a full house of experts, so it will be a fantastic finale. I think we've had a fantastic number of sessions all day, but this is definitely one not to miss. The panel discussion is on my sheet, Reshaping Risk Management with RegTech Solutions, and it is still the same there, which is fantastic. It does match. My pleasure to welcome as chair of this panel, Dr. Cosmas Kaprinis, I hope I pronounced that correctly, who is responsible for regulatory reporting as HSBC, but has a dual role as he's also an adjunct professor at IE University in Spain, I understand, so a well-known place. So it's a pleasure, Dr. Cosmas, to hand over to you to introduce yourself and to welcome your panelists. Thank you.
Richard, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I understand it has been a very interesting day, full of insights about risk management and RegTech. This is the last session. This is the last session before drinks, so rest assured we have an amazing set of panelists. It's going to be very interesting, lots of insights. Before I introduce the rest of the panelists, very crucial to point out to the fact that we have a mixture of expertise. We have in-house compliance professionals that can elaborate on the challenges they face in their day-to-day work or the big issues that they actually face. But we also have two exceptional colleagues from vendors that can actually elaborate on the latest developments and how they can actually help financial institutions in delivering the best in RegTech. I'll go and introduce the panel. So we have with us today Madison Gray, who is the head of EMEA Regulatory Change Management at BNY here in London. We have Donald Gillis, who you've heard before. He's the CEO and co-founder of Passport. We have Joe Byrne, who is a privacy solutions engineer at OneTrust. And we have Samantha Brayshaw, who is Director of Finance Transformation and Program Director for IRB at Metrobank. We're going to have a series of questions. I'll take advantage of my position as chair of the panel, and I'll ask my questions first. But afterwards, we are more than welcome to submit your questions. From a logistic perspective, as you know, you need to go to your Brella app. You go down to the bottom toolbar. You click the three dots, and then it's the Q&A button, and over there you can submit your questions. As Richard elaborated before, this panel will focus on risk management and the RegTech solutions that can be applied in this sphere. So I'll start with some generic questions to the panel. I would like to ask how they feel about the contemporary key regulatory issues that firms are grappling with in today's post-COVID environment?
I think I'll jump in there. I think one of the key challenges that we've seen is change generally. We've seen such a significant amount of change. It can be industry change. We're seeing a move towards crypto assets, digital assets, huge geopolitical change. At the same time, what we're seeing is a sustained amount of regulatory change. That's probably, from a financial perspective, one of the key industry challenges. The pace, complexity, and frequency of regulatory change is extremely significant. Even just to underscore that, what we've seen in terms of regulatory alerts, I think the Thomson Reuters Cost of Compliance survey, I think it's about 65,000 regulatory alerts a year. That's so significant. The work in terms of taking those in, prioritisation, all the way through to implementation, in that landscape of such frequent business change, technology change, it's such a challenge for firms.
Yeah, and I think what I'd just like to touch on there is it's the amount of change, the rate of change, and the pace at which you need to deliver that change. Add on things such as ESG and the COVID impact, you just can't keep pace. But I think one of the things that we're also realising is that it's not just targeting the risk management functions or the reg functions. The change that we're now required to do in order to meet our own needs within our functions requires enterprise-wide commitment to make that happen. So I think where I've been doing the IRB programme, for example, this is a bank-wide initiative. It's not something that just focuses on better and more robust risk management. So it's how do you get that cohesive collaboration within the firm you're working with, and therefore how do you get the right reg solution that supports all the way through across the various functions.
Completely, and just to pick up on that point you raised, what we're also seeing is regulatory scrutiny in terms of how are supervisors looking at our compliance frameworks, our risk management frameworks, and that's really, I think, what's necessitating RegTech, because you can't stay on top of that, particularly with SMCR and accountability regimes. It's only more relevant for executives, accountable executives in particular, to make sure that they have robust systems, controls, and frameworks to deal with these challenges.
I think the COVID landscape as well created more personal data than I think we've ever seen before. And firms have had to find a way to manage that, particularly when they bring people back into the office. And COVID, or whether you have your vaccination, would count as sensitive categories of data. So they'll need to understand how they're going to manage that, or if they can manage that when they bring people back into the office.
Madison, I'll pick up on you again. Elaborate on this question, because I think there is a lot of interest from the audience as well. Could you tell me 2 or 3 of the major key regulatory challenges that your bank is facing? You're working for one of the biggest banks in the world. Can you tell me 2 or 3 of them that in the post-COVID world you think that would be top of the agenda of an international financial institution like yours?
Yes, so in the post-COVID world, I think looking at the compliance framework, what we need to make sure is that we have the right technology to identify our evolving compliance obligations, to ensure that we track how they're evolving, how they're changing in a documented fashion. What we also need to make sure is that we can pinpoint at a point in time what regulatory obligations applied to us, what policies we had in place that attached to those obligations, and then what controls were in effect at that point in time. That's really complex to have that ecosystem of data globally, and that's accessible by multiple different users across multiple different lines of business. So that is kind of the key challenge that we're facing. What we're also seeing, though, is broadening and deepening of regulatory obligations. So previously, I think there was a perception that compliance, and this is a completely incorrect perception, but compliance was very much there with checklists. If there was a compliance issue, it was something of a naughty step. I feel that the role of compliance is evolving as well in organisations, where compliance is very much a proactive partner and supporting holistic risk management. So I think that that's a very key journey that compliance is going on right now. And I think that is, we've seen it again through enforcement activity, through multiple compliance transformations that's ongoing. So I think that evolving role of compliance and the need to automate, to transform is absolutely pivotal and probably the key challenge.
Just to touch on that, actually, it's making sure you've got the right information to support all of those controls, because I think what you're seeing is the regulatory bar is now so much higher. So when you are looking to comply, the evidence within which you need to submit to prove compliance is much higher, which in turn causes lots of downstream or upstream impacts. I think the second thing I'd then like to add is that as you go on this journey and you start to understand how compliance can work with the business, certainly from our experiences, we're seeing a lot more now how compliance is actually turning the tables to become a bit more of a profit centre, if you like, and starting to help inform more strategic decision making. So that, with the use of RegTech behind it, can really see how you can sort of flip the landscape.
Certainly, and compliance should never be a project, it should always be a program. And in my line of work, I see this all the time. Like, they've put something in place to meet the regulations that were launched, and then a year or 2 years later, they've fallen behind and they need a solution to manage it on an ongoing basis. And they need to shift that mindset from we've ticked that box to we're going to maintain that ongoing. And the remark you made as well about getting some value out of that, that's what comes next. Now that you've got all this data, you're managing it correctly, you're managing your risk, how can we use that to drive the business? We've spent the time and energy, let's get something back.
Yeah, I think maybe just to add a little bit of perspective from our point of view on this, I think it's a really exciting time to be a compliance, risk or financial crime professional at the moment. It feels like the first time in history where kind of software is being developed specifically for the needs of these professionals, i.e. RegTech. And that isn't necessarily something that's happened before. It's not an area of the business world that has been touched by the enterprise software revolution. I think that's changed. So for that reason, I think it's really exciting. And it was interesting hearing you both speak about the work you do within your institutions, because for me, it just feels and sounds a lot like our product development process. And it feels like the compliance profession itself is changing. And instead of being these kind of single point in time checklist kind of mindset, it is much more agile now. In the same way that you would have an agile framework to develop software, you have an agile framework to develop your compliance processes and kind of operating systems.
I think Samantha and Madison touched upon in their answers a very thorny issue, data management. Data is usually considered as wealth for financial institutions. Might be also a burden for compliance departments. So I'd like to get to the next question regarding technology innovations and how we're seeing new technology innovations over the last 12, 18 months post-COVID, and how they impact risk management. So I think this is a question for all the panel, both for our financial institutions, compliance experts, but also for our vendors.
I'm happy to kick off. Yeah, I think you'll hear a lot of vendors and industry participants, I guess, speak about what I would consider to be buzzwords, things like AI, machine learning, etc. And those technologies have application and are important for, I guess, progressing the profession and the work that's done. But for me, the biggest transformation that's happening at the moment is actually the digitization of the profession itself. And again, you can think back to the revolution that platforms like Salesforce caused for sales and marketing professionals. It is now almost unthinkable as a sales leader or a marketing leader not to be familiar with those tools and not to be able to, I guess, test and iterate your ideas within those ecosystems. And I think that RegTech will be that driving force of change in the compliance profession. And for me, before we talk about kind of any specific technologies, I think that's the biggest and most exciting transformation that's happening at the moment, is just that digitization of the profession itself.
Yeah, I was on a panel earlier this week, actually, where we were speaking with people from the insurance industry, and the debate came up about what you referenced, artificial intelligence and deep learning. And they were saying, well, it's tough because they feel their institutions should be able to use that data as well to drive their business, rather than just companies like Google and Facebook. But they get, I guess, more backlash, even though you'd think an insurance company is acting more in your interest than perhaps a Facebook or a Google. So there's more tools available, and more organizations want to use them. But I think the public perception is still a bit frosty, except for the established brands, which somehow seem to be all right with that. So.
Great. Please.
Just touching on your point, Donald, I completely agree. And I think the digitisation of the profession is really exciting. But I think looking at it from a macro perspective, it's the benefits to the industry as well. RegTech will bring enhanced compliance, it'll bring better data, and that has market outcomes that result in improved competition, safer markets for consumers. So it really is better for everybody. And I think looking at it from the macro lens, as well as a firm-specific perspective, is really important.
Yeah, like strong compliance, strong regulatory frameworks ultimately accelerate economic activity. You can see that in the developed economies around the world. They tend to have strong regulatory frameworks and good oversight. So people view kind of compliance and regulation as this kind of burden and cost on society. It's not that. It's the opposite to that when done correctly. And I think you'll see a kind of, what's the correct way to describe it, a kind of growth in the regulated sphere, the regulated economy. I think more countries, more developing countries will kind of copy some of the initiatives that are, I guess, viewed as gold standard from different regulators around the world. And also industries that previously weren't regulated probably will become regulated. So you'll have more compliance professionals and processes that are required in new industries. Technology is a good example when you consider the debate going around the big four tech companies today, but also cryptocurrency is one that's maybe more relevant for some people in the room today.
If I can just add a note of caution, though, because with all of this regulatory change, we all need to accept the obligation that places on us to use that technology in the right way. So making sure that we're not taking these systems and undergoing heavy customization, so we're undermining the benefits that they offer. And then also making sure when we're going through this process of digitization and making our data more accessible, that it's the right data. Otherwise, we've just got a very efficient platform for it to feed through. And then finally, making sure the data that comes out the back of it and the intuitive insight that it gains is used appropriately, and that people understand, rather than being inundated with loads of data, can use that information to meet the compliance needs in a correct way.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think what you raised there, Sam, is a really good point about the challenges of RegTech, because I think there's a perception that it's a silver bullet. You get this tool or software and it immediately transforms the firm. That's simply not the case. You really need the infrastructure, the model, the governance to work in tandem. Otherwise, it's just a recipe for failure, simply.
And my point was this concept of self-regulation, because the technology will always move faster than the regulation, but it's your own obligation to work with it responsibly, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because when the regulations do catch up, you may need to redo everything or rewrite all of your processes because you've, I suppose, taken advantage of that period where it wasn't regulated.
I think just the final thing I would add, though, is it's great to use the systems, but don't forget we as organisations own the interpretation and how we use that. So we can't say actually that that's what the system derived if we're calculating our risk assets or trying to understand a compliance issue. Ultimately, we still own the outputs from those systems and have to take accountability for them.
Yeah, and I think there's a really important flywheel effect to highlight as well, where kind of software companies like our own are really learning from the technical expertise that institutions and the people that work for them bring to the table, but vice versa as well. A lot of skill transfer where we can help kind of more technical kind of compliance risk or financial crime professionals understand the art of the possible with software. And I think that will serve as a foundation for kind of the breadth of what is possible under the RegTech umbrella to continue to expand. And again, for me, it comes back to that point about digitizing the profession and really being at the heart of developing those skills with our customers.
Yeah, so collaboration is key.
Another question for Donald and Joseph. We've seen the amazing work that your companies are doing out there. A common denominator was a lot of reference to artificial intelligence. I would like you both to elaborate on this. What does artificial intelligence actually mean for a compliance professional that works in this field? How will it impact its day-to-day life and work?
Well, the best example I can give is a product we have. It's called Athena, and to put it into context, we have an approach to the data discovery that finds the data. We have a team of lawyers and analysts that define the regs, and then we have an artificial intelligence solution that tells you how to apply the regs to your data. So there's a lot of data. Oh, I've got your attention anyway. There's a button here, so wake you all up. So there's a huge amount of data, and there's more regulations every day. So being able to apply that is a huge task. So if we can use artificial intelligence to get you at least a fair way along that journey, that's going to save you a lot of time and energy. So that's what we're doing. But Donald, you've probably got some.
Yeah, I'm going to be a contrarian here, and hopefully I don't turn anyone off by saying this, but Passport does not have any artificial intelligence. And in my view, the stage we're at in, I guess, the development of RegTech and the problems that need to be solved, there just is not necessarily a need for it in our particular kind of problem space. So for me, this is a real bugbear. I think it's something that is communicated a lot by a lot of different vendors, and it sets false expectation. I'm not saying that this is the case here, but in our experience, it sets false expectations with the customer. And realistically, the way that I kind of try and get our team to buy into it is that what we're doing here is kind of hybrid intelligence. It's how do you augment the decision-making capacity of individuals who have experience, who have skills, who exercise judgment. Yes, you can automate kind of some of the remedial tasks, but ultimately it's about empowering them and as I say, less about kind of exciting technologies per se, but more about how do you take existing technology and apply it to well-known problems. So yeah, like a lot of the problems that we solve today in RegTech were solved in the late 90s, early 2000s by the CRM world. So you're not necessarily always breaking new ground, you're kind of applying it to a new problem space. And I think that's really important for the industry to understand, because you need to do that before you can then do the kind of more exciting and arguably more sexy stuff. So for me, that's kind of where we are in the roadmap today. And yeah, we don't do artificial intelligence.
I think that's fair comment as well. And if someone is pitching artificial intelligence to you in a meeting, try and ascertain what exactly it is or what it means to them, because it has become a buzzword like digital transformation was a few years ago. That means a lot of things, and in some cases may mean nothing. So if that's what's on the table, do ask probing questions to get to the bottom of what they're actually pitching to you.
A question for Madison and Samantha now. We've discussed before, you're both in committees that are actually purchasing these programs from vendors. So I'd like to know, what are the main qualities, what are the main considerations when actually your banks are going out there and choosing a vendor? Can you tell me 2 or 3 of the major issues that you're looking for?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to start. We've been going through a recent vendor implementation actually for a new reporting system. I think some of the key things that you look for is a vendor who can understand the entire journey. It's great that there's some really amazing black boxes, which I'm sure if you want to coin the phrase artificial intelligence might sit, but it's making sure that you can get the right journey through from data ingestion through to any calculations, algorithms that are applied to end user. So it's that end-to-end journey. And many of the vendors that we went through a review of were good at some parts, but not the end-to-end journey. I think the next thing is coming in with an expectation that we need the system because we're not perfect and we are trying to improve on what we've got. So it's being able to take the skills and the system that the vendor can offer and help us apply them to the environment within which we're operating and help us manage the change that we need to do in order to execute that. And then I think finally it's building in the controls and reconciliations, because that's where a lot of us fall down when we're trying to prove our compliance points. The more that's built in terms of the data quality checks, the report checks, evidence of compliance is really important. So they're the 3 things that I would, the end-to-end journey, helping apply that to our environment, and then making sure you've got the right checks and controls in place.
I'm just picking up on that point. So I think the key thing, as Donald's already mentioned, is partnership. I think any new vendor relationship, it's very key that you're partners. I think that includes configurability, ensuring that it's scalable to the firm rather than just, one-size-fits-all approach. I think lots of different financial institutions have different sizes, different natures, different complexities. They also have different risk appetites. So the ability to configure, to perhaps switch on and off certain features, depending on the business unit, is actually really advantageous. And I think the second thing is often these vendors, it's part of a huge strategic change for an institution. And I think often we will also take steer from the vendors as to what practices they've experienced, what models they've seen that work, what they've seen that doesn't work. And that helps inform our design as well. So I think partnership is absolutely key.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that, from my perspective, is that there's a kind of structural change in the economy where previously you had these kind of very large corporations that would do everything in-house and be able to afford that. And for various reasons, downward pressure on their revenue from more competition, investor pressure to improve operating margins, therefore reduce costs. That's now shifting, where you have an economy of extreme specialization. So you can have companies like Passport and others who pop up and really focus in on a specific problem, and then essentially go to a large institution and say, hey, we've solved this problem, you can apply it within your environment, as you say. And ultimately there's efficiencies there, but it's a structural change that a lot of institutions are getting used to.
And that's where technology can play an important part, is ensuring that all of these different bespoke technologies sit within the overall architectural framework.
You know, when I've worked with financial institutions as well, the key thing that strikes me in the procurement process is the level of due diligence. For some clients I work with, it could be an engagement over 2 or 3 weeks. A bank is normally at least 3 months, and you'll be speaking to them at least 3 or 4 times a week, and you're pretty much all on first name terms very, very quickly. So they really, really thoroughly want to understand that you can deliver what they need to, and if there's something that's close or not quite there, they'll work with you to find a workaround or get it built into the system. But they are, as from my experience, they're not so much, oh, we'll deal with this later. They're like, we'll deal with this now as part of the procurement process.
I think now I will ask the most difficult question, and it sounds a bit like marriage counseling. Once you've gotten into a contract with a vendor, down the road, you need to have a symbiotic relationship for many months or years. So what would be the major frustrations that the banks would have from the vendors? And then I would like to hear from the vendors themselves. What are the key challenges they have in implementing their solutions when working with a financial institution?
Good question.
No, I mean, maybe it's
you can speak freely. It's
yeah,
only
no,
a few thousand people listening.
I like the marriage counselling analogy, and it's not quite the 7-year itch, but it's not far off. I think the sexy part is the embedding of the tool and getting the system working. The challenge comes when you're live and you're trying to make sure that the tool's delivering what it needs to. And if you think about it, you've designed your systems. There's a communication that needs to go on to say, are we buying what we expected, and are we giving you as vendors the environment within which to operate effectively? And so you will go through this. You have this beautiful honeymoon period where everything's rosy. You're working together constantly. I think for me the key thing is building that sustainable relationship, and it can't just be with an individual person within that company. It needs to be with the company as a whole. So I think some of the key challenges that we've found, which might turn us off vendors later down the line or not look to that vendor for the next upgrade, is if that support model hasn't worked effectively, if they haven't been available when we needed the time, if the regulatory change that we needed to implement hasn't gone effectively. So it's a lifelong commitment. It is like marriage. So you need to make sure that you've got that, the regular dates and stuff like that to keep it going and ensure that tool moves and grows.
I completely agree, and I think just picking up on one more point is consistency of offering. What we've seen in the RegTech space is such maturity and advancement in quite a short period of time, and certain vendors, what they offered in 2016 is very different in 2021. So I think it's where you're taking on a vendor's offering, understanding that in 5 years' time they will probably still offer the same thing, because banks can be quite slow to change. But I think going hand in hand with that is the early sharing of the roadmap. If you are evolving, if you are planning enhancements, making sure that the banks are aware really early on what you're considering, so they can help shape their processes internally to meet your evolution. And I think that continues the happy union as such.
I think the point you made about support is absolutely true. And in any sort of vendor-client relationship, there will be bumps in the road, but it's not the bumps that are the problem, it's really how you deal with them. And if you've got the right people and the right engagement, then you can maintain the relationship. But if you don't, things can go array, as it were. In terms of the challenges that I experience with the client relationship, particularly on the vendor side, and I think this is fair, often organizations don't understand the level of resource they need to commit when they purchase a product. They think they'll switch it on and it will run itself, whereas often you may need one or more people internally to manage it. And if that resource isn't aligned, or there's this beautiful term I heard once in a pharmaceutical, if people are voluntold to do it on top of their day job, it may not succeed. The other challenge, particularly from the financial space, is they typically have, maybe the same for you, change freeze. So if you're running along a procurement process and if the vendor delays it, you could delay the engagement by 3 or 4 or 5 months if you've not met change freeze. So you really need to be on top of your game, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with what's been said. I guess two contributions from me. The first one is that although we build software, that's not the only thing we sell. Like ultimately, we're selling a solution to a customer, and that is the software plus the service, which I think speaks to your point. So yeah, those kind of post-initial contract signature, post-initial implementation, how you evolve the configuration, how you kind of run your quarterly reviews, how you kind of make meaningful changes off the back of that's actually part of what we're selling as well, which I feel like some software businesses don't recognize or don't want to embrace because it's more expensive. I think the second piece that I've seen go wrong in some of our engagements is when individuals on both sides of the relationship don't share the kind of why behind their taking certain decisions. So a lot of people will focus on the outcome they want, or they'll focus on the kind of how we achieve that, so the kind of process to get there. But then that will change because priorities change. Like we live in a world of constant flux. And yeah, when people don't speak about the why, like what is fundamentally important in terms of helping you to achieve this outcome, like why are we doing this? Why are we even sitting around this table? That's when things go wrong, because that's when you don't have full context and people are making decisions without all the information, and you're just not on the same page, basically.
I think that's a really important message for the procurement process. We need to make sure before we're even reaching out that we really do understand the why, so you can get the right solution as a consequence.
Now I have a last question before we move to the Q&A, and I would ask you, all of you, to become sort of futurists. If we had the same conference, I'm sure we will, in 2025, RegTech, Global RegTech 2025, how would you see the environment there? Is it going to be fundamentally different? Do you think we're still going to face the same challenges? Do you think third-party vendors will be much more integrated into financial institutions? Some very general thoughts from all of you regarding how the future holds in the sphere of RegTech.
I don't mind starting. I think we'll see a lot more collaboration and partnership with a lot more smaller vendors rather than one big solution. I think we'll hopefully be discussing less about the quality of data and more around how we use the data, because the bar would have been raised so much higher. But I can bet your bottom dollar we'll still be having the behavioural issues, because naturally people are resistant to change, and that's not people here in the room, that's why we're here. We've got to bring everyone else on the journey. So 2025, I want to have brought people on the journey and change their behaviour so that the adoption of all of these things is so much more successful going forward. Otherwise it's going to be a really painful 4 years.
I would agree. I think it's a hugely exciting time for RegTech. I think we've seen the first wave, or perhaps at the middle of the second wave, and I think it's going to become very mainstreamed, hopefully, in 5 years' time at this conference. The compliance function will be an avid user of RegTech, and also we'll see considerable digitisation of rule books, and that'll be fully available. So I'm hoping very positive in the future.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, we've not yet seen a company created that has managed to bridge the gap between the waves, as you describe it. And I think that's the big problem with RegTech historically, is you get a turnover of vendors every kind of 4 or 5 years. So solution will be in vogue, and then it will very much kind of either get acquired or go out of vogue. And there hasn't really been a company yet that has managed to persist and evolve and I guess lead the change across these waves. And from my perspective, I would hope that happens, and that there is a kind of a brand and a business that can be that force for change in the market, because I think if you can become that platform for compliance professionals, then there's a lot of longevity in this business. But I haven't seen it done successfully yet for a bunch of reasons.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair comment. And I think from my perspective, in 5 years' time, we'll certainly see more automation, I would hope. Certainly from the technology we roll out, that it will be easier to pivot to new regulations. But what we'll start to see more of, certainly, is the community surrounding that software, and people being able to help each other rather than going to the vendor. Any properly successful platform, be it SharePoint or any of the others, has a big group of people that use it for work, either through choice or through not choice, but they help each other get the best out of it. So I think around certain platforms, there'll be, I think, stronger support from the community between now and in 5 years' time.
Yeah, maybe a small kind of fun, tangible one. Like, I would love to see certain RegTech products, not even just Passport, but certain RegTech products listed on people's CVs. I think as soon as you get to that point, then you really start to have technology being embedded within the profession. And we're probably getting to that point, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, and then become the enthusiasts and the vloggers and the SMEs and these people that build a bit of their online persona and career around the product. I think that'll start to emerge as well. Yeah.
So in the last 10 minutes, I would like to get some feedback on some questions that our audience wants to ask you. So I'll start with the first question. So it's a bit thorny itself, so I think it goes to our financial institution professionals about the common mistakes that you're doing in your risk management practice.
Common mistakes in risk management. Okay. So I think the key thing, if I'm speaking of regulatory change specifically, previously very siloed approaches has been taken in terms of reg change management. I think there was a perception that you first need to deal with taking it into the organisation, then once it's in the door, you deal with it somehow. It needs to be a complete ecosystem, and that ecosystem needs to connect to other aspects of the compliance framework. And I think that that's what we're moving to now. Data connectivity, ecosystems, because each of these events, whether it's a regulatory change, can impact a control down the line. So we need to take a very holistic view of it rather than siloed. And that's something that the industry, I think, are still trying to overcome. One of the key challenges is demonstrating return on investment through different RegTech platforms. That's probably an early challenge that the mainstreaming of RegTech is helping to overcome, but it is something that, in terms of demonstrating the value of a non-compliance miss is quite hard to quantify. So I think as the industry becomes more familiar with RegTech solutions, peers start to adopt, it is making the business case easier. But that's one of the key issues that we're facing.
And I think the thing, the collaboration, that enterprise-wide commitment to it is really, really important. But I think we need to stop being the victims and accept through the roles and the industries that we're choosing to operate in, come with this compliance tag that we need to reach. So stop fighting the bar, just keep working towards overachieving, then you can keep pace with the change.
So another question from our audience, again for the financial institution colleagues mostly, is whether you see a propensity to promote in-house solutions, or actually there is a trend towards actively going for third-party vendors. What is the latest trend in your institutions, if you can elaborate on that?
Having had an argument on that very topic this morning, I find it quite interesting, because the reasons why we'd, especially as the tier 2 banks, that you seek the third-party input is because the vendors are the specialists. They know so much more than we do. So in that instance, I'd always look to a third-party vendor in the first instance, so I can leverage that expertise and get the right solution. However, we are in a very cost-constrained environment, so I would rather have an in-house solution than nothing. And at the moment, it's more, I think there's more appetite to bring vendors in than there is to build in-house, because you've got limited expertise, limited resources, multiple priorities, etc. So having had, and I think the whole thing with in-house is making sure you build it to a standard that's sustainable. It doesn't become an end-user developed application with no proper support, and it's got that longevity. I think in-house is very good sometimes for point in time. I think where possible, though, I'd always look to leverage expertise elsewhere.
Can I add a comment to that? Because I think this kind of speaks back to what I was saying about companies not managing to bridge the waves as you described it. And I think it's because you don't need to kind of sell a solution in its entirety to an institution. Like, I think one of the big things that we as a business need to focus on, but also RegTech providers generally, is as you're building the company, can you disaggregate your own product and kind of make it accessible to developers in-house, such that if they want to kind of build their own solution for whatever reason, they've got kind of infrastructure components pre-existing that they can leverage. And quite a lot of RegTech vendors kind of come to market because you have to come to market with a solution that can function for a business who's not in a position to do that. But I think, yeah, if we want to be around and solve those use cases, then we need to offer that.
And just picking up on that as well, I think going hand in hand with this is the shifting role of compliance. What we're starting to see now in compliance is greater skill sets perhaps in the technology space, those with a technology background rather than a legal background, say, and I think that is bringing a new prism as well to this, where those skill sets are naturally looking out with just the build in-house model because they know what the vendors are offering and how that can be integrated into the existing compliance programme. So I think that shift as well is resulting in a greater move towards RegTech solutions.
I think certainly in-house can be cost effective. Whether that's someone's built a bespoke system or they have a fancy spreadsheet. But the conversations we always have is like you said, who's going to support it if it goes wrong or if it goes properly wrong? And also, what's it built on? I know institutions that have kept an instance of SharePoint 2010 going because that's the only tool that will support the system that was built in-house. And that's highly undesirable, especially if it's gone out of support. So I think it can get you out of a bind, but for a long-term solution, it's often not the best. But what is fun is if you're in a meeting with the people that built the solution, they'll defend it to within an inch of their life when you're trying to propose something new. And it's a very interesting political discussion to have with them, and a lively meeting, I would say. Yeah.
The next question is rather practical, and I really like it, so I'll answer it myself before opening up to the panel. So we've been asked if a financial institution wants to enhance their RegTech management processes, where do they start? So I would answer that and say that they could go outside. We have a very good pool of vendors outside, and they can start by visiting the desks outside. But on a more serious note, can you give some practical guidance when you set up a committee and you want to go for a RegTech solution? How do you start?
I can speak from personal experience. I think the starting point is what you're trying to achieve. What do you internally, what is the outcome you're trying to secure? Then what you need to do is look internally at your structure, what your three-line of defence model looks like, how you're broken up geographically into business units, and then work out, okay, who are our potential vendors? And it will be a lot of information gathering, because you may think you understand what a vendor offers, but once you start chatting with them, once they tell you about use cases and the full extent of their offering, it may be that what you initially thought you knew is quite dramatically different. So I think there are various tools, consultancies offer quite a detailed overview of the different vendors out there, how they can be aligned to the ultimate operating model that you want based on your specific institution. So that would be the approach I'd take. Try and be really strategic about it and think long term and what vendors that are going to evolve with you and support your business.
I think just adding to that, these events are particularly useful because I identified 2 companies that if I went through a procurement process again, for the specific reason I was looking for, they'd be at the forefront of my mind. However, in smaller institutions, a lot of the time you go to procurement for a recommendation. So for a lot of vendors, it's making sure procurement are aware of your offering as well as the function into which you look to provide the solution. And then I think the final thing is making sure you establish the right relationship with the key contacts within. So a couple of vendors, none here today, I've been put off because of that, the aggressive chasing. I just need to know you're there when I need you, but I might not need you now. So it's the right behavioural traits are quite important, and then events like this to make sure that you're in my virtual Rolodex, if you like.
I'd suggest to begin with, you move away from the technology and have a half-day workshop, and maybe even exclude computers and phones and try and establish what it is you're trying to achieve or what you want to get out of your regulation technology, and then start to consider the technology. Because if you approach most firms, they'll say, yes, what was the question, kind of thing. So if you decide or figure out what it is you're looking to achieve, then that's a much better starting point than looking at what's out there, I would say.
Yeah, I actually have similar advice. Like, I think in the early interactions with a vendor, just share your problem. Don't share what you think the solution is or feature list that you want or any of the other firms you're speaking with. I think if you share your problem, then a good vendor and a good sales team should be able to actually come to you with some ideas or things that you might not have considered. And I would argue that if they can't do that, then it's probably not an organization that you want to engage with meaningfully. So yeah, I see it all the time in procurement processes and inbound requests that we have, where people kind of think they know what they want up front and send all these requirements. And I feel like you miss kind of some of the value assessment that you can have just by not sharing that with a vendor and actually seeing how credible they are based on what they share with you first.
So that's a really interesting point, because depending on how a company works, you have to go through the procurement process and do the requirements before they'll go to tender. So here's a really good example of where we've got to go across yet another function to make a process work effectively. And I think that's the right thing to do. But I'd then also say, if we've done that and we've not asked the question, have the courage to say to us, and I'm sure you guys would, what are you trying to solve for? Because I know for the vendor process I went through, I had to list the requirements first. So we can try and change our own organisations internally, but if for any reason we've not managed to before we get to you, please ask us to reconfirm what problem we're trying to solve for.
And the absolute best demonstrations or product demonstrations I've done have started with a conversation where they've said, we'd like to see how you solve these 3 problems. And then as I proceed, I get interrupted a lot when more sort of ideas come. And then sometimes the prospects are very apologetic. I'm like, no, this is great. We're having a conversation. And there's so much more value in that than just showing a standard demo or a standard approach. And at the end, everyone feels like they've got something out of it. We've learned what we need to achieve, and they've learned what's possible.
Yeah, the other thing that I don't think is acknowledged or embraced enough either is the personal kind of ambition and, I guess, in some cases, political capital that these projects can get. The other side, the person within the institution. A lot of our most successful clients have leaders who have ultimately kind of experienced career progression as a result of getting these decisions right or achieving whatever objectives they set out to achieve in the first place. And our experience as a sales team has been, how do we find out that? How do we engage with a person on the individual level and really work together to help them achieve that? Because it sounds a bit kind of cliched to say it, but that is what matters.
Great. I think we have reached the end of this panel. I would like to summarize the key takeaways that I think that were relevant from all the points made here. Point number 1 relates to data management. Data is wealth for financial institutions, but at the same time, working with a third-party vendor, it creates a lot of issues that need to be reconciled before we enter into any kind of contract. I think the second issue that was raised by the colleagues in the panel relates to automation. Automation will be a challenge for all of us compliance professionals, but it should be also considered as an opportunity to change the way we work and the way we work in a more efficient way. The third point that was raised is this symbiotic relationship. Third-party vendors are here to stay, so both parties need to understand how they should work in a more efficient way with one another. At this point, I would like you to join me into thanking our panelists. Thank you very much for this great opportunity to talk to you, and we hope in the future to be able to talk about these issues again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cosmas, Madison, Donald, Joseph, Samantha, for a great way to end the day. We could have gone on longer, but it has been a long day, so I'm going to let you go. First, I just want to thank everybody, our fantastic sponsors who helped make this happen, our great presenters and panelists, our exhibitors, and of course, delegates. Thank you very much indeed for making the effort. I'm sure you... I'm glad you did. I'm sure you feel it was worthwhile. And thank you to everyone that couldn't quite make it, but joined us through the digital medium. We've got lots more events planned. Obviously, this one was a bit more challenging to get people up and about. I think it worked. And we have many more events planned. It's clear that over the last 18 months, RegTech hasn't stood still. The world might have done so, but RegTech certainly didn't grind to a halt. In fact, it did the opposite. Momentum increased. We've seen through investments, through the tech developments, and through the challenges that people are now taking on. And that's going to continue, and we'll be there to engage with you as we present what's happening. And that'll be a combination of digital and real life, but we're moving more and more to real life. So we hope we see you. Good time to start coughing. Don't worry, it's not COVID. We'll see you very soon, hopefully, but if you would now like to join us for a drink before we go, and thank you again. We'll see you outside.